Chapter the 16th, Book the First of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the First. Chapter the 16th. Nobody's Weakness. The time being come for the renewal of his acquaintance with the Meagles family, Clennam, pursuant to contract made between himself and Mr. Meagles within the precincts of Bleeding Heart Yard, turned his face on a certain Saturday towards Twickenham, where Mr. Meagles had a cottage residence of his own. The weather being fine and dry, and any English road abounding in interest for him, who had been so long away, he sent his valise on by the coach and set out to walk. A walk was in itself a new enjoyment to him, and one that had rarely diversified his life afar off. He went by Fulham and Putney for the pleasure of strolling over the heath. It was bright and shining there, and when he found himself so far on his road to Twickenham, he found himself a long way on his road to a number of airier and less substantial destinations. They had risen before him fast, in the healthful exercise and the pleasant road. It is not easy to walk alone in the country without musing upon something, and he had plenty of unsettled subjects to meditate upon, though he had been walking to the Land's End. First, there was the subject seldom absent from his mind, the question what he was to do henceforth in life, to what occupation he should devote himself, and in what direction he had best seek it. He was far from rich, and every day of indecision and inaction made his inheritance a source of greater anxiety to him. As often as he began to consider how to increase this inheritance, or to lay it by, so often his misgiving that there was someone with an unsatisfied claim upon his justice returned, and that alone was a subject to outlast the longest walk. Again, there was the subject of his relations with his mother, which were now upon an equable and peaceful but never confidential footing, and whom he saw several times a week. Little Dorrit was a leading and a constant subject, for the circumstances of his life, united to those of her own story, presented the little creature to him as the only person between whom and himself there were ties of innocent reliance on one hand, and affectionate protection on the other, ties of compassion, respect, unselfish interest, gratitude and pity. Thinking of her, and of the possibility of her father's release from prison by the unbarring hand of death, the only change of circumstance he could foresee that might enable him to be such a friend to her as he wished to be, by altering her whole manner of life, smoothing her rough road, and giving her a home, he regarded her in that perspective as his adopted daughter, his poor child of the Marshalsea hushed to rest. If there were a last subject in his thoughts, and it lay towards Twickenham, its form was so indefinite that it was little more than the pervading atmosphere in which these other subjects floated before him. He had crossed the heath, and was leaving it behind, when he gained upon a figure which had been in advance of him for some time, and which, as he gained upon it, he thought he knew. He derived this impression from something in the turn of the head, and in the figure's action of consideration, as it went on at a sufficiently sturdy walk. But when the man, for it was a man's figure, pushed his hat up at the back of his head, and stopped to consider some object before him, he knew it to be Daniel Doyce. "How do you do, Mr. Doyce?" said Clennam, overtaking him. "I am glad to see you again, and in a healthier place than the Circumlocution Office." "Ha! Mr. Meagles' friend!" exclaimed that public criminal, coming out of some mental combinations he had been making, and offering his hand. "I am glad to see you, sir. Will you excuse me if I forget your name?" "Readily. It's not a celebrated name. It's not Barnacle." "No, no," said Daniel, laughing. "And now I know what it is. It's Clennam. How do you do, Mr. Clennam?" "I have some hope," said Arthur, as they walked on together, "that we may be going to the same place, Mr. Doyce." "Meaning Twickenham?" returned Daniel. "I am glad to hear it." They were soon quite intimate, and lightened the way with a variety of conversation. The ingenious culprit was a man of great modesty and good sense, and, though a plain man, had been too much accustomed to combine what was original and daring in conception with what was patient and minute in execution, to be by any means an ordinary man. It was at first difficult to lead him to speak about himself, and he put off Arthur's advances in that direction by admitting slightly, oh yes, he had done this, and he had done that, and such a thing was of his making, and such another thing was his discovery, but it was his trade, you see, his trade, until, as he gradually became assured that his companion had a real interest in his account of himself, he frankly yielded to it. Then it appeared that he was the son of a north country blacksmith, and had originally been apprenticed by his widowed mother to a lockmaker, that he had struck out a few little things at the lockmaker's, which had led to his being released from his indentures with a present, which present had enabled him to gratify his ardent wish to buy himself to a working engineer, under whom he had laboured hard, learned hard, and lived hard 7 years. His time being out, he had worked in the shop at weekly wages 7 or 8 years more, and had then betaken himself to the banks of the Clyde, where he had studied, and filed, and hammered, and improved his knowledge, theoretical and practical, for 6 or 7 years more. There he had had an offer to go to Lyons, which he had accepted, and from Lyons had been engaged to go to Germany, and in Germany had had an offer to go to St. Petersburg, and there had done very well indeed, never better. However, he had naturally felt a preference for his own country, and a wish to gain distinction there, and to do whatever service he could do there rather than elsewhere. And so he had come home, and so at home he had established himself in business, and had invented and executed and worked his way on until, after a dozen years of constant suit and service, he had been enrolled in the great British Legion of Honour, the Legion of the Rebuffed of the Circumlocution Office, and had been decorated with the great British Order of Merit, the Order of the Disorder of the Barnacles and Stilled Stockings. "It is much to be regretted," said Clennam, "that you ever turned your thoughts that way, Mr. Doyce." "True, sir, true to a certain extent. But what is a man to do? If he has the misfortune to strike out something serviceable to the nation, he must follow where it leads him." "Hadn't he better let it go?" said Clennam. "He can't do it," said Doyce, shaking his head with a thoughtful smile. "It's not put into his head to be buried. It's put into his head to be made useful. You hold your life on the condition that to the last you shall struggle hard for it. Every man holds a discovery on the same terms." "That is to say," said Arthur with a growing admiration of his quiet companion, "you are not finally discouraged even now." "I have no right to be if I am," returned the other. "The thing is as true as it ever was." When they had walked a little way in silence, Clennam, at once to change the direct point of their conversation and not to change it too abruptly, asked Mr. Doyce if he had any partner in his business to relieve him of a portion of its anxieties. "No," he returned, "not at present. I had when I first entered on it, and a good man he was. But he has been dead some years, and as I could not easily take to the notion of another when I lost him, I bought his share for myself and have gone on by myself ever since. And here's another thing," he said, stopping for a moment with a good-humoured laugh in his eyes, and laying his closed right hand, with its peculiar suppleness of thumb, on Clennam's arm. "No inventor can be a man of business, you know." "No?" said Clennam. "Why, so the men of business say," he answered, resuming the walk and laughing outright. "I don't know why we unfortunate creatures should be supposed to want common sense, but it is generally taken for granted that we do. Even the best friend I have in the world, our excellent friend over yonder," said Doyce, nodding towards Twickenham, "extends a sort of protection to me, don't you know, as a man not quite able to take care of himself?" Arthur Clennam could not help joining in the good-humoured laugh, for he recognized the truth of the description. "So I find that I must have a partner who is a man of business and not guilty of any inventions," said Daniel Doyce, taking off his hat to pass his hand over his forehead. If it's only in deference to the current opinion and to uphold the credit of the works, I don't think you'll find that I have been very remiss or confused in my way of conducting them, but that's for him to say, whoever he is, not for me. You have not chosen him yet, then? No, sir, no. I have only just come to a decision to take one. The fact is, there's more to do than there used to be, and the works are enough for me as I grow older. What with the books and correspondence and foreign journeys for which a principal is necessary, I can't do all. I am going to talk over the best way of negotiating the matter, if I find a spare half-hour between this and Monday morning, with my nurse and protector, said Doyce with laughing eyes again. He is a sagacious man in business, and has had a good apprenticeship to it. After this, they conversed on different subjects until they arrived at their journey's end. A composed and unobtrusive self-sustainment was noticeable in Daniel Doyce, a calm knowledge that what was true must remain true, in spite of all the barnacles in the family ocean, and would be just the truth, and neither more nor less, when even that sea had run dry, which had a kind of greatness in it, though not of the official quality. As he knew the house well, he conducted Arthur to it by the way that showed it to the best advantage. It was a charming place, none the worse for being a little eccentric, on the road by the river, and just what the residence of the Meagles family ought to be. It stood in a garden, no doubt as fresh and beautiful in the May of the year as Pet now was in the May of her life, and it was defended by a goodly show of handsome trees and spreading evergreens, as Pet was by Mr. and Mrs. Meagles. It was made out of an old brick house, of which a part had been altogether pulled down, and another part had been changed into the present cottage. So there was a hale, elderly portion, to represent Mr. and Mrs. Meagles, and a young, picturesque, very pretty portion to represent Pet. There was even the later addition of a conservatory sheltering itself against it, uncertain of hue in its deep stained glass, and in its more transparent portions flashing to the sun's rays, now like fire, and now like harmless water-drops, which might have stood for Tattycoram. Within view was the peaceful river and the ferry-boat, to moralize to all the inmates, saying, young or old, passionate or tranquil, chafing or content, thus runs the current always. Let the heart swell into what discord it will, thus plays the rippling water on the plough of the ferry-boat ever the same tune. Year after year, so much allowance for the drifting of the boat, so many miles an hour the flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet, upon this road that steadily runs away, while you, upon your flowing road of time, are so capricious and distracted. The bell at the gate had scarcely sounded when Mr. Meagles came out to receive them. Mr. Meagles had scarcely come out when Mrs. Meagles came out. Mrs. Meagles had scarcely come out when Pet came out. Pet scarcely had come out when Tattycoram came out. Never had visitors a more hospitable reception. "Here we are, you see," said Mr. Meagles, "boxed up, Mr. Clennam, within our own home limits, as we were never going to expand, that is, travel again. Not like Marseille, eh? Nor longing and marchonging here." "A different kind of beauty, indeed," said Clennam, looking about him. "But Lord bless me," cried Mr. Meagles, rubbing his hands with a relish, "it was an uncommonly pleasant thing being in quarantine, wasn't it? Do you know, I have often wished myself back again. We were a capital party." This was Mr. Meagles's invariable habit, always to object to everything while he was travelling, and always to want to get back to it when he was not travelling. "If it was summer time," said Mr. Meagles, "which I wish it was, on your account, and in order that you might see the place at its best, you would hardly be able to hear yourself speak for birds. Being practical people, we never allow anybody to scare the birds, and the birds, being practical people too, come about us in myriads. We are delighted to see you, Clennam. If you will allow me, I shall drop the Mr. I heartily assure you we are delighted." "I have not had so pleasant a greeting," said Clennam. Then he recalled what little Dorrit had said to him in his own room, and faithfully added, "Except once, since we last walked to and fro, looking down at the Mediterranean." "Ah," returned Mr. Meagles, "something like a lookout, that was, wasn't it? I don't want a military government, but I shouldn't mind a little alonging and mashonging, just a dash of it, in this neighbourhood sometimes. It's devilish still." Bestowing this eulogium on the retired character of his retreat, with a dubious shake of the head, Mr. Meagles led the way into the house. It was just large enough and no more, was as pretty within as it was without, and was perfectly well arranged and comfortable. Some traces of the migratory habits of the family were to be observed in the covered frames and furniture, and wrapped-up hangings, but it was easy to see that it was one of Mr. Meagles's whims to have the cottage always kept in their absence, as if they were always coming back the day after tomorrow. Of articles collected on his various expeditions there was such a vast miscellany that it was like the dwelling of an amiable corsair. There were antiquities from central Italy, made by the best modern houses in that department of industry, bits of mummy from Egypt, and perhaps Birmingham, model gondolas from Venice, model villages from Switzerland, morsels of tessellated pavement from Herculaneum and Pompeii, like petrified minced veal, ashes out of tombs, and lava out of Vesuvius, Spanish fans, Spezian straw hats, Moorish slippers, Tuscan hairpins, Carrara sculpture, Trasteverini scarves, Genoese velvets and filigree, Neapolitan coral, Roman cameos, Geneva jewellery, Arab lanterns, rosaries blessed all round by the Pope himself, and an infinite variety of lumber. There were views, like and unlike, of a multitude of places, and there was one little picture-room devoted to a few of the regular sticky old saints, with sinews like whipcord, hair like Neptune's, wrinkles like tattooing, and such coats of varnish that every holy personage served for a fly-trap, and became what is now called in the vulgar tongue a catch-'em-alive. Oh! Of these pictorial acquisitions Mr. Meagles spoke in the usual manner. He was no judge, he said, except of what pleased himself. He had picked them up, dirt cheap, and people had considered them rather fine. One man, who at any rate ought to know something of the subject, had declared that sage reading, especially oily old gentlemen in a blanket with a swan's down tippet for a beard, and a web of cracks all over him like rich pie crust, to be a fine Guercino. As for Sebastian del Piombo there, you would judge for yourself. If it were not his later manner, the question was, who was it? Titian, that might or might not be, perhaps he had only touched it. Daniel Doyce said perhaps he hadn't touched it, but Mr. Meagles rather declined to overhear the remark. When he had shown all his spoils, Mr. Meagles took them into his own snug room overlooking the lawn, which was fitted up in part like a dressing-room and in part like an office, and in which, upon a kind of counter-desk, were a pair of brass scales for weighing gold, and a scoop for shovelling out money. "Here they are, you see," said Mr. Meagles. "I stood behind these 2 articles 35 years running, when I no more thought of gadding about than I now think of staying at home. When I left the bank for good, I asked for them, and brought them away with me. I mention it at once, or you might suppose that I sit in my counting-house, as Pet says I do, like the king in the poem of the 24 blackbirds counting out my money." Clennam's eyes had strayed to a natural picture on the wall, of 2 pretty little girls with their arms entwined. "Yes, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles in a lower voice. "There they both are. It was taken some 17 years ago. As I often say to mother, they were babies then." "Their names?" said Arthur. "Ah, to be sure. You have never heard any name but Pet. Pet's name is Minnie. Her sister's is Lily." "Should you have known, Mr. Clennam, that one of them was meant for me?" asked Pet herself, now standing in the doorway. "I might have thought that both of them were meant for you. Both are still so like you indeed," said Clennam, glancing from the fair original to the picture and back. "I cannot even now say which is not your portrait." "Do you hear that, mother?" cried Mr. Meagles to his wife, who had followed her daughter. "It's all the same, Clennam, nobody can decide. The child to your left is Pet." The picture happened to be near a looking-glass. As Arthur looked at it again, he saw, by the reflection of the mirror, Tattycoram stop in passing outside the door, listen to what was going on, and pass away with an angry and contemptuous frown upon her face, that changed its beauty into ugliness. "But come," said Mr. Meagles, "you have had a long walk, and will be glad to get your boots off. As to Daniel here, I suppose he'd never think of taking his boots off unless we showed him a boot-jack." "Why not?" asked Daniel, with a significant smile at Clennam. "Oh, you have so many things to think about," returned Mr. Meagles, clapping him on the shoulder, as if his weakness must not be left to itself on any account. "Figures and wheels and cogs and levers and screws and cylinders and 1,000 things." "In my calling," said Daniel, amused, "the greater usually includes the less. But never mind, never mind. Whatever pleases you pleases me." Clennam could not help speculating, as he seated himself in his room by the fire, whether there might be in the breast of this honest, affectionate, and cordial Mr. Meagles any microscopic portion of the mustard seed that had sprung up into the great tree of the Circumlocution Office. His curious sense of a general superiority to Daniel Doyce, which seemed to be founded not so much on anything in Doyce's personal character as on the mere fact of his being an originator and a man out of the beaten track of other men, suggested the idea. It might have occupied him until he went down to dinner an hour afterwards, if he had not had another question to consider, which had been in his mind so long ago as before he was in quarantine at Marseilles, and which had now returned to it, and was very urgent with it. No less a question than this, whether he should allow himself to fall in love with Pet. He was twice her age. He changed the leg he had crossed over the other, and tried the calculation again, but could not bring out the total at less. He was twice her age. Well, he was young in appearance, young in health and strength, young in heart. A man was certainly not old at 40, and many men were not in circumstances to marry, or did not marry until they had attained that time of life. On the other hand, the question was not what he thought of the point, but what she thought of it. He believed that Mr. Meagles was disposed to entertain a ripe regard for him, and he knew that he had a sincere regard for Mr. Meagles and his good wife. He could foresee that to relinquish this beautiful only child, of whom they were so fond, to any husband, would be a trial of their love which perhaps they never yet had had the fortitude to contemplate. But the more beautiful and winning and charming she, the nearer they must always be to the necessity of approaching it. And why not in his favour, as well as in another's? When he had got so far, it came again into his head that the question was, not what they thought of it, but what she thought of it. Arthur Clennam was a retiring man, with a sense of many deficiencies, and he so exalted the merits of the beautiful Minnie in his mind, and depressed his own, that when he pinned himself to this point, his hopes began to fail him. He came to the final resolution, as he made himself ready for dinner, that he would not allow himself to fall in love with Pet. There were only 5 at a round table, and it was very pleasant indeed. They had so many places and people to recall, and they were all so easy and cheerful together, Daniel Doyce either sitting out like an amused spectator at cards, or coming in with some shrewd little experiences of his own, when it happened to be to the purpose, that they might have been together 20 times, and not have known so much of one another. "And Miss Wade," said Mr. Meagles, after they had recalled a number of fellow travellers, "has anybody seen Miss Wade?" "I have," said Tattycoram. She had brought a little mantle which her young mistress had sent for, and was bending over her, putting it on, when she lifted up her dark eyes and made this unexpected answer. "Tatty," her young mistress exclaimed, "you see Miss Wade? Where?" "Here, miss," said Tattycoram. "How?" An impatient glance from Tattycoram seemed, as Clennam saw it, to answer with my eyes, but her only answer in words was, I met her near the church." "What was she doing there, I wonder?" said Mr. Meagles. "Not going to it, I should think." "She had written to me first," said Tattycoram. "Oh, Tatty," murmured her mistress, "take your hands away. I feel as if someone else was touching me." She said it in a quick involuntary way, but half playfully, and not more petulantly or disagreeably than a favourite child might have done, who laughed next moment. Tattycoram set her full red lips together, and crossed her arms upon her bosom. "Did you wish to know, sir," she said, looking at Mr. Meagles, "what Miss Wade wrote to me about?" "Well, Tattycoram," returned Mr. Meagles, "since you ask the question, and we are all friends here, perhaps you may as well mention it, if you are so inclined." "She knew when we were travelling where you lived," said Tattycoram, "and she had seen me not quite in good temper, Tattycoram," suggested Mr. Meagles, shaking his head at the dark eyes with a quiet caution. "Take a little time. Count 25, Tattycoram." She pressed her lips together again, and took a long, deep breath. "So she wrote to me to say that if I ever felt myself hurt," she looked down at her young mistress, "or found myself worried," she looked down at her again, "I might go to her, and be considerately treated. I was to think of it, and could speak to her by the church, so I went there to thank her." "Tatty," said her young mistress, putting her hand up over her shoulder that the other might take it, "Miss Wade almost frightened me when we parted, and I scarcely like to think of her just now as having been so near me without my knowing it. Tatty, dear." Tatty stood for a moment, immovable. "Hey!" cried Mr. Meagles. "Count another 25, Tattycoram." She might have counted a dozen when she bent and put her lips to the caressing hand. It patted her cheek as it touched the owner's beautiful curls, and Tattycoram went away. "Now there," said Mr. Meagles softly, as he gave a turn to the dumb waiter on his right hand to twirl the sugar towards himself. "There's a girl who might be lost and ruined, if she wasn't among practical people. Mother and I know, solely from being practical, that there are times when this girl's whole nature seems to roughen herself against seeing us so bound up in Pet. No father and mother were bound up in her, poor soul. I don't like to think of the way in which that unfortunate child, with all that passion and protest in her, feels when she hears the 5th commandment on a Sunday. I am always inclined to call out, Church, count 25, Tattycoram." Besides his dumb-waiter, Mr. Meagles had 2 other not dumb-waiters in the persons of 2 parlour-maids with rosy faces and bright eyes, who were a highly ornamental part of the table decoration. "And why not, you see?" said Mr. Meagles on this head. "As I always say to mother, why not have something pretty to look at, if you have anything at all?" A certain Mrs. Tickit, who was cook and housekeeper when the family were at home, and housekeeper only when the family were away, completed the establishment. Mr. Meagles regretted that the nature of the duties in which she was engaged rendered Mrs. Tickit unpresentable at present, but hoped to introduce her to the new visitor to-morrow. She was an important part of the cottage, he said, and all his friends knew her. That was her picture up in the corner. When they went away, she always put on the silk gown and the jet-black row of curls represented in that portrait. Her hair was reddish-grey in the kitchen, established herself in the breakfast-room, put her spectacles between 2 particular leaves of Dr. Buchan's domestic medicine, and sat looking over the blind all day until they came back again. It was supposed that no persuasion could be invented which would induce Mrs. Tickit to abandon her post at the blind, however long their absence, or to dispense with the attendance of Dr. Buchan, the lucubrations of which learned practitioner Mr. Meagles implicitly believed she had never yet consulted to the extent of 1 word in her life. In the evening they played an old-fashioned rubber, and Pet sat looking over her father's hand, or singing to herself by fits and starts at the piano. She was a spoiled child, but how could she be otherwise? Who could be much with so pliable and beautiful a creature, and not yield to her endearing influence? Who could pass an evening in the house, and not love her for the grace and charm of her very presence in the room? This was Clennam's reflection, notwithstanding the final conclusion at which he had arrived upstairs. In making it, he revoked. "Why, what are you thinking of, my good sir?" asked the astonished Mr. Meagles, who was his partner. "I beg your pardon, nothing," returned Clennam. "Think of something next time, that's a dear fellow," said Mr. Meagles. Pet laughingly believed he had been thinking of Miss Wade. "Why of Miss Wade, Pet?" asked her father. "Why indeed?" said Arthur Clennam. Pet coloured a little and went to the piano again. As they broke up for the night, Arthur overheard Joyce ask his host if he could give him half an hour's conversation before breakfast in the morning. The host replying willingly, Arthur lingered behind a moment, having his own word to add to that topic. "Mr. Meagles," he said on their being left alone, "do you remember when you advised me to go straight to London?" "Perfectly well." "And when you gave me some other good advice which I needed at that time?" "I won't say what it was worth," answered Mr. Meagles, "but of course I remember our being very pleasant and confidential together. I have acted on your advice, and having disembarrassed myself of an occupation that was painful to me for many reasons, wish to devote myself and what means I have to another pursuit." "Right, you can't do it too soon," said Mr. Meagles. "Now, as I came down to-day, I found that your friend, Mr. Doyce, is looking for a partner in his business, not a partner in his mechanical knowledge, but in the ways and means of turning the business arising from it to the best account." "Just so," said Mr. Meagles, with his hands in his pockets, and with the old business expression of face that had belonged to the Scales and Scoop. "Mr. Doyce mentioned incidentally, in the course of our conversation, that he was going to take your valuable advice on the subject of finding such a partner. If you should think our views and opportunities at all likely to coincide, perhaps you will let him know my available position. I speak, of course, in ignorance of the details, and they may be unsuitable on both sides." No doubt," said Mr. Meagles, with the caution belonging to the Scales and Scoop. "But there will be a question of figures and accounts." Just so," said Mr. Meagles, with arithmetical solidity belonging to the Scales and Scoop. "And I shall be glad to enter into the subject, provided Mr. Doyce responds, and you think well of it. If you will at present, therefore, allow me to place it in your hands, you will much oblige me." "Clennam, I accept the trust with readiness," said Mr. Meagles, "and without anticipating any of the points which you, as a man of business, have of course reserved, I am free to say to you that I think something may come of this. Of one thing you may be perfectly certain, Daniel is an honest man." "I am so sure of it that I have promptly made up my mind to speak to you." "You must guide him, you know. You must steer him. You must direct him. He is one of a crotchety sort," said Mr. Meagles, evidently meaning nothing more than that he did new things and went new ways. "But he is as honest as the sun, and so good night." Clennam went back to his room, sat down again before his fire, and made up his mind that he was glad he had resolved not to fall in love with Pet. She was so beautiful, so amiable, so apt to receive any true impression given to her gentle nature and her innocent heart, and make the man who should be so happy as to communicate it the most fortunate and enviable of all men, that he was very glad indeed he had come to that conclusion. But, as this might have been a reason for coming to the opposite conclusion, he followed out the theme again a little way in his mind, to justify himself perhaps. Suppose that a man, so his thoughts ran, who had been of age some 20 years or so, who was a diffident man from the circumstances of his youth, who was rather a grave man from the tenor of his life, who knew himself to be deficient in many little engaging qualities which he admired in others, from having been long in a distant region, with nothing softening near him, who had no kind sisters to present to her, who had no congenial home to make her known in, who was a stranger in the land, who had not a fortune to compensate in any measure for these defects, who had nothing in his favour but his honest love and his general wish to do right. Suppose such a man were to come to this house, and were to yield to the captivation of this charming girl, and were to persuade himself that he could hope to win her, what a weakness it would be! He softly opened his window, and looked out upon the serene river. Year after year so much allowance for the drifting of the ferry boat, so many miles an hour the flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet. Why should he be vexed or sore at heart? It was not his weakness that he had imagined. It was nobody's within his knowledge. Why should it trouble him? And yet it did trouble him, and he thought, who has not thought for a moment sometimes, that it might be better to flow away monotonously, like the river, and to compound for its insensibility to happiness with its insensibility to pain. End of chapter the 16th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 17th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 17th. Nobody's Rival. Before breakfast in the morning, Arthur walked out to look about him. As the morning was fine and he had an hour on his hands, he crossed the river by the ferry, and strolled along a footpath through some meadows. When he came back to the towing path, he found the ferry boat on the opposite side, and a gentleman hailing it and waiting to be taken over. This gentleman looked barely 30. He was well dressed, of a sprightly and gay appearance, a well-knit figure, and a rich dark complexion. As Arthur came over the stile and down to the water's edge, the lounger glanced at him for a moment, and then resumed his occupation of idly tossing stones into the water with his foot. There was something in his way of spurning them out of their places with his heel, and getting them into the required position, that Clennam thought had an air of cruelty in it. Most of us have more or less frequently derived a similar impression from a man's manner of doing some very little thing, plucking a flower, clearing away an obstacle, or even destroying an insentient object. The gentleman's thoughts were preoccupied, as his face showed, and he took no notice of a fine Newfoundland dog, who watched him attentively, and watched every stone too, in its turn, eager to spring into the river on receiving his master's sign. The ferry boat came over, however, without his receiving any sign, and when it grounded his master took him by the collar and walked him into it. "Not this morning," he said to the dog. "You won't do for ladies' company, dripping wet. Lie down." Clennam followed the man and the dog into the boat, and took his seat. The dog did as he was ordered. The man remained standing, with his hands in his pockets, and towered between Clennam and the prospect. Man and dog both jumped lightly out as soon as they touched the other side and went away. Clennam was glad to be rid of them. The church clock struck the breakfast hour as he walked up the little lane by which the garden gate was approached. The moment he pulled the bell, a deep, loud barking assailed him from within the wall. "I heard no dog last night," thought Clennam. The gate was opened by one of the rosy maids, and on the lawn were the Newfoundland dog and the man. "Miss Minnie is not down yet, gentlemen," said the blushing portress, as they all came together in the garden. Then she said to the master of the dog, "Mr. Clennam, sir," and tripped away. "Odd enough, Mr. Clennam, that we should have met just now," said the man, upon which the dog became mute. "Allow me to introduce myself, Henry Gowan. A pretty place this, and looks wonderfully well this morning." The manner was easy, and the voice agreeable, but still Clennam thought that if he had not made that decided resolution to avoid falling in love with Pet, he would have taken a dislike to this Henry Gowan. "It's new to you, I believe?" said this Gowan, when Arthur had extolled the place. "Quite new. I made acquaintance with it only yesterday afternoon." "Ah, of course, this is not its best aspect. It used to look charming in the spring, before they went away last time. I should like you to have seen it then." But for that resolution so often recalled, Clennam might have wished him in the crater of Mount Etna in return for this civility. "I have had the pleasure of seeing it under many circumstances during the last 3 years, and it's a paradise." It was, at least it might have been, always excepting for that wise resolution, like his dexterous impudence, to call it a paradise. He only called it a paradise because he first saw her coming, and so made her out within her hearing to be an angel. Confusion to him! And how beaming she looked, and how glad! How she caressed the dog, and how the dog knew her! How expressive that heightened colour in her face, that fluttered manner, her downcast eyes, her irresolute happiness! When had Clennam seen her look like this? Not that there was any reason why he might, could, would, or should have ever seen her look like this, or that he had ever hoped for himself to see her look like this. But still, when had he ever known her do it? He stood at a little distance from them. This Gowan, when he had talked about a paradise, had gone up to her and taken her hand. The dog had put his great paws on her arm and laid his head against her dear bosom. She had laughed and welcomed him, and made far too much of the dog, far, far too much. That is to say, supposing there had been any third person looking on who loved her. She disengaged herself now, and came to Clennam, and put her hand in his, and wished him good morning, and gracefully made as if she would take his arm and be escorted into the house. To this Gowan had no objection. No, he knew he was too safe. There was a passing cloud on Mr. Meagles's good-humoured face, when they all three, 4 counting the dog, and he was the most objectionable but one of the party, came in to breakfast. Neither it, nor the touch of uneasiness on Mrs. Meagles as she directed her eyes towards it, was unobserved by Clennam. "Well, Gowan," said Mr. Meagles, even suppressing a sigh, "how goes the world with you this morning?" "Much as usual, sir. Lion and I, being determined not to waste anything of our weekly visit, turned out early, and came over from Kingston, my present headquarters, where I am making a sketch or 2. Then he told how he had met Mr. Clennam at the ferry, and they had come over together. "Mrs. Gowan is well, Henry?" said Mrs. Meagles. Clennam became attentive. "My mother is quite well, thank you." Clennam became inattentive. "I have taken the liberty of making an addition to your family dinner party to-day, which I hope will not be inconvenient to you or to Mr. Meagles. I couldn't very well get out of it," he explained, turning to the latter. "The young fellow wrote to propose himself to me, and as he is well connected, I thought you would not object to my transferring him here." "Who is the young fellow?" asked Mr. Meagles with peculiar complacency. "He is one of the Barnacles. Tite Barnacle's son, Clarence Barnacle, who is in his father's department. I can at least guarantee that the river shall not suffer from his visit. He won't set it on fire." "Aye, aye," said Meagles. "A Barnacle, is he? We know something of that family, Dan? By George, they're at the top of the tree, though. Let me see. What relation will this young fellow be to Lord Decimus now? His lordship married in 1797 Lady Jemima Bilberry, who was the second daughter by the third marriage. No, there I am wrong. That was Lady Seraphina. Lady Jemima was the first daughter by the second marriage of the 15th Earl of Stilstalking with the Honourable Clementina Tuzelum. Very well. Now this young fellow's father married a Stilstalking, and his father married his cousin, who was a Barnacle. The father of that father who married a Barnacle married a Joddleby. I am getting a little too far back, Gowan. I want to make out what relation this young fellow is to Lord Decimus." "That's easily stated. His father is nephew to Lord Decimus." "Nephew to Lord Decimus. Mr. Meagles luxuriously repeated with his eyes shut, that he might have nothing to distract him from the full flavour of the genealogical tree. "By George, you're right, Gowan, so he is. Consequently, Lord Decimus is his great-uncle. But stop a bit," said Mr. Meagles, opening his eyes with a fresh discovery. "Then on the mother's side, Lady Stiltstalking is his great-aunt. Of course she is." Aye," said Mr. Meagles with much interest. "Indeed, indeed. We shall be glad to see him. We'll entertain him as well as we can, in our humble way, and we shall not starve him, I hope, at all events." In the beginning of this dialogue, Clennam had expected some great harmless outburst from Mr. Meagles, like that which had made him burst out of the Circumlocution Office, holding Doyce by the collar. But his good friend had a weakness which none of us need go into the next street to find, and which no amount of circumlocution experience could long subdue in him. Clennam looked at Doyce. But Doyce knew all about it beforehand, and looked at his plate, and made no sign, and said no word. "I am much obliged to you," said Gowan to conclude the subject. "Clarence is a great ass, but he is one of the dearest and best fellows that ever lived." It appeared, before the breakfast was over, that everybody whom this Gowan knew was either more or less of an ass, or more or less of a knave, but was, notwithstanding, the most lovable, the most engaging, the simplest, truest, kindest, dearest, best fellow that ever lived. The process by which this unvarying result was attained, whatever the premises, might have been stated by Mr. Henry Gowan thus: "I claim to be always book-keeping, with a peculiar nicety, in every man's case, and posting up a careful little account of good and evil with him. I do this so conscientiously that I am happy to tell you I find the most worthless of men to be the dearest old fellow too, and am in a condition to make the gratifying report that there is much less difference than you are inclined to suppose between an honest man and a scoundrel." The effect of this cheering discovery happened to be, that while he seemed to be scrupulously finding good in most men, he did in reality lower it where it was, and set it up where it was not. But that was its only disagreeable or dangerous feature. It scarcely seemed, however, to afford Mr. Meagles as much satisfaction as the Barnacle genealogy had done. The cloud that Clennam had never seen upon his face before that morning frequently overcast it again, and there was the same shadow of uneasy observation of him on the comely face of his wife. More than once or twice, when Pet caressed the dog, it appeared to Clennam that her father was unhappy in seeing her do it, and in one particular instance, when Gowan stood on the other side of the dog, and bent his head at the same time, Arthur fancied that he saw tears rise to Mr. Meagles' eyes as he hurried out of the room. It was either the fact, too, or he fancied further, that Pet herself was not insensible to these little incidents, that she tried, with a more delicate affection than usual, to express to her good father how much she loved him, that it was on this account that she fell behind the rest, both as they went to church, and as they returned from it, and took his arm. He could not have sworn, but that as he walked alone in the garden afterwards, he had an instantaneous glimpse of her in her father's room, clinging to both her parents with the greatest tenderness, and weeping on her father's shoulder. The latter part of the day turning out wet, they were fain to keep the house, look over Mr. Meagles's collection, and beguile the time with conversation. This Gowan had plenty to say for himself, and said it in an off-hand and amusing manner. He appeared to be an artist by profession, and to have been at Rome some time. Yet he had a slight, careless, amateur way with him, a perceptible limp, both in his devotion to art and his attainments, which Clennam could scarcely understand. He applied to Daniel Doyce for help, as they stood together looking out of window. "You know Mr. Gowan?" he said in a low voice. "I have seen him here. Comes here every Sunday when they are at home. An artist, I infer from what he says. A sort of a one. said Daniel Doyce in a surly tone. "What sort of a one?" asked Clennam with a smile. "Why, he has sauntered into the arts at a leisurely Pall Mall pace," said Doyce, "and I doubt if they care to be taken quite so coolly." Pursuing his inquiries, Clennam found that the Gowan family were a very distant ramification of the Barnacles, and that the paternal Gowan, originally attached to a legation abroad, had been pensioned off as a commissioner of nothing particular somewhere or other, and had died at his post with his drawn salary in his hand, nobly defending it to the last extremity. In consideration of this eminent public service, the Barnacle then in power had recommended the Crown to bestow a pension of 200 or 300 a year on his widow, to which the next Barnacle in power had added certain shady and sedate apartments in the palaces at Hampton Court, where the old lady still lived, deploring the degeneracy of the times in company with several other old ladies of both sexes. Her son, Mr. Henry Gowan, inherited from his father, the Commissioner, that very questionable help in life. A very small independence had been difficult to settle, the rather as public appointments chanced to be scarce, and his genius, during his earlier manhood, was of that exclusively agricultural character which applies itself to the cultivation of wild oats. At last he had declared that he would become a painter, partly because he had always had an idle knack that way, and partly to grieve the souls of the Barnacles in chief, who had not provided for him. So it had come to pass successively, first, that several distinguished ladies had been frightfully shocked, then, that portfolios of his performances had been handed about o' nights, and declared with ecstasy to be perfect Claudes, perfect Cuyps, perfect phenomena. Then, that Lord Decimus had bought his picture, and had asked the President and Council to dinner at a blow, and had said, with his own magnificent gravity, "Do you know, there appears to me to be really immense merit in that work," and, in short, that people of condition had absolutely taken pains to bring him into fashion, but, somehow, it had all failed. The prejudiced public had stood out against it obstinately. They had determined not to admire Lord Decimus's picture. They had determined to believe that in every service, except their own, a man must qualify himself by striving early and late, and by working heart and soul, might and main. So now Mr. Gowan, like that worn-out old coffin which never was Mahomet's nor anybody else's, hung midway between 2 points, jaundiced and jealous as to the one he had left, jaundiced and jealous as to the other that he couldn't reach. Such was the substance of Clennam's discoveries concerning him, made that rainy Sunday afternoon and afterwards. About an hour or so after dinner-time, young Barnacle appeared, attended by his eye-glass, in honour of whose family connections Mr. Meagles had cashiered the pretty parlour-maids for the day, and had placed on duty in their stead 2 dingy men. Young Barnacle was in the last degree amazed and disconcerted at sight of Arthur, and had murmured involuntarily, "Look here, upon my soul, you know," before his presence of mind returned. Even then he was obliged to embrace the earliest opportunity of taking his friend into a window, and saying, in a nasal way that was a part of his general debility, "I want to speak to you, Gowan. I say, look here, who is that fellow?" "A friend of our host's, none of mine." "He's a most ferocious radical, you know," said young Barnacle. "Is he? How do you know?" "Ecod, sir, he was pitching into our people the other day in the most tremendous manner. Went up to our place, and pitched into my father to that extent that it was necessary to order him out. Came back to our department, and pitched into me. Look here, you never saw such a fellow." "What did he want?" "Ecod, sir," returned young Barnacle, "he said he wanted to know, you know, pervaded our department without an appointment, and said he wanted to know." The stare of indignant wonder with which young Barnacle accompanied this disclosure would have strained his eyes injuriously but for the opportune relief of dinner. Mr. Meagles, who had been extremely solicitous to know how his uncle and aunt were, begged him to conduct Mrs. Meagles to the dining-room, and when he sat on Mrs. Meagles's right hand, Mr. Meagles looked as gratified as if his whole family were there. All the natural charm of the previous day was gone. The eaters of the dinner, like the dinner itself, were lukewarm, insipid, overdone, and all owing to this poor little dull young Barnacle. Conversationless at any time, he was now the victim of a weakness special to the occasion, and solely referable to Clennam. He was under a pressing and continual necessity of looking at that gentleman, which occasioned his eye-glass to get into his soup, into his wine-glass, into Mrs. Meagles's plate, to hang down his back like a bell-rope, and be several times disgracefully restored to his bosom by one of the dingy men. Weakened in mind by his frequent losses of this instrument, and its determination not to stick in his eye, and more enfeebled in intellect every time he looked at the mysterious Clennam, he applied spoons to his eyes, forks, and other foreign matters connected with the furniture of the dinner-table. His discovery of these mistakes greatly increased his difficulties, but never released him from the necessity of looking at Clennam. And whenever Clennam spoke, this ill-starred young man was clearly seized with a dread that he was coming, by some artful device, round to that point of wanting to know, you know. It may be questioned, therefore, whether any one but Mr. Meagles had much enjoyment of the time. Mr. Meagles, however, thoroughly enjoyed young Barnacle. As a mere flask of the golden water in the tail became a full fountain when it was poured out, so Mr. Meagles seemed to feel that this small spice of Barnacle imparted to his table the flavour of the whole family tree. In its presence, his frank, fine, genuine qualities paled. He was not so easy, he was not so natural, he was striving after something that did not belong to him. He was not himself. What a strange peculiarity on the part of Mr. Meagles, and where should we find another such case? At last, the wet Sunday wore itself out in a wet night, and young Barnacle went home in a cab, feebly smoking, and the objectionable Gowan went away on foot, accompanied by the objectionable dog. Pet had taken the most amiable pains all day to be friendly with Clennam, but Clennam had been a little reserved since breakfast, that is to say, would have been, if he had loved her. When he had gone to his own room, and had again thrown himself into the chair by the fire, Mr. Doyce knocked at the door, candle in hand, to ask him how and at what hour he proposed returning on the morrow. After settling this question, he said a word to Mr. Doyce about this Gowan, who would have run in his head a good deal, if he had been his rival. "Those are not good prospects for a painter," said Clennam. "No," returned Doyce. Mr. Doyce stood, chamber candlestick in hand, the other hand in his pocket, looking hard at the flame of his candle, with a certain quiet perception in his face that they were going to say something more. "I thought our good friend a little changed and out of spirits after he came this morning," said Clennam. "Yes," returned Doyce. "But not his daughter," said Clennam. "No," said Doyce. There was a pause on both sides. Mr. Doyce, still looking at the flame of his candle, slowly resumed. "The truth is, he has twice taken his daughter abroad in the hope of separating her from Mr. Gowan. He rather thinks she is disposed to like him, and he has painful doubts. I quite agree with him, as I dare say you do, of the hopefulness of such a marriage." "There—" Clennam choked and coughed and stopped. "Yes, you have taken cold," said Daniel Doyce, but without looking at him. "There is an engagement between them, of course?" said Clennam airily. "No, as I am told, certainly not. It has been solicited on the gentleman's part, but none has been made. Since their recent return, our friend has yielded to a weekly visit, but that is the utmost. Minnie would not deceive her father and mother. You have travelled with them, and I believe you know what a bond there is among them, extending even beyond this present life. All that there is between Miss Minnie and Mr. Gowan, I have no doubt we see." "Ah, "We see enough," cried Arthur. Mr. Dorrit wished him good night in the tone of a man who had heard a mournful, not to say despairing, exclamation, and who sought to infuse some encouragement and hope into the mind of the person by whom it had been uttered. Such tone was probably a part of his oddity, as one of a crotchety band, for how could he have heard anything of that kind without Clennam's hearing it too? The rain fell heavily on the roof, and pattered on the ground, and dripped among the evergreens and the leafless branches of the trees. The rain fell heavily, drearily. It was a night of tears. If Clennam had not decided against falling in love with Pet, if he had had the weakness to do it, if he had, little by little, persuaded himself to set all the earnestness of his nature, all the might of his hope, and all the wealth of his matured character, on that cast, if he had done this and found that all was lost, he would have been, that night, unutterably miserable. As it was, the rain fell heavily, drearily. End of chapter the 17th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 18th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 18th. Little Dorrit's Lover. Little Dorrit had not attained her 22nd birthday without finding a lover. Even in the shadow Marshalsea, the ever-young archer shot off a few featherless arrows now and then from a mouldy bough, and winged a collegian or two. Little Dorrit's lover, however, was not a collegian. He was the sentimental son of a turnkey. His father hoped, in the fullness of time, to leave him the inheritance of an unstained key, and had from his early youth familiarized him with the duties of his office, and with an ambition to retain the prison lock in the family. While the succession was yet in abeyance, he assisted his mother in the conduct of a snug tobacco business round the corner of Horsemonger Lane, his father being a non-resident turnkey, which could usually command a neat connection within the college walls. Years agone, when the object of his affections was wont to sit in her little armchair by the high lodge fender, young John, family name Chivery, a year older than herself, had eyed her with admiring wonder. When he had played with her in the yard, his favourite game had been to counterfeit locking her up in corners, and to counterfeit letting her out for real kisses. When he grew tall enough to peep through the keyhole of the great lock of the main door, he had divers times set down his father's dinner, or supper, to get on as it might on the outer side thereof, while he stood taking cold in one eye by dint of peeping at her through that airy perspective. If young John had ever slackened in his truth in the less penetrable days of his boyhood, when youth is prone to wear its boots unlaced and is happily unconscious of digestive organs, he had soon strung it up again and screwed it tight. At 19, his hand had inscribed in chalk on that part of the wall which fronted her lodgings, on the occasion of her birthday, "Welcome, sweet nursling of the fairies." At 23, the same hand falteringly presented cigars on Sundays to the father of the Marshalsea, and father of the queen of his soul. Young John was small of stature, with rather weak legs and very weak light hair. One of his eyes, perhaps the eye that used to peep through the keyhole, was also weak, and looked larger than the other, as if it couldn't collect itself. Young John was gentle likewise, but he was great of soul, poetical, expansive, faithful. Though too humble before the ruler of his heart to be sanguine, young John had considered the object of his attachment in all its lights and shades. Following it out to blissful results, he had descried, without self-commendation, a fitness in it. Say things prospered, and they were united. She, the child of the Marshalsea; he, the lock-keeper. There was a fitness in that. Say he became a resident turnkey, she would officially succeed to the chamber she had rented so long. There was a beautiful propriety in that. It looked over the wall, if you stood on tiptoe, and with a trellis work of scarlet beans and a canary or so, would become a very arbour. There was a charming idea in that. Then, being all in all to one another, there was even an appropriate grace in the lock. With the world shut out, except that part of it which would be shut in, with its troubles and disturbances only known to them by hearsay, as they would be described by the pilgrims tarrying with them on their way to the insolvent shrine, with the arbour above and the lodge below, they would glide down the stream of time in pastoral domestic happiness. Young John drew tears from his eyes by finishing the picture with a tombstone in the adjoining churchyard, close against the prison wall, bearing the following touching inscription: "Sacred to the memory of John Chivery, 60 years turnkey, and 50 years head turnkey, of the neighbouring Marshalsea, who departed this life universally respected on the 31st of December, 1886, aged 83 years. Also of his truly beloved and truly loving wife, Amy, whose maiden name was Dorrit, who survived his loss not quite 48 hours, and who breathed her last in the Marshalsea aforesaid. There she was born, there she lived, there she died." The Chivery parents were not ignorant of their son's attachment. Indeed, it had, on some exceptional occasions, thrown him into a state of mind that had impelled him to conduct himself with irascibility towards the customers, and damage the business, but they, in their turns, had worked it out to desirable conclusions. Mrs. Chivery, a prudent woman, had desired her husband to take notice that their John's prospects of the lock would certainly be strengthened by an alliance with Miss Dorrit, who had herself a kind of claim upon the college, and was much respected there. Mrs. Chivery had desired her husband to take notice that if, on the one hand, their John had means and a post of trust, on the other hand, Miss Dorrit had family, and that her, Mrs. Chivery's, sentiment was, that two halves made a whole. Mrs. Chivery, speaking as a mother and not as a diplomatist, had then, from a different point of view, desired her husband to recollect that their John had never been strong, and that his love had fretted and worried him enough as it was, without his being driven to do himself a mischief, as nobody couldn't say he wouldn't be if he was crossed. These arguments had so powerfully influenced the mind of Mr. Chivery, who was a man of few words, that he had on sundry Sunday mornings given his boy what he termed a lucky touch, signifying that he considered such commendation of him to good fortune preparatory to his that day declaring his passion and becoming triumphant. But young John had never taken courage to make the declaration, and it was principally on these occasions that he had returned excited to the tobacco shop, and flown at the customers. In this affair, as in every other, little Dorrit herself was the last person considered. Her brother and sister were aware of it, and attained a sort of station by making a peg of it, on which to air the miserably ragged old fiction of the family gentility. Her sister asserted the family gentility by flouting the poor swain as he loitered about the prison for glimpses of his dear. Tip asserted the family gentility and his own by coming out in the character of the aristocratic brother, and loftily swaggering in the little skittle-ground respecting seizures by the scruff of the neck, which there were looming probabilities of some gentleman unknown executing on some little puppy not mentioned. These were not the only members of the Dorrit family who turned it to account. No, no, the father of the Marshalsea was supposed to know nothing about the matter of course. His poor dignity could not see so low. But he took the cigars on Sundays, and was glad to get them, and sometimes even condescended to walk up and down the yard with the donor, who was proud and hopeful then, and benignantly to smoke one in his society. With no less readiness and condescension did he receive attentions from Chivery senior, who always relinquished his arm-chair and newspaper to him, when he came into the lodge during one of his spells of duty, and who had even mentioned to him that, if he would like at any time after dusk quietly to step out into the forecourt and take a look at the street, there was not much to prevent him. If he did not avail himself of this latter civility, it was only because he had lost the relish for it, inasmuch as he took everything else he could get, and would say at times, "Extremely civil person, Chivery, very attentive man and very respectful, young Chivery too, really almost with a delicate perception of one's position here, a very well-conducted family indeed, the Chiverys. Their behaviour gratifies me." The devoted young John all this time regarded the family with reverence. He never dreamed of disputing their pretensions, but did homage to the miserable mumbo-jumbo they paraded. As to resenting any affront from her brother, he would have felt, even if he had not naturally been of a most pacific disposition, that to wag his tongue or lift his hand against that sacred gentleman would be an unhallowed act. He was sorry that his noble mind should take offence. Still, he felt the fact to be not incompatible with his nobility, and sought to propitiate and conciliate that gallant soul. Her father, a gentleman in misfortune, a gentleman of a fine spirit and courtly manners, who always bore with him, he deeply honoured. Her sister he considered somewhat vain and proud, but a young lady of infinite accomplishments, who could not forget the past. It was an instinctive testimony to little Dorrit's worth and difference from all the rest, that the poor young fellow honoured and loved her for being simply what she was. The tobacco business round the corner of Horsemonger Lane was carried out in a rural establishment 1 story high, which had the benefit of the air from the yards of Horsemonger Lane Gaol, and the advantage of a retired walk under the wall of that pleasant establishment. The business was of too modest a character to support a life-size Highlander, but it maintained a little one on a bracket on the door-post, who looked like a fallen cherub that had found it necessary to take to a kilt. From the portal thus decorated, one Sunday after an early dinner of baked viands, young John issued forth on his usual Sunday errand, not empty-handed, but with his offering of cigars. He was neatly attired in a plum-coloured coat, with as large a collar of black velvet as his figure could carry, a silken waistcoat bedecked with golden sprigs, a chaste neckerchief much in vogue at that day, representing a preserve of lilac pheasants on a buff ground, pantaloons so highly decorated with side stripes that each leg was a 3-stringed lute, and a hat of state very high and hard. When the prudent Mrs. Chivery perceived that in addition to these adornments her John carried a pair of white kid gloves, and a cane like a little finger-post, surmounted by an ivory hand, marshalling him the way that he should go, and when she saw him, in this heavy marching order, turn the corner to the right, she remarked to Mr. Chivery, who was at home at the time, that she thought she knew which way the wind blew. The collegians were entertaining a considerable number of visitors that Sunday afternoon, and their father kept his room for the purpose of receiving presentations. After making the tour of the yard, little Dorrit's lover with a hurried heart went upstairs, and knocked with his knuckles at the father's door. "Come in," said a gracious voice. The father's voice, her father's, the Marshalsea's father's. He was seated in his black velvet cap, with his newspaper, 3 and 6pence accidentally left on the table, and 2 chairs arranged. Everything prepared for holding his court. "Ah, young John, how do you do, how do you do?" "Pretty well, I thank you, sir. I hope you are the same." "Yes, John Chivery, yes, nothing to complain of." "I have taken the liberty, sir, of—" "Eh?" The father of the Marshalsea always lifted up his eyebrows at this point, and became amiably distraught, and smilingly absent in mind. "A few cigars, sir." "Oh!" for the moment excessively surprised. "Thank you, young John, thank you, but really I am afraid I am too— No. Well then, I will say no more about it. put them on the mantel-shelf, if you please, young John. And sit down, sit down. You are not a stranger, John. Thank you, sir, I'm sure. Miss—" Here young John turned the great hat round and round upon his left hand, like a slowly twirling mouse cage. "Miss Amy quite well, sir?" "Yes, John, yes, very well. She is out." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, John. Miss Amy is gone for an airing. My young people all go out a good deal, but at their time of life it's natural, John." "Very much so, I'm sure, sir." An airing, yes." He was blandly tapping his fingers on the table, and casting his eyes up at the window. "Amy has gone for an airing on the iron bridge. She has become quite partial to the iron bridge of late, and seems to like to walk there better than anywhere." He returned to conversation. "Your father is not on duty at present, I think, John?" "No, sir, he comes on later in the afternoon." Another twirl of the great hat, and then young John said, rising, "I am afraid I must wish you good day, sir." "So soon? Good day, young John. Nay, nay," with the utmost condescension. "Never mind your glove, John. Shake hands with it on. You are no stranger here, you know." Highly gratified by the kindness of his reception, young John descended the staircase. On his way down he met some collegians bringing up visitors to be presented, and at that moment Mr. Dorrit happened to call over the banisters with particular distinctness, "Much obliged to you for your little testimonial, John." Little Dorrit's lover very soon laid down his penny on the tall plate of the iron bridge, and came upon it looking about him for the well-known and well-beloved figure. At first he feared she was not there, but as he walked on towards the Middlesex side, he saw her standing still, looking at the water. She was absorbed in thought, and he wondered what she might be thinking about. There were the piles of city roofs and chimneys, more free from smoke than on week-days, and there were the distant masts and steeples. Perhaps she was thinking about them. Little Dorrit mused so long, and was so entirely preoccupied, that although her lover stood quiet for what he thought was a long time, and twice or thrice retired and came back again to the former spot, still she did not move. So, in the end, he made up his mind to go on, and seem to come upon her casually in passing, and speak to her. The place was quiet, and now or never was the time to speak to her. He walked on, and she did not appear to hear his steps until he was close upon her. When he said, "Miss Dorrit," she started and fell back from him, with an expression in her face of fright and something like dislike, that caused him unutterable dismay. She had often avoided him before, always, indeed, for a long, long while. She had turned away and glided off so often when she had seen him coming toward her, that the unfortunate young John could not think it accidental. But he had hoped that it might be shyness, her retiring character, her foreknowledge of the state of his heart, anything short of aversion. Now that momentary look had said, "You, of all people, I would rather have seen any one on earth than you." It was but a momentary look, inasmuch as she checked it, and said in her soft little voice, "Oh, Mr. John, is it you?" But she felt what it had been, as he felt what it had been, and they stood looking at one another, equally confused. "Miss Amy, I am afraid I disturbed you by speaking to you." "Yes, rather. I came here to be alone, and I thought I was." "Miss Amy, I took the liberty of walking this way because Mr. Dorrit chanced to mention, when I called upon him just now, that you—" She caused him more dismay than before by suddenly murmuring, "Oh, father, father!" in a heart-rending tone, and turning her face away. "Miss Amy, I hope I don't give you any uneasiness by naming Mr. Dorrit. I assure you I found him very well and in the best of spirits, and he showed me even more than his usual kindness, being so very kind as to say that I was not a stranger there, and in always gratifying me very much." To the inexpressible consternation of her lover, little Dorrit, with her hands to her averted face, and rocking herself where she stood as if she were in pain, murmured, "Oh, father, how can you? Oh, dear, dear father, how can you do it?" The poor fellow stood gazing at her, overflowing with sympathy, but not knowing what to make of this, until, having taken out her handkerchief and put it to her still averted face, she hurried away. At first he remained stock-still, then hurried after her. "Miss Amy, pray, will you have the goodness to stop a moment? Miss Amy, if it comes to that, let me go. I shall go out of my senses if I have to think that I have driven you away like this." His trembling voice and unfeigned earnestness brought little Dorrit to a stop. "Oh, I don't know what to do," she cried. "I don't know what to do." To young John, who had never seen her bereft of her quiet self-command, who had seen her from her infancy ever so reliable and self-suppressed, there was a shock in her distress, and in having to associate himself with it, as its cause, that shook him from his great hat to the pavement. He felt it necessary to explain himself. He might be misunderstood, supposed to mean something, or to have done something that had never entered into his imagination. He begged her to hear him explain himself, as the greatest favour she could show him. "Miss Amy, I know very well that your family is far above mine. It were vain to conceal it. There never was a chivalrier gentleman that ever I heard of, and I will not commit the meanness of making a false representation on a subject so momentous. Miss Amy, I know very well that your high-souled brother, and likewise your spirited sister, spurn me from a height. What I have to do is to respect them, to wish to be admitted to their friendship, to look up at the eminence on which they are placed from my lowlier station. For, whether viewed as tobacco or viewed as the lock, I well know it is lowly, and ever wish them well and happy." There really was a genuineness in the poor fellow, and a contrast between the hardness of his head and the softness of his heart, albeit perhaps of his head too, that was moving. Little Dorrit entreated him to disparage neither himself nor his station, and above all things, to divest himself of any idea that she supposed hers to be superior. This gave him a little comfort. "Miss Amy," he then stammered, "I have had for a long time, ages they seem to me, revolving ages, a hard, cherished wish to say something to you. May I say it?" Little Dorrit involuntarily started from his side again, with the faintest shadow of her former look. Conquering that, she went on at great speed half across the bridge without replying. "May I, Miss Amy, I but ask the question humbly, may I say it? I have been so unlucky already in giving you pain without having any such intentions before the holy heavens, that there is no fear of my saying it unless I have your leave. I can be miserable alone, I can be cut up by myself. Why should I also make miserable and cut up one that I would fling myself off that parapet to give half a moment's joy to? Not that that's much to do, for I'd do it for twopence." The mournfulness of his spirits, and the gorgeousness of his appearance might have made him ridiculous, but that his delicacy made him respectable. Little Dorrit learned from it what to do. "If you please, John Chivery," she returned, trembling, but in a quiet way, "since you are so considerate as to ask me whether you shall say any more, if you please, no." "Never, Miss Amy?" "No, if you please, never." "Oh, Lord!" gasped young John. "But perhaps you will let me instead say something to you. I want to say it earnestly, and with as plain a meaning as it is possible to express. When you think of us, John, I mean my brother and sister and me, don't think of us as being any different from the rest, for whatever we once were, which I hardly know, we ceased to be long ago, and never can be any more. It will be much better for you, and much better for others, if you will do that instead of what you are doing now." Young John dolefully protested that he would try to bear it in mind, and would be heartily glad to do anything she wished. "As to me," said little Dorrit, "think as little of me as you can. The less, the better. When you think of me at all, John, let it only be as the child you have seen grow up in the prison with one set of duties always occupying her, as a weak, retired, contented, unprotected girl. I particularly want you to remember that when I come outside the gate, I am unprotected and solitary." He would try to do anything she wished. But why did Miss Amy so much want him to remember that? "Because," returned little Dorrit, "I know I can then quite trust you not to forget to-day, and not to say any more to me. You are so generous that I know I can trust to you for that, and I do, and I always will. I am going to show you at once that I fully trust you. I like this place where we are speaking better than any place I know." Her slight colour had faded, but her lover thought he saw it coming back just then. "And I may be often here. I know it is only necessary for me to tell you so, to be quite sure that you will never come here again in search of me. And I am quite sure." She might rely upon it, said young John. He was a miserable wretch, but her word was more than a law for him. "And good-bye, John," said little Dorrit. "And I hope you will have a good wife one day, and be a happy man. I am sure you will deserve to be happy, and you will be, John." As she held out her hand to him with these words, the heart that was under the waistcoat of sprigs, mere slop-work, if the truth must be known, swelled to the size of the heart of a gentleman, and the poor common little fellow, having no room to hold it, burst into tears. "Oh, don't cry," said little Dorrit piteously. "Don't, don't! Good-bye, John. God bless you." "Good-bye, Miss Amy. Good-bye." And so he left her, first observing that she sat down on the corner of a seat, and not only rested her little hand upon the rough wall, but laid her face against it too, as if her head were heavy, and her mind were sad. It was an affecting illustration of the fallacy of human projects, to behold her lover, with the great hat pulled over his eyes, the velvet collar turned up as if it rained, the plum-coloured coat buttoned to conceal the silken waistcoat of golden sprigs, and the little direction-post pointing inexorably home, creeping along by the worst back-streets, and composing, as he went, the following new inscription for a tombstone in St. George's churchyard: "Here lie the mortal remains of John Chivery, never anything worth mentioning, who died about the end of the year 1826, of a broken heart, requesting with his last breath that the word Amy might be inscribed over his ashes, which was accordingly directed to be done by his afflicted parents." End of chapter the 18th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 19th, Book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 19th. The Father of the Marshalsea in 2 or 3 relations. The brothers William and Frederick Dorrit, walking up and down the college yard, of course on the aristocratic or pump side, for the father made it a point of his state to be chary of going among his children on the poor side, except on Sunday mornings, Christmas days, and other occasions of ceremony, in the observance whereof he was very punctual, and at which times he laid his hand upon the heads of their infants, and blessed those young insolvents with a benignity that was highly edifying. The brothers, walking up and down the college yard together, were a memorable sight. Frederick the Free was so humbled, bowed, withered, and faded. William the Bond was so courtly, condescending, and benevolently conscious of a position, that in this regard only, if in no other, the brothers were a spectacle to wonder at. They walked up and down the yard on the evening of little Dorrit's Sunday interview with her lover on the iron bridge. The cares of state were over for that day. The drawing-room had been well attended. Several new presentations had taken place. The 3 and 6pence accidentally left on the table had accidentally increased to 12 shillings, and the father of the Marshalsea refreshed himself with a whiff of cigar. As he walked up and down, affably accommodating his step to the shuffle of his brother, not proud in his superiority, but considerate of that poor creature bearing with him, and breathing toleration of his infirmities in every little puff of smoke that issued from his lips and aspired to get over the spiked wall, he was a sight to wonder at. His brother Frederick of the dim eye, palsied hand, bent form, and groping mind, submissively shuffled at his side, accepting his patronage as he accepted every incident of the labyrinthian world in which he had got lost. He held the usual screwed bit of whitey-brown paper in his hand, from which he ever and again unscrewed a spare pinch of snuff. That falteringly taken, he would glance at his brother not unadmiringly, put his hands behind him, and shuffle on so at his side until he took another pinch, or stood still to look about him, perchance suddenly missing his clarionet. The college visitors were melting away as the shades of night drew on, but the yard was still pretty full, the collegians being mostly out, seeing their friends to the lodge. As the brothers paced the yard, William the Bond looked about him to receive salutes, returned them by graciously lifting off his hat, and, with an engaging air, prevented Frederick the Free from running against the company, or being jostled against the wall. The collegians as a body were not easily impressible, but even they, according to their various ways of wondering, appeared to find in the two brothers a sight to wonder at. "You are a little low this evening, Frederick," said the father of the Marshalsea. "Anything the matter?" "The matter?" He stared for a moment, and then dropped his head and eyes again. "No, William, no, nothing is the matter." "If you could be persuaded to smarten yourself up a little, Frederick." "Aye," said the old man hurriedly, "but I can't be. Don't talk so. That's all over." The father of the Marshalsea glanced at a passing collegian with whom he was on friendly terms, and who should say, "An enfeebled old man, this, but he is my brother, sir, my brother, and the voice of nature is potent," and steered his brother clear of the handle of the pump by the threadbare sleeve. Nothing would have been wanting to the perfection of his character as a fraternal guide, philosopher, and friend, if he had only steered his brother clear of ruin, instead of bringing it upon him. "I think, William," said the object of his affectionate consideration, "that I am tired, and will go home to bed." "My dear Frederick," returned the other, "don't let me detain you. Don't sacrifice your inclination to me." "Late hours, and a heated atmosphere and ears, I suppose," said Frederick, "weaken me." "My dear Frederick," returned the father of the Marshalsea, "do you think you are sufficiently careful of yourself? Do you think your habits are as precise and methodical as, shall I say, as mine are? Not to revert again to that little eccentricity which I mentioned just now, I doubt if you take air and exercise enough, Frederick. Here is the parade, always at your service. Why not use it more regularly than you do?" "Ah," sighed the other, "yes. But it is of no use saying yes, my dear Frederick," the father of the Marshalsea in his mild wisdom persisted, "unless you act on that assent. Consider my case, Frederick. I am a kind of example. Necessity and time have taught me what to do. At certain stated hours of the day you will find me on the parade, in my room, in the lodge, reading the paper, receiving company, eating and drinking. I have impressed upon Amy during many years that I must have my meals, for instance, punctually. Amy has grown up in a sense of the importance of these arrangements, and you know what a good girl she is." The brother only sighed again, as he plodded dreamily along. "Ah, yes, 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 yes." "My dear fellow," said the father of the Marshalsea, laying his hand upon his shoulder, and mildly rallying him, mildly, because of his weakness, poor dear soul. "You said that before, and it does not express much, Frederick, even if it means much. I wish I could rouse you, my good Frederick. You want to be roused." "Yes, William, yes, no doubt," returned the other, lifting his dim eyes to his face. "But I am not like you." The father of the Marshalsea said, with a shrug of modest self-depreciation, "Oh, you might be like me, my dear Frederick, you might be, if you chose," and forbore, in the magnanimity of his strength, to press his fallen brother further. There was a great deal of leave-taking going on in corners, as was usual on Sunday nights, and here and there in the dark some poor woman, wife or mother, was weeping with a new collegian. The time had been when the father himself had wept, in the shades of that yard, as his own poor wife had wept. But it was many years ago, and now he was like a passenger aboard ship in a long voyage, who has recovered from sea-sickness, and is impatient of that weakness in the fresher passengers taken aboard at the last port. He was inclined to remonstrate, and to express his opinion that people who couldn't get on without crying had no business there. In manner, if not in words, he always testified his displeasure at these interruptions of the general harmony, and it was so well understood that delinquents usually withdrew if they were aware of him. On this Sunday evening he accompanied his brother to the gate with an air of endurance and clemency, being in a bland temper and graciously disposed to overlook the tears. In the flaring gaslight of the lodge, several collegians were basking, some taking leave of visitors, and some who had no visitors watching the frequent turning of the key, and conversing with one another and with Mr. Chivery. The paternal entrance made a sensation, of course, and Mr. Chivery, touching his cat in a short manner though, with his key, hoped he found himself tolerable. "Thank you, Chivery, quite well. And you?" Mr. Chivery said in a low growl, "Oh, he was all right," which was his general way of acknowledging inquiries after his health when a little sullen. "I had a visit from young John to-day, Chivery, and very smart he looked, I assure you." So Mr. Chivery had heard. Mr. Chivery must confess, however, that his wish was that the boy didn't lay out so much money upon it. For what did it bring him in? It only brought him in vexation, and he could get that anywhere for nothing. "How vexation, Chivery?" asked the benignant father. "No odds," returned Mr. Chivery. "Never mind. Mr. Frederick going out?" "Yes, Chivery, my brother is going home to bed. He is tired and not quite well. Take care, Frederick, take care. Good night, my dear Frederick." Shaking hands with his brother, and touching his greasy hat to the company in the lodge, Frederick slowly shuffled out of the door, which Mr. Chivery unlocked for him. The father of the Marshalsea showed the amiable solicitude of a superior being that he should come to no harm. "Be so kind as to keep the door open a moment, Chivery, that I may see him go along the passage and down the steps." "Take care, Frederick." "He is very infirm." "Mind the steps." "He is so very absent." "Be careful how you cross, Frederick." "I really don't like the notion of his going wandering at large. He is so extremely liable to be run over." With these words, and with a face expressive of many uneasy doubts and much anxious guardianship, he turned his regards upon the assembled company in the lodge, so plainly indicating that his brother was to be pitied for not being under lock and key, that an opinion to that effect went round among the collegians assembled. But he did not receive it with unqualified assent. On the contrary, he said, "No, gentlemen, no. Let them not misunderstand him. His brother Frederick was much broken, no doubt, and it might be more comfortable to himself, the father of the Marshalsea, to know that he was safe within the walls. Still, it must be remembered that to support an existence there during many years required a certain combination of qualities. He did not say high qualities, but qualities, moral qualities. Now, had his brother Frederick that peculiar union of qualities? Gentleman, he was a most excellent man, a most gentle, tender, and estimable man, with the simplicity of a child. But would he, though unsuited for most other places, do for that place? No, he said confidently, no. And he said, Heaven forbid that Frederick should be there in any other character than in his present voluntary character. Gentlemen, whoever came to that college to remain there a length of time must have strength of character to go through a good deal, and to come out of a good deal. Was his beloved brother Frederick that man? No. They saw him, even as it was, crushed. Misfortune crushed him. He had not power of recoil enough, not elasticity enough, to be a long time in such a place, and yet preserve his self-respect and feel conscious that he was a gentleman. Frederick had not, if he might use the expression, power enough to see in any delicate little attentions and testimonials that he might under such circumstances receive, the goodness of human nature, the fine spirit animating the collegians as a community, and at the same time no degradation to himself, and no depreciation of his claims as a gentleman. Gentlemen, God bless you. Such was the homily with which he improved, and pointed the occasion to the company in the lodge before turning into the sallow yard again, and going with his own poor shabby dignity past the collegian in the dressing-gown who had no coat, and past the collegian in the seaside slippers who had no shoes, and past the stout greengrocer collegian in the corduroy knee-breeches who had no cares, and past the lean clerk collegian in buttonless black who had no hopes, up his own poor shabby staircase, to his own poor shabby room. There the table was laid for his supper, and his old grey gown was ready for him on his chair back at the fire. His daughter put her little prayer-book in her pocket, had she been praying for pity on all prisoners and captives, and rose to welcome him. "Uncle had gone home, then?" she asked, as she changed his coat and gave him his black velvet cap. Yes, uncle had gone home. Had her father enjoyed his walk? Why, not much, Amy, not much. No. Did he not feel quite well? As she stood behind him, leaning over his chair so lovingly, he looked with downcast eyes at the fire. An uneasiness stole over him that was like a touch of shame, and when he spoke, as he presently did, it was in an unconnected and embarrassed manner. "Something I don't know what, has gone wrong with Chivery. He is not not nearly so obliging and attentive as usual to-night. It's a little thing, but it puts me out, my love. It's impossible to forget," turning his hands over and over and looking closely at them, "that in such a life as mine, I am unfortunately dependent on these men for something every hour in the day." Her arm was on his shoulder, but she did not look in his face while he spoke. Bending her head, she looked another way. I can't think, Amy, what has given Chivery offence. He is generally so very attentive and respectful, and to-night he was quite short with me. Other people there too. Why, good heaven, if I was to lose the support and recognition of Chivery and his brother officers, I might starve to death here. While he spoke, he was opening and shutting his hands like valves, so conscious all the time of that touch of shame, that he shrank before his own knowledge of his meaning. I can't think what it's owing to. I am sure I cannot imagine what the cause of it is. There was a certain Jackson here once, a turnkey of the name of Jackson. I don't think you can remember him, my dear, you were very young, and he had a brother, and this young brother paid his addresses to, at least, did not go so far as to pay his addresses to, but admired respectfully admired the, not daughter, the sister of one of us, a rather distinguished collegian. I may say, very much so. His name was Captain Martin, and he consulted me on the question whether it was necessary that his daughter, sister, should hazard offending the turnkey brother by being too plain with the other brother. Captain Martin was a gentleman and a man of honour, and I put it to him first to give me his own opinion. Captain Martin, highly respected in the army, then unhesitatingly said that it appeared to him that his sister was not called upon to understand the young man too distinctly, and that she might lead him on. I am doubtful whether "lead him on" was Captain Martin's exact expression. Indeed, I think he said tolerate him, on her father's, I should say, brother's account. I hardly know how I have strayed into this story. I suppose it has been through being unable to account for chivalry, but as to the connection between the two, I don't see. His voice died away, as if she could not bear the pain of hearing him, and her hand had gradually crept to his lips. For a little while there was a dead silence and stillness, and he remained shrunk in his chair, and she remained with her arm round his neck and her head bowed down upon his shoulder. His supper was cooking in a saucepan on the fire, and when she moved, it was to make it ready for him on the table. He took his usual seat, she took hers, and he began his meal. They did not as yet look at one another. By little and little he began, laying down his knife and fork with a noise, taking things up sharply, biting at his bread as if he were offended with it, and in other similar ways showing that he was out of sorts. At length he pushed his plate from him, and spoke aloud, with the strangest inconsistency. "What does it matter whether I eat or starve? What does it matter whether such a blighted life as mine comes to an end, now, next week, or next year? What am I worth to any one? A poor prisoner, fed on alms and broken victuals, a squalid, disgraced wretch." "Father! Father!" As he rose she went on her knees to him, and held up her hands to him. "Amy," he went on in a suppressed voice, trembling violently, and looking at her as wildly as if he had gone mad, "I tell you, if you could see me as your mother saw me, you wouldn't believe it to be the creature you have only looked at through the bars of this cage. I was young, I was accomplished, I was good-looking, I was independent. By God, I was, child, and people sought me out and envied me. "Dear father!" She tried to take down the shaking arm that he flourished in the air, but he resisted, and put her hand away. "If I had but a picture of myself in those days, though it was ever so ill done, you would be proud of it, But I have no such thing. Now, let me be a warning. Let no man," he cried, looking haggardly about, "fail to preserve at least that little of the times of his prosperity and respect. Let his children have that clue to what he was. Unless my face, when I am dead, subsides into the long-departed look, they say such things happen, I don't know, my children will have never seen me." "Father! Father!" "Oh, despise me! Look away from me, don't listen to me, stop me, blush for me, cry for me, even you, Amy. Do it! I do it to myself. I am hardened now. I have sunk too low to care long even for that." "Dear father, loved father, darling of my heart!" She was clinging to him with her arms, and she got him to drop into his chair again, and caught at the raised arm, and tried to put it round her neck. "Let it lie there, father. Look at me, father. Kiss me, father. Only think of me, father, for one little moment." Still he went on in the same wild way, though it was gradually breaking down into a miserable whining. "And yet I have some respect here. I have made some stand against it. I am not quite trodden down. Go out and ask who is the chief person in the place. They'll tell you that it's your father. Go out and ask who is never trifled with, and who is always treated with some delicacy. They'll say, your father. Go out and ask what funeral here, it must be here, I know it can be nowhere else, will make more talk, and perhaps more grief, than any that has ever gone out at the gate. They'll say, your father's. Well then, Amy, is your father so universally despised? Is there nothing to redeem him? Will you have nothing to remember him by but his ruin and decay? Will you be able to have no affection for him when he is gone, poor castaway, gone?" He burst into tears of maudlin pity for himself, and at length suffering her to embrace him and take charge of him, let his grey head rest against her cheek, and bewailed his wretchedness. Presently he changed the subject of his lamentations, and clasping his hands about her as she embraced him, cried, "Oh, Amy, his motherless, forlorn child! Oh, the days that he had seen her careful and laborious for him!" Then he reverted to himself, and weakly told her how much better she would have loved him if she had known him in his vanished character, and how he would have married her to a gentleman who should have been proud of her as his daughter, and how, at which he cried again, she should first have ridden at his fatherly side on her own horse, and how the crowd, by which he meant in effect the people who had given him the 12 shillings he then had in his pocket, should have trudged the dusty roads respectfully. Thus, now boasting, now despairing, in either fit a captive with the jail wrought upon him, and the impurity of his prison worn into the grain of his soul, he revealed his degenerate state to his affectionate child. No one else ever beheld him in the details of his humiliation. Little recked the collegians who were laughing in their rooms over his late address in the lodge, what a serious picture they had in their obscure gallery of the Marshalsea that Sunday night. There was a classical daughter once, perhaps, who ministered to her father in his prison as her mother had ministered to her. Little Dorrit, though of the unheroic modern stock and mere English, did much more in comforting her father's wasted heart upon her innocent breast, and turning to it a fountain of love and fidelity that never ran dry or waned through all his years of famine. She soothed him, asked him for his forgiveness if she had been, or seemed to have been, undutiful, told him, heaven knows truly, that she could not honour him more if he were the favourite of fortune, and the whole world acknowledged him. When his tears were dried, and he sobbed in his weakness no longer, and was free from that touch of shame, and had recovered his usual bearing, she prepared the remains of his supper afresh, and, sitting by his side, rejoiced to see him eat and drink. For now he sat in his black velvet cap and old grey gown, magnanimous again, and would have comported himself towards any collegian who might have looked in to ask his advice, like a great moral Lord Chesterfield, or master of the ethical ceremonies of the Marshalsea. To keep his attention engaged, she talked with him about his wardrobe, when he was pleased to say that yes, indeed, those shirts she proposed would be exceedingly acceptable, for those he had were worn out, and being ready-made had never fitted him. Being conversational and in a reasonable flow of spirits, he then invited her attention to his coat as it hung behind the door, remarking that the father of the place would set an indifferent example to his children, already disposed to be slovenly, if he went among them out at elbows. He was jocular, too, as to the heeling of his shoes, but became grave on the subject of his cravat, and promised her that, when she could afford it, she should buy him a new one. While he smoked out his cigar in peace, she made his bed and put the small room in order for his repose. Being weary then, Owing to the advanced hour in his emotions, he came out of his chair to bless her and wish her good night. All this time he had never once thought of her dress, her shoes, her need of anything. No other person upon earth, save herself, could have been so unmindful of her wants. He kissed her many times with, "Bless you, my love. Good night, my dear." But her gentle breast had been so deeply wounded by what she had seen of him, that she was unwilling to leave him alone, lest he should lament and despair again. "Father, dear, I am not tired. Let me come back presently, when you are in bed, and sit by you." He asked her, with an air of protection, if she felt solitary. "Yes, father." "Then come back by all means, my love." "I shall be very quiet, father." "Don't think of me, my dear," he said, giving her his kind permission fully. "Come back by all means." He seemed to be dozing when she returned, and she put the low fire together very softly, lest she should awake him. But he overheard her, and called out who was that. "Only Amy, father." "Amy, my child, come here. I want to say a word to you." He raised himself a little in his low bed, as she kneeled beside it to bring her face near him, and put his hand between hers. Oh, both the private father and the father of the Marshalsea were strong within him then. "My love, you have had a life of hardship here. No companions, no recreations, many cares, I am afraid." "Don't think of that, dear. I never do." "You know my position, Amy. I have not been able to do much for you, but all I have been able to do, I have done." "Yes, my dear father," she rejoined, kissing him. "I know, I know." "I am in the 23rd year of my life here," he said, with a catch in his breath that was not so much a sob as an irrepressible sound of self-approval, the momentary outburst of a noble consciousness. "It is all I could do for my children. I have done it. Amy, my love, you are by far the best loved of the three. I have had you principally in my mind. Whatever I have done for your sake, my dear child, I have done freely and without murmuring." Only the wisdom that holds the clue to all hearts and all mysteries can surely know to what extent a man, especially a man brought down as this man had been, can impose upon himself. Enough for the present place, that he lay down with wet eyelashes, serene, in a manner majestic, after bestowing his life of degradation as a sort of portion on the devoted child, upon whom its miseries had fallen so heavily, and whose love alone had saved him to be even what he was. That child had no doubts, asked herself no question, for she was but too content to see him with a lustre round his head. Poor dear, good dear, truest, kindest, dearest, were the only words she had for him, as she hushed him to rest. She never left him all that night, as if she had done him a wrong which her tenderness could hardly repair. She sat by him in his sleep, at times softly kissing him with a suspended breath, and calling him in a whisper by some endearing name. At times she stood aside, so as not to intercept the low firelight, and watching him when it fell upon his sleeping face, wondered did he look now at all as he had looked when he was prosperous and happy, as he had so touched her by imagining that he might look once more in that awful time. At the thought of that time, she kneeled beside his bed again, and prayed, "Oh, spare his life! Oh, save him to me! Oh, look down upon my dear, long-suffering, unfortunate, much changed, dear, dear father!" Not until the morning came to protect him and encourage him, did she give him a last kiss and leave the small room. When she had stolen downstairs and along the empty yard, and had crept up to her own high garret, the smokeless housetops and the distant country hills were discernible over the wall in the clear morning. As she gently opened the window and looked eastward down the prison yard, the spikes upon the wall were tipped with red, then made a sullen purple pattern on the sun as it came flaming up into the heavens. The spikes had never looked so sharp and cruel, nor the bars so heavy, nor the prison space so gloomy and contracted. She thought of the sunrise on rolling rivers, of the sunrise on wide seas, of the sunrise on rich landscapes, of the sunrise on great forests where the birds were waking and the trees were rustling. And she looked down into the living grave on which the sun had risen, with her father in 23 years, and said, in a burst of sorrow and compassion, "No, no, I have never seen him in my life." End of chapter the 19th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 20th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 20th. Moving in Society. If young John Chivery had had the inclination and the power to write a satire on family pride, he would have had no need to go for an avenging illustration out of the family of his beloved. He would have found it amply in that gallant brother and that dainty sister, so steeped in mean experiences, and so loftily conscious of the family name, so ready to beg and borrow from the poorest, to eat of anybody's bread, spend anybody's money, drink from anybody's cup and break it afterwards, to have painted the sordid facts of their lives, and they throughout invoking the death's-head apparition of the family gentility to come and scare their benefactors, would have made young John a satirist of the first water. Tip had turned his liberty to hopeful account by becoming a billiard marker. He had troubled himself so little as to the means of his release, that Clennam scarcely needed to have been at the pains of impressing the mind of Mr. Plornish on that subject. Whoever had paid him the compliment, he very readily accepted the compliment with his compliments, and there was an end of it. Issuing forth from the gate on these easy terms, he became a billiard marker, and now occasionally looked in at the little skittle ground in a green Newmarket coat, second-hand, with a shining collar and bright buttons, new, and drank the beer of the collegians. One solid stationary point in the looseness of this gentleman's character was, that he respected and admired his sister Amy. The feeling had never induced him to spare her a moment's uneasiness, or to put himself to any restraint or inconvenience on her account. But with that Marshalsea taint upon his love, he loved her. The same rank Marshalsea flavour was to be recognized in his distinctly perceiving that she sacrificed her life to her father, and in his having no idea that she had done anything for himself. When this spirited young man and his sister had begun systematically to produce the family skeleton for the overawing of the college, this narrative cannot precisely state. Probably at about the period when they began to dine on the college charity. It is certain that the more reduced and necessitous they were, the more pompously the skeleton emerged from its tomb, and that when there was anything particularly shabby in the wind, the skeleton always came out with the ghastliest flourish. Little Dorrit was late on the Monday morning, for her father slept late, and afterwards there was his breakfast to prepare and his room to arrange. She had no engagement to go out to work, however, and therefore stayed with him until, with Maggie's help, she had put everything right about him, and had seen him off upon his morning walk, of 20 yards or so, to the coffee-house to read the paper. She then got on her bonnet and went out, having been anxious to get out much sooner. There was, as usual, a cessation of the small talk in the lodge, as she passed through it, and a collegian who had come in on Saturday night received the intimation from the elbow of a more seasoned collegian. "Look out! Here she is!" She wanted to see her sister, but when she got round to Mr. Cripple's, she found that both her sister and her uncle had gone to the theatre, where they were engaged. Having taken thought of this probability by the way, and having settled that in such case she would follow them, she set off afresh for the theatre, which was on that side of the river and not very far away. Little Dorrit was almost as ignorant of the ways of theatres as of the ways of gold mines, and when she was directed to a furtive sort of door, with a curious up-all-night air about it, that appeared to be ashamed of itself, and to be hiding in an alley, she hesitated to approach it. Being further deterred by the sight of some half-dozen close-shaved gentlemen with their hats very strangely on, who were lounging about the door, looking not at all unlike collegians. On her applying to them, reassured by this resemblance, for a direction to Miss Dorrit, they made way for her to enter a dark hall. It was more like a great grim lamp gone out than anything else, where she could hear the distant playing of music and the sound of dancing feet. A man so much in want of airing that he had a blue mould upon him sat watching this dark place from a hole in the corner, like a spider, and he told her that he would send a message up to Miss Dorrit by the first lady or gentleman who went through. The first lady who went through had a roll of music, half in her muff and half out of it, and was in such a tumbled condition altogether, that it seemed as if it would be an act of kindness to iron her. But as she was very good-natured, and said, "Come with me, I'll soon find Miss Dorrit for you," Miss Dorrit's sister went with her, drawing nearer and nearer at every step she took in the darkness to the sound of music and the sound of dancing feet. At last they came into a maze of dust, where a quantity of people were tumbling over one another, and where there was such a confusion of unaccountable shapes of beams, bulkheads, brick walls, ropes and rollers, and such a mixing of gaslight and daylight, that they seemed to have got on the wrong side of the pattern of the universe. Little Dorrit, left to herself, and knocked against by somebody every moment, was quite bewildered, when she heard her sister's voice. "Why, good gracious, Amy, whatever brought you here?" "I wanted to see you, Fanny dear, and as I am going out all day to-morrow, and knew you might be engaged all day to-day, I thought— But the idea, Amy, of you coming behind, I never did." As her sister said this in no very cordial tone of welcome, she conducted her to a more open part of the maze, where various golden chairs and tables were heaped together, and where a number of young ladies were sitting on anything they could find, chattering. All these young ladies wanted ironing, and all had a curious way of looking everywhere while they chattered. Just as the sisters arrived here, a monotonous boy in a Scotch cap put his head round a beam on the left and said, "Less noise there, ladies," and disappeared. Immediately after which a sprightly gentleman with a quantity of long black hair looked round a beam on the right and said, "Less noise there, darlings," and also disappeared. "The notion of you among professionals, Amy, is really the last thing I could have conceived," said her sister. "Why, how did you ever get here?" "I don't know. The lady who told you I was here was so good as to bring me in." "Like you quiet little things, you can make your way anywhere, I believe. I couldn't have managed it, Amy, though I know so much more of the world." It was the family custom to lay down as family law that she was a plain domestic little creature, without the great and sage experience of the rest. This family fiction was the family assertion of itself against her services, not to make too much of them. "Well, and what have you got on your mind, Amy? Of course you have got something on your mind about me?" said Fanny. She spoke as if her sister, between 2 and 3 years her junior, were her prejudiced grandmother. "It is not much, but since you told me of the lady who gave you the bracelet, Fanny—" The monotonous boy put his head round a beam on the left and said, "Look out there, ladies," and disappeared. The sprightly gentleman with the black hair suddenly put his head round the beam on the right and said, "Look out there, darlings," and also disappeared. Thereupon all the young ladies rose and began shaking their skirts out behind. "Well, Amy," said Fanny, doing as the rest did, "what were you going to say?" "Since you told me a lady had given you the bracelet you showed me, Fanny, I have not been quite easy on your account. and indeed want to know a little more if you will confide more to me." "Now, ladies," said the boy in the Scotch cap. "Now, darlings," said the gentleman with the black hair. There were every one gone in a moment, and the music and the dancing feet were heard again. Little Dorrit sat down in a golden chair, made quite giddy by these rapid interruptions. Her sisters and the rest were a long time gone, and during their absence a voice, it appeared to be that of the gentleman with the black hair, was continually calling out through the music, "1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go! Steady, darlings! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go!" Ultimately the voice stopped, and they all came back again, more or less out of breath, folding themselves in their shawls, and making ready for the streets. "Stop a moment, Amy, and let them get away before us," whispered Fanny. They were soon left alone. Nothing more important happening in the meantime than the boy looking round his old beam, and saying, "Everybody at 11 tomorrow, ladies," and the gentleman with the black hair looking round his old beam, and saying, "Everybody at 11 tomorrow, darlings," each in his own accustomed manner. When they were alone, something was rolled up or by other means got out of the way, and there was a great empty well before them, looking down into the depths of which Fanny said, "Now, uncle." Little Dorrit, as her eyes became used to the darkness, faintly made him out of the bottom of the well, in an obscure corner by himself, with his instrument in its ragged case under his arm. The old man looked as if the remote high gallery windows, with their little strip of sky, might have been the point of his better fortunes, from which he had descended, until he had gradually sunk down below there to the bottom. He had been in that place 6 nights a week for many years, but had never been observed to raise his eyes above his music book, and was confidently believed to have never seen a play. There were legends in the place that he did not so much as know the popular heroes and heroines by sight, and that the low comedian had mugged at him in his richest manner 50 nights for a wager, and he had shown no trace of consciousness. The carpenters had a joke to the effect that he was dead without being aware of it, and the frequenters of the pit supposed him to pass his whole life, night and day, and Sunday and all, in the orchestra. They had tried him a few times with pinches of snuff offered over the rails, and he had always responded to this attention with a momentary waking up of manner that had the pale phantom of a gentleman in it. Beyond this he never, on any occasion, had any other part in what was going on than the part written out for the clarionet. In private life, where there was no part for the clarionet, he had no part at all. Some said he was poor, some said he was a wealthy miser, but he said nothing, never lifted up his bowed head, never varied his shuffling gait by getting his springless foot from the ground. Though expecting now to be summoned by his niece, he did not hear her until she had spoken to him 3 or 4 times. Nor was he at all surprised by the presence of 2 nieces instead of 1, but merely said in his tremulous voice, "I am coming, I am coming," and crept forth by some underground way which emitted a hilarious smell. "And so, Amy," said her sister, when the 3 together passed out at the door that had such a shamefaced consciousness of being different from other doors, the uncle instinctively taking Amy's arm as the arm to be relied on. "So, Amy, you're curious about me?" She was pretty, and conscious, and rather flaunting, and the condescension with which she put aside the superiority of her charms, and of her worldly experience, and addressed her sister on almost equal terms, had a vast deal of the family in it. "I am interested, Fanny, and concerned in anything that concerns you." "So you are, and you are the best of Amys. If I am ever a little provoking, I am sure you'll consider what a thing it is to occupy my position and feel a consciousness of being superior to it. I shouldn't care," said the daughter of the father of the Marshalsea, "if the others were not so common. None of them have come down in the world as we have. They are all on their own level, common." Little Dorrit mildly looked at the speaker, but did not interrupt her. Fanny took out her handkerchief and rather angrily wiped her eyes. "I was not born where you were, you know, Amy, and perhaps that makes a difference. My dear child, when we get rid of Uncle, you shall know all about it. We'll drop him at the cook's shop where he's going to dine." They walked on with him until they came to a dirty shop window in a dirty street, which was made almost opaque by the steam of hot meats, vegetables, and puddings. But glimpses were to be caught of a roast leg of pork, bursting into tears of sage and onion in a metal reservoir full of gravy, of an unctuous piece of roast beef and blisterous Yorkshire pudding, bubbling hot in a similar receptacle, of a stuffed fillet of veal in rapid cut, of a ham in a perspiration with the pace it was going at, of a shallow tank of baked potatoes glued together by their own richness, of a truss or two of boiled greens, and other substantial delicacies. Within were a few wooden partitions, behind which such customers as found it more convenient to take away their dinners in stomachs than in their hands, packed their purchases in solitude. Fanny, opening her reticule as they surveyed these things, produced from that repository a shilling and handed it to Uncle. Uncle, after not looking at it a little while, divined its object, and muttering, "Dinner? Ah, yes, yes, yes," slowly vanished from them into the mist. "Now, Amy," said her sister, "come with me, if you are not too tired to walk to Harley Street, Cavendish Square." The air with which she threw off this distinguished address, and the toss she gave to her new bonnet, which was more gauzy than serviceable, made her sister wonder. However, she expressed her readiness to go to Harley Street, and thither they directed their steps. Arrived at that grand destination, Fanny singled out the handsomest house, and knocking at the door, inquired for Mrs. Merdle. The footman who opened the door, although he had powder on his head, and was backed up by 2 other footmen likewise powdered, not only admitted Mrs. Merdle to be at home, but asked Fanny to walk in. Fanny walked in, taking her sister with her, and they went upstairs with powder going before and powder stopping behind, and were left in a spacious semicircular drawing-room, one of several drawing-rooms, where there was a parrot on the outside of a golden cage holding on by its beak, with its scaly legs in the air, and putting itself into many strange upside-down postures. This peculiarity had been observed in birds of quite another feather, climbing upon golden wires. The room was far more splendid than anything little Dorrit had ever imagined, and would have been splendid and costly in any eyes. She looked in amazement at her sister, and would have asked a question, but that Fanny with a warning frown pointed to a curtained doorway of communication with another room. The curtain shook next moment, and a lady, raising it with a heavily ringed hand, dropped it behind her again as she entered. The lady was not young and fresh from the hand of nature, but was young and fresh from the hand of her maid. She had large, unfeeling, handsome eyes, and dark, unfeeling, handsome hair, and a broad, unfeeling, handsome bosom, and was made the most of it in every particular. Either because she had a cold, or because it suited her face, she wore a rich white fillet tied over her head and under her chin. And if ever there were an unfeeling, handsome chin that looked as if, for certain, it had never been, in familiar parlance, chucked by the hand of man, it was the chin curbed up so tight and close by that laced bridle. "Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny. "My sister, ma'am." "I am glad to see your sister, Miss Dorrit. I did not remember that you had a sister." "I did not mention that I had," said Fanny. "Ah!" Mrs. Merdle curled the little finger of her left hand, as who should say, "I have caught you. I know you didn't." All her action was usually with her left hand, because her hands were not a pair, and left being much the whiter and the plumper of the two. Then she added, "Sit down," and composed herself voluptuously in a nest of crimson and gold cushions on an ottoman near the parrot. "Also professional?" said Mrs. Merdle, looking at little Dorrit through an eyeglass. Fanny answered, "No." "No?" said Mrs. Merdle, dropping her glass. has not a professional air. Very pleasant, but not professional." "My sister, ma'am," said Fanny, in whom there was a singular mixture of deference and hardihood, "has been asking me to tell her, as between sisters, how I came to have the honour of knowing you, and as I had engaged to call upon you once more, I thought I might take the liberty of bringing her with me, when perhaps you would tell her. I wish her to know, and perhaps you will tell her." "Do you think, at your sister's age—" hinted Mrs. Merdle. "She is much older than she looks," said Fanny, "almost as old as I am." "Society," said Mrs. Merdle, with another curve of her little finger, "is so difficult to explain to young persons, indeed is so difficult to explain to most persons, that I am glad to hear that. I wish society was not so arbitrary, I wish it was not so exacting. Bird, be quiet." The parrot had given a most piercing shriek, as if its name were society, and it asserted its right to its exactions. "But," resumed Mrs. Merdle, "we must take it as we find it. We know it is hollow and conventional and worldly and very shocking, but unless we are savages in the tropical seas, I should have been charmed to be one myself. Most delightful life and perfect climate, I am told. We must consult it. It is the common lot. Mr. Merdle is a most extensive merchant. His transactions are on the vastest scale. His wealth and influence are very great. But even he— Bird, be quiet!" The parrot had shrieked another shriek, and it filled up the sentence so expressively that Mrs. Merdle was under no necessity to end it. "Since your sister begs that I would terminate our personal acquaintance," she began again, addressing little Dorrit, "by relating the circumstances that are much to her credit, I cannot object to comply with her request, I am sure. I have a son. I was first married extremely young, of 2 or 3 and 20. Fanny set her lips, and her eyes looked half triumphantly at her sister. "A son of 2 or 3 and 20. He is a little gay, a thing society is accustomed to in young men, and he is very impressible. Perhaps he inherits that misfortune. I am very impressible myself by nature. The weakest of creatures. My feelings are touched in a moment." She said all this and everything else as coldly as a woman of snow, quite forgetting the sisters except at odd times, and apparently addressing some abstraction of society, for whose behoof, too, she occasionally arranged her dress, or the composition of her figure upon the ottoman. "So he is very impressible. Not a misfortune in our natural state, I dare say, but we are not in a natural state. Much to be lamented, no doubt, particularly by myself, who am a child of nature, if I could but show it. But so it is. Society suppresses us and dominates us. Bird, be quiet!" The parrot had broken into a violent fit of laughter, after twisting divers bars of his cage with his crooked bill, and licking them with his black tongue. "It is quite unnecessary to say to a person of your good sense, wide range of experience and cultivated feeling," said Mrs. Merdle from her nest of crimson and gold, and there put up her glass to refresh her memory as to whom she was addressing, "that the stage sometimes has a fascination for young men of that class of character. In saying the stage, I mean the people on it of the female sex. Therefore, when I heard that my son was supposed to be fascinated by a dancer, I knew what that usually meant in society, and confided in her being a dancer at the opera, where young men moving in society are usually fascinated." She passed her white hands over one another, observant of the sisters now, and the rings upon her fingers grated against each other with a hard sound. "As your sister will tell you, when I found what the theatre was, I was much surprised and much distressed. But when I found that your sister, by rejecting my son's advances, I must add in an unexpected manner, had brought him to the point of proposing marriage, My feelings were of the profoundest anguish, acute. She traced the outline of her left eyebrow, and put it right. In a distracted condition which only a mother moving in society can be susceptible of, I determined to go myself to the theatre and represent my state of mind to the dancer. I made myself known to your sister. I found her, to my surprise, in many respects different from my expectations, and certainly none more so than in meeting me with, what shall I say, a sort of family assertion on her own part. Mrs. Merdle smiled. "I told you, ma'am," said Fanny with a heightening colour, "that although you found me in that situation, I was so far above the rest that I considered my family as good as your son's, and that I had a brother who, knowing the circumstances, would be of the same opinion, and would not consider such a connection any honour." "Miss Dorrit," said Mrs. Merdle, after frostily looking at her through her glass, "precisely what I was on the point of telling your sister, in pursuance of your request. Much obliged to you for recalling it so accurately and anticipating me. I immediately," addressing little Dorrit, "for I am the creature of impulse, took a bracelet from my arm, and begged your sister to let me clasp it on hers, in token of the delight I had in our being able to approach the subject so far on a common footing." This was perfectly true, the lady having bought a cheap and showy article on her way to the interview, with a general eye to bribery. "And I told you, Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny, "that we might be unfortunate, but we are not common." "I think the very words, Miss Dorrit," assented Mrs. Merdle. "And I told you, Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny, "that if you spoke to me of the superiority of your son's standing in society, it was barely possible that you rather deceived yourself in your suppositions about my origin, and that my father's standing, even in the society in which he now moved, what that was best known to myself, was eminently superior, and was acknowledged by every one." "Quite accurate," rejoined Mrs. Merdle. "A most admirable memory. Thank you, ma'am. Perhaps you will be so kind as to tell my sister the rest." "There is very little to tell," said Mrs. Merdle, reviewing the breadth of bosom which seemed essential to her having room enough to be unfeeling in. "But it is to your sister's credit. I pointed out to your sister the plain state of the case, the impossibility of the society in which we moved recognizing the society in which she moved, though charming, I have no doubt, the immense disadvantage at which she would consequently place the family she had so high an opinion of, upon which we should find ourselves compelled to look down with contempt, and from which, socially speaking, we should feel obliged to recoil with abhorrence. In short, I made an appeal to that laudable pride in your sister." "Let my sister know, if you please, Mrs. Merdle," Fanny pouted with a toss of her gauzy bonnet, "that I had already had the honour of telling your son that I wished to have nothing whatever to say to him." "Well, Miss Dorrit," assented Mrs. Merdle, "perhaps I might have mentioned that before. If I did not think of it, perhaps it was because my mind reverted to the apprehensions I had at the time, that he might persevere and you might have something to say to him. I also mentioned to your sister," I again addressed the non-professional Miss Dorrit, "that my son would have nothing in the event of such a marriage, and would be an absolute beggar. I mention that merely as a fact which is part of the narrative, and not as supposing it to have influenced your sister, except in the prudent and legitimate way in which, constituted as our artificial system is, we must all be influenced by such considerations. Finally, after some high words and high spirit on the part of your sister, we came to the complete understanding that there was no danger, and your sister was so obliging as to allow me to present her with a mark or two of my appreciation at my dressmaker's." Little Dorrit looked sorry, and glanced at Fanny with a troubled face. "Also," said Mrs. Merdle, "as to promise to give me the present pleasure of a closing interview, and of parting with her on the best of terms, on which occasion," added Mrs. Merdle, quitting her nest, and putting something in Fanny's hand, Miss Dorrit will permit me to say farewell with best wishes in my own dull manner." The sisters rose at the same time, and they all stood near the cage of the parrot, as he tore at a claw full of biscuit and spat it out, seemed to mock them with a pompous dance of his body without moving his feet, and suddenly turned himself upside down and trailed himself all over the outside of his golden cage, with the aid of his cruel beak and black tongue. "Adieu, Miss Dorrit, with best wishes," said Mrs. Merdle. "If we could only come to a millennium, or something of that sort, I for one might have the pleasure of knowing a number of charming and talented persons from whom I am at present excluded. A more primitive state of society would be delicious to me. There used to be a poem when I learnt lessons, something about 'Lo, the poor Indians, whose something mind.' If a few thousand persons moving in society could only go and be Indians, I would put my name down directly. But as, moving in society, we can't be Indians, unfortunately, good morning." They came downstairs with powder before them and powder behind, the elder sister haughty, and the younger sister humbled, and were shut out into unpowdered Harley Street, Cavendish Square. "Well?" said Fanny, when they had gone a little way without speaking. "Have you nothing to say, Amy?" "Oh, I don't know what to say," she answered, distressed. "You didn't like this young man, Fanny?" "Like him? He is almost an idiot." "I am so sorry, don't be hurt, but, since you asked me what I have to say, I am so very sorry, Fanny, that you suffered this lady to give you anything." "You little fool!" returned her sister, shaking her with a sharp pull she gave her arm. "Have you no spirit at all? But that's just the way. You have no self-respect, you have no becoming pride, just as you allow yourself to be followed about by a contemptible little chivery of a thing." With the scornfullest emphasis. "You would let your family be trodden on and never turn." "Don't say that, dear Fanny. I do what I can for them." "You do what you can for them," repeated Fanny, walking her on very fast. "Would you let a woman like this, whom you could see, if you had any experience of anything, to be as false and insolent as a woman can be? Would you let her put her foot upon your family, and thank her for it?" "No, Fanny, I am sure." "Then make her pay for it, you mean little thing." "What else can you make her do? Make her pay for it, you stupid child, and do your family some credit with the money." They spoke no more all the way back to the lodging where Fanny and her uncle lived. When they arrived there, they found the old man practising his clarionet in the dolefulest manner in a corner of the room. Fanny had a composite meal to make, of chops and porter and tea, and indignantly pretended to prepare it for herself, though her sister did all that in quiet reality. When at last Fanny sat down to eat and drink, she threw the table implements about and was angry with her bread, much as her father had been last night. "If you despise me," she said, bursting into vehement tears, "because I am a dancer, why did you put me in the way of being one? It was your doing. You would have me stoop as low as the ground before this Mrs. Merdle, and let her say what she liked and do what she liked, and hold us all in contempt, and tell me so to my face, because I am a dancer." "Oh, Fanny! And Tip too, poor fellow! She is to disparage him just as much as she likes, without any check, I suppose because he has been in the law, and the docks, and different things. Why, it was your doing, Amy. You might at least approve of his being defended." All this time the uncle was dolefully blowing his clarionet in the corner, sometimes taking it an inch or so from his mouth for a moment while he stopped to gaze at them, with a vague impression that somebody had said something. "And your father, your poor father, Amy, because he is not free to show himself and to speak for himself, you would let such people insult him with impunity. If you don't feel for yourself because you go out to work, you might at least feel for him, I should think, knowing what he has undergone so long." Poor little Dorrit felt the injustice of this taunt rather sharply. The remembrance of last night added a barbed point to it. She said nothing in reply, but turned her chair from the table towards the fire. Uncle, after making one more pause, blew a dismal wail and went on again. Fanny was passionate with the teacups and the bread as long as her passion lasted, and then protested that she was the wretchedest girl in the world, and she wished she was dead. After that, her crying became remorseful, and she got up and put her arms round her sister. Little Dorrit tried to stop her from saying anything, but she answered that she would, she must. Thereupon she said again and again, "I beg your pardon, Amy," and "Forgive me, Amy," almost as passionately as she had said what she regretted. "But indeed, Amy," she resumed when they were seated in sisterly accord side by side, "I hope and I think you would have seen this differently if you had known a little more of society." "Perhaps I might, Fanny," said the mild little Dorrit. "You see, while you have been domestic and resignedly shut up there, Amy," pursued her sister, gradually beginning to patronize, "I have been out moving more in society, and may have been getting proud and spirited, more than I ought to be, perhaps." Little Dorrit answered, "Yes, oh yes. And while you have been thinking of the dinner or the clothes, I may have been thinking, you know, of the family. Now may it not be so, Amy?" Little Dorrit again nodded yes, with a more cheerful face than heart. "Especially as we know," said Fanny, "that there certainly is a tone in the place to which you have been so true, which does belong to it, and which does make it different from other aspects of society. So kiss me once again, Amy dear, and we will agree that we may both be right, and that you are a tranquil, domestic, home-loving, good girl." The clarionet had been lamenting most pathetically during this dialogue, but was cut short now by Fanny's announcement that it was time to go, which she conveyed to her uncle by shutting up his scrap of music, and taking the clarionet out of his mouth. Little Dorrit parted from them at the door, and hastened back to the Marshalsea. It fell dark there sooner than elsewhere, and going into it that evening was like going into a deep trench. The shadow of the wall was on every object, not least upon the figure in the old grey gown and the black velvet cap, as it turned towards her when she opened the door of the dim room. "Why not upon me too?" thought little Dorrit, with the door yet in her hand. It was not unreasonable in Fanny. End of chapter the 20th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 21st, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 21st. Mr. Merdle's Complaint. Upon that establishment of state, the Merdle establishment in Harley Street, Cavendish Square, there was the shadow of no more common wall than the fronts of other establishments of state on the opposite side of the street. Like unexceptionable society, the opposing rows of houses in Harley Street were very grim with one another. Indeed, the mansions and their inhabitants were so much alike in that respect, that the people were often to be found drawn up on opposite sides of dinner-tables, in the shade of their own loftiness, staring at the other side of the way with the dullness of the houses. Everybody knows how like the street the two dinner rows of people who take their stand by the street will be. The expressionless uniform 20 houses, all to be knocked at and rung at in the same form, all approachable by the same dull steps, all fended off by the same pattern of railing, all with the same impracticable fire-escapes, the same inconvenient fixtures in their heads, and everything without exception to be taken at a high valuation. Who has not dined with these? The house so drearily out of repair, the occasional bow window, the stuccoed house, the newly fronted house, the corner house with nothing but angular rooms, the house with the blinds always down, the house with the hatchment always up, the house where the collector has called for 1/4 of an idea, and found nobody at home. Who has not dined with these? The house that nobody will take, and is to be had a bargain. Who does not know her? The showy house that was taken for life by the disappointed gentleman, and which does not suit him at all. Who is unacquainted with that haunted habitation? Harley Street, Cavendish Square, was more than aware of Mr. and Mrs. Merdle. Intruders there were in Harley Street, of whom it was not aware. But Mr. and Mrs. Merdle it delighted to honour. Society was aware of Mr. and Mrs. Merdle. Society had said, "Let us license them, let us know them." Mr. Merdle was immensely rich, a man of prodigious enterprise, a Midas without the ears, who turned all he touched to gold. He was in everything good, from banking to building. He was in Parliament, of course. He was in the City, necessarily. He was chairman of this, trustee of that, president of the other. The weightiest of men had said to projectors, "Now, what name have you got? Have you got Merdle?" And the reply being in the negative, had said, "Then I won't look at you." This great and fortunate man had provided that extensive bosom which required so much room to be unfeeling enough in, with a nest of crimson and gold some 15 years before. It was not a bosom to repose upon, but it was a capital bosom to hang jewels upon. Mr. Merdle wanted something to hang jewels upon, and he bought it for the purpose. Storr and Mortimer might have married on the same speculation. Like all his other speculations, it was sound and successful. The jewels showed to the richest advantage. The bosom moving in society with the jewels displayed upon it attracted general admiration. Society approving, Mr. Merdle was satisfied. He was the most disinterested of men, did everything for society, and got as little for himself out of all his gain and care as a man might. That is to say, it may be supposed that he got all he wanted, otherwise with unlimited wealth he would have got it. But his desire was to the utmost to satisfy society, whatever that was, and take up all its drafts upon him for tribute. He did not shine in company. He had not very much to say for himself. He was a reserved man, with a broad, overhanging, watchful head, that particular kind of dull red colour in his cheeks, which is rather stale than fresh, and a somewhat uneasy expression about his coat cuffs, as if they were in his confidence, and had reasons for being anxious to hide his hands. In the little he said, he was a pleasant man enough, plain, emphatic about public and private confidence, and tenacious of the utmost deference being shown by every one in all things to society. In this same society, if that were it which came to his dinners and to Mrs. Merdle's receptions and concerts, he hardly seemed to enjoy himself much, and was mostly to be found against walls and behind doors. Also, when he went out to it, instead of its coming home to him, he seemed a little fatigued, and upon the whole rather more disposed for bed. But he was always cultivating it nevertheless, and always moving in it, and always laying out money on it with the greatest liberality. Mrs. Merdle's first husband had been a colonel, under whose auspices the bosom had entered into competition with the snows of North America, and had come off at little disadvantage in point of whiteness, and at none in point of coldness. The colonel's son was Mrs. Merdle's only child. He was of a chuckle-headed, high-shouldered make, with a general appearance of being not so much a young man as a swelled boy. He had given so few signs of reason that a byword went among his companions that his brain had been frozen up in a mighty frost which prevailed at St. John's, New Brunswick, at the period of his birth there, and had never thought from that hour. Another byword represented him as having in his infancy, through the negligence of a nurse, fallen out of a high window on his head, which had been heard by responsible witnesses to crack. It is probable that both these representations were of ex post facto origin, the young gentleman, whose expressive name was Sparkler, being monomaniacal in offering marriage to all manners of undesirable young ladies, and in remarking of every successive young lady to whom he tendered a matrimonial proposal that she was a deuced fine girl, well educated too, with no bigot nonsense about her. A son-in-law with these limited talents might have been a clog upon another man, but Mr. Merdle did not want a son-in-law for himself. He wanted a son-in-law for society. Mr. Sparkler having been in the Guards, and being in the habit of frequenting all the races, and all the lounges, and all the parties, and being well known, society was satisfied with its son-in-law. This happy result Mr. Merdle would have considered well attained, though Mr. Sparkler had been a more expensive article. And he did not get Mr. Sparkler by any means cheap for society, even as it was. There was a dinner-giving in the Harley Street establishment, while little Dorrit was stitching at her father's new shirts by his side that night, and there were magnates from the court, and magnates from the city, magnates from the commons, and magnates from the lords, magnates from the bench, and magnates from the bar, bishop magnates, treasury magnates, horse guard magnates, admiralty magnates, all the magnates that keep us going, and sometimes trip us up. "I am told," said Bishop Magnate to horse guards, "that Mr. Merdle has made another enormous hit. They say £100,000. Horse guards had heard 2. Treasury had heard 3. Bar, handling his persuasive double eyeglass, was by no means clear but that it might be 4. It was one of those happy strokes of calculation and combination, the result of which it was difficult to estimate. It was one of those instances of a comprehensive grasp, associated with habitual luck and characteristic boldness, of which an age presented us but few. But here was Brother Bellows, who had been in the great bank case, and who could probably tell us more. What did Brother Bellows put this new success at? Brother Bellows was on his way to make his bow to the bosom, and could only tell them in passing that he had heard it stated, with great appearance of truth, as being worth, from first to last, £500,000 of money. Admiralty said Mr. Merdle was a wonderful man. Treasury said he was a new power in the country, and would be able to buy up the whole House of Commons. Bishop said he was glad to think that this wealth flowed into the coffers of a gentleman who was always disposed to maintain the best interests of society. Mr. Merdle himself was usually late on these occasions, as a man still detained in the clutch of giant enterprises, when other men had shaken off their dwarfs for the day. On this occasion he was the last arrival. Treasury said Merdle's work punished him a little. Bishop said he was glad to think that this wealth flowed into the coffers of a gentleman who accepted it with meekness. Powder! There was so much powder in waiting that it flavoured the dinner. Pulverous particles got into the dishes, and society's meats had a seasoning of first-rate footmen. Mr. Merdle took down a countess, who was secluded somewhere in the core of an immense dress, to which she was in the proportion of the heart to the overgrown cabbage. If so low a simile may be admitted, the dress went down the staircase like a richly brocaded Jack in the Green, and nobody knew what sort of small person carried it. Society had everything it could want, and could not want, for dinner. It had everything to look at, and everything to eat, and everything to drink. It is to be hoped it enjoyed itself, for Mr. Merdle's own share of the repast might have been paid for with 18pence. Mrs. Merdle was magnificent. The chief butler was the next magnificent institution of the day. He was the stateliest man in the company. He did nothing, but he looked on as few other men could have done. He was Mr. Merdle's last gift to society. Mr. Merdle didn't want him, and was put out of countenance when the great creature looked at him. But in a peaceable society would have him, and had got him. The invisible Countess carried out the green at the usual stage of the entertainment, and the file of beauty was closed up by the bosom. Treasury said, "Juno." Bishop said, "Judith." Bar fell into discussion with horse guards concerning courts-martial. Brothers Bellows and Bench struck in. Other magnates paired off. Mr. Merdle sat silent and looked at the tablecloth. Sometimes a magnate addressed him to turn the stream of his own particular discussion towards him. But Mr. Merdle seldom gave much attention to it, or did more than rouse himself from his calculations and pass the wine. When they rose, so many of the magnates had something to say to Mr. Merdle individually, that he held little levies by the sideboard, and checked them off as they went out at the door. Treasury hoped he might venture to congratulate one of England's world-famed capitalists and merchant princes. He had turned that original sentiment in the House a few times, and it came easy to him, on a new achievement. To extend the triumphs of such men was to extend the triumphs and resources of the nation, and Treasury felt he gave Mr. Merdle to understand, patriotic on the subject. "Thank you, my lord," said Mr. Merdle. "Thank you. I accept your congratulations with pride, and I am glad you approve." "Why, I don't unreservedly approve, my dear Mr. Merdle, because—" Smiling, Treasury turned him by the arm towards the sideboard and spoke banteringly, "it never can be worth your while to come among us and help us." Mr. Merdle felt honoured by the "No, no," said Treasury, "that is not the light in which one so distinguished for practical knowledge and great foresight can be expected to regard it. If we should ever be happily enabled, by accidentally possessing the control over circumstances, to propose to one so eminent to come among us, and give us the weight of his influence, knowledge, and character, we could only propose it to him as a duty, in fact, as a duty that he owed to society." Mr. Merdle intimated that society was the apple of his eye, and that its claims were paramount to every other consideration. Treasury moved on, and Bar came up. Bar, with his little insinuating jury droop, and fingering his persuasive double eyeglass, hoped he might be excused if he mentioned to one of the greatest converters of the root of all evil into the root of all good, who had for a long time reflected a shining lustre on the annals even of our commercial country, if he mentioned disinterestedly, and as what we lawyers called in our pedantic way amicus curiae, a fact that had come by accident within his knowledge. He had been required to look over the title of a very considerable estate in one of the eastern counties, lying, in fact, for Mr. Merdle knew we lawyers loved to be particular, on the borders of two of the eastern counties. Now, the title was perfectly sound, and the estate was to be purchased by one who had the command of money, jury droop and persuasive eyeglass, on remarkably advantageous terms. This had come to Bar's knowledge only that day, and it had occurred to him, "I shall have the honour of dining with my esteemed friend Mr. Merdle that evening, and strictly between ourselves I will mention the opportunity." Such a purchase would involve not only a great legitimate political influence, but some half-dozen church presentations of considerable annual value. Now that Mr. Merdle was already at no loss to discover means of occupying even his capital, and of fully employing even his active and vigorous intellect, Bar well knew, but he would venture to suggest that the question arose in his mind, whether one who had deservedly gained so high a position and so European a reputation did not owe it, we would not say to himself, but we would say to society, to possess himself of such influences as these, and to exercise them, we would not say for his own or for his party's, but we would say for society's benefit. Mr. Merdle again expressed himself as wholly devoted to that object of his constant consideration, and Bar took his persuasive eyeglass up the grand staircase. Bishop then came undesignedly sidling in the direction of the sideboard. Surely the goods of this world, it occurred in an accidental way to Bishop to remark, could scarcely be directed into happier channels than when they accumulated under the magic touch of the wise and sagacious, who, while they knew the just value of riches, Bishop tried here to look as if he were rather poor himself, were aware of their importance, judiciously governed and rightly distributed, to the welfare of our brethren at large. Mr. Merdle with humility expressed his conviction that Bishop couldn't mean him, and with inconsistency expressed his high gratification in Bishop's good opinion. Bishop then, jauntily stepping out a little with his well-shaped right leg, as though he said to Mr. Merdle, "Don't mind the apron, a mere form," put this case to his good friend. Whether it had occurred to his good friend that society might not unreasonably hope that one so blessed in his undertakings, and whose example on his pedestal was so influential with it, would shed a little money in the direction of a mission or so to Africa? Mr. Merdle signifying that the idea should have his best attention, Bishop put another case, whether his good friend had at all interested himself in the proceedings of our combined additional endowed dignitaries committee, and whether it had occurred to him that to shed a little money in that direction might be a great conception finely executed. Mr. Merdle made a similar reply, and Bishop explained his reason for inquiring. Society looked to such men as his good friend to do such things. It was not that he looked to them, but that society looked to them. Just as it was not our committee who wanted the additional endowed dignitaries, but it was society that was in a state of the most agonizing uneasiness of mind until it got them. He begged to assure his good friend that he was extremely sensible of his good friend's regard on all occasions for the best interests of society, and he considered that he was at once consulting those interests and expressing the feeling of society, when he wished him continued prosperity, continued increase of riches, and continued things in general. Bishop then betook himself upstairs, and the other magnates gradually floated up after him until there was no one left below but Mr. Merdle. That gentleman, after looking at the tablecloth until the soul of the chief butler glowed with a noble resentment, went slowly up after the rest, and became of no account in the stream of people on the grand staircase. Mrs. Merdle was at home. The best of the jewels were hung out to be seen. Society got what it came for. Mr. Merdle drank 2 pennyworth of tea in a corner, and got more than he wanted. Among the evening magnates was a famous physician, who knew everybody, and whom everybody knew. On entering at the door, he came upon Mr. Merdle drinking his tea in a corner, and touched him on the arm. Mr. Merdle started. "Oh, it's you! Any better to-day?" "No," said Mr. Merdle, "I am no better." "A pity I didn't see you this morning. Pray come to me tomorrow, or let me come to you." "Well," he replied, "I will come tomorrow as I drive by." Bar and Bishop had both been bystanders during this short dialogue, and as Mr. Merdle was swept away by the crowd, they made their remarks upon it to the physician. Bar said, there was a certain point of mental strain beyond which no man could go, that the point varied with various textures of brain and peculiarities of constitution, as he had had occasion to notice in several of his learned brothers. But the point of endurance passed by a line's breadth, depression and dyspepsia ensued. Not to intrude on the sacred mysteries of medicine, he took it, now, with the jury droop and persuasive eyeglass, that this was Merdle's case. Bishop said that when he was a young man, and had fallen for a brief space into the habit of writing sermons on Saturdays, a habit which all young sons of the church should sedulously avoid, he had frequently been sensible of a depression, arising as he supposed from an overtaxed intellect, upon which the yolk of a new-laid egg, beaten up by the good woman in whose house he at that time lodged, with a glass of sound sherry, nutmeg, and powdered sugar, acted like a charm. Without presuming to offer so simple a remedy to the consideration of so profound a professor of the great healing art, he would venture to inquire whether the strain, being by way of intricate calculations, the spirits might not, humanly speaking, be restored to their tone by a gentle and yet generous stimulant? "Yes," said the physician, "yes, you are both right, but I may as well tell you that I can find nothing the matter with Mr. Merdle. He has the constitution of a rhinoceros, the digestion of an ostrich, and the concentration of an oyster. As to nerves, Mr. Merdle is of a cool temperament, and not a sensitive man. Is about as invulnerable, I should say, as Achilles. How such a man should suppose himself unwell without reason you may think strange, but I have found nothing the matter with him. He may have some deep-seated recondite complaint. I can't say. I only say that at present I have not found it out. There was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on the bosom now displaying precious stones in rivalry with many similar superb jewel stands. There was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on young Sparkler, hovering about the rooms, monomaniacally seeking any sufficiently ineligible young lady with no nonsense about her. And there was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on the barnacles and stilt-stockings, of whom whole colonies were present, or on any of the company. Even on himself, its shadow was faint enough as he moved about among the throng, receiving homage. Mr. Merdle's complaint, society, and he had so much to do with one another in all things else, that it is hard to imagine his complaint, if he had one, being solely his own affair. Had he that deep-seated recondite complaint, and did any doctor find it out? Patience. In the meantime, the shadow of the Marshalsea wall was a real darkening influence, and could be seen on the Dorrit family at any stage of the sun's course. End of chapter the 21st, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 22nd, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 22nd. A Puzzle. Mr. Clennam did not increase in favour with the father of the Marshalsea in the ratio of his increasing visits. His obtuseness on the great testimonial question was not calculated to awaken admiration in the paternal breast, but had rather a tendency to give offence in that sensitive quarter, and to be regarded as a positive shortcoming in point of gentlemanly feeling. An impression of disappointment, occasioned by the discovery that Mr. Clennam scarcely possessed that delicacy for which, in the confidence of his nature, he had been inclined to give him credit, began to darken the fatherly mind in connection with that gentleman. The father went so far as to say, in his private family circle, that he feared Mr. Clennam was not a man of high instincts. He was happy, he observed, in his public capacity as leader and representative of the college, to receive Mr. Clennam when he called to pay his respects, but he didn't find that he got on with him personally. There appeared to be something, he didn't know what it was, wanting in him. Howbeit, the father did not fail in any outward show of politeness, but, on the contrary, honoured him with much attention, perhaps cherishing the hope that, although not a man of a sufficiently brilliant and spontaneous turn of mind to repeat his former testimonial unsolicited, it might still be within the compass of his nature to bear the part of a responsive gentleman in any correspondence that way tending. In the threefold capacity of the gentleman from outside who had been accidentally locked in on the night of his first appearance, of the gentleman from outside who had inquired into the affairs of the father of the Marshalsea with the stupendous idea of getting him out, and of the gentleman from outside who took an interest in the child of the Marshalsea, Clennam soon became a visitor of mark. He was not surprised by the attentions he received from Mr. Chivery when that officer was on the lock, for he made little distinction between Mr. Chivery's politeness and that of the other turnkeys. It was on one particular afternoon that Mr. Chivery surprised him all at once, and stood forth from his companions in bold relief. Mr. Chivery, by some artful exercise of his power of clearing the lodge, had contrived to rid it of all sauntering collegians, so that Clennam, coming out of the prison, should find him on duty alone. "Private, I ask your pardon, sir," said Mr. Chivery in a secret manner, "but which way might you be going?" "I am going over the bridge." He saw in Mr. Chivery with some astonishment quite an allegory of silence, as he stood with his key on his lips. "Private, I ask your pardon again," said Mr. Chivery, "but could you go round by Horsemonger Lane? Could you by any means find time to look in at that address?" Handing him a little card, printed for circulation among the connection of Chivery and Co., tobacconists, importers of pure Havana cigars, Bengal cheroots, and fine-flavoured Cubas, dealers in fancy snuffs, etc., etc. "Private, it ain't tobacco business," said Mr. Chivery. "The truth is, it's my wife. She's wishful to say a word to you, sir, upon a point respecting—" "Yes," said Mr. Chivery, answering Clennam's look of apprehension with a nod. "Respecting her." "I will make a point of seeing your wife directly." "Thank you, sir. Much obliged. It ain't above 10 minutes out of your way. Please to ask for Mrs. Chivery." These instructions, Mr. Chivery, who had already let him out, cautiously called through a little slide in the outer door, which he could draw back from within for the inspection of visitors when it pleased him. Arthur Clennam, with the card in his hand, betook himself to the address set forth upon it, and speedily arrived there. It was a very small establishment, wherein a decent woman sat behind the counter working at her needle. Little jars of tobacco, little boxes of cigars, little assortment of pipes, a little jar or two of snuff, and a little instrument like a shoeing horn for serving it out, composed the retail stock in trade. Arthur mentioned his name, and his having promised to call, on the solicitation of Mr. Chivery, about something relating to Miss Dorrit, he believed. Mrs. Chivery at once laid aside her work, rose up from her seat behind the counter, and deploringly shook her head. "You may see him now," said she, "if you will condescend to take a peep." With these mysterious words, she preceded the visitor into a little parlour behind the shop, with a little window in it commanding a very little dull backyard. In this yard a wash of sheets and tablecloth tried, in vain for want of air, to get itself dried on a line or two, and among these flapping articles was sitting in a chair, like the last mariner left alive on the deck of a damned ship without the power of furling the sails, a little woe-begone young man. "Our John," said Mrs. Chivery. Not to be deficient in interest, Clennam asked what he might be doing there. "It's the only change he takes," said Mrs. Chivery, shaking her head afresh. "He won't go out even in the backyard, when there's no linen. But when there's linen to keep the neighbours' eyes off, he'll sit there hours he will. Says he feels as if it was grooves." Mrs. Chivery shook her head again, put her apron in a motherly way to her eyes, and reconducted her visitor into the regions of the business. "Please to take a seat, sir," said Mrs. Chivery. "Miss Dorrit is the matter with our John, sir. He's a breaking his heart for her, and I would wish to take the liberty to ask how it's to be made good to his parents when bust." Mrs. Chivery was a comfortable-looking woman much respected about Horsemonger Lane for her feelings and her conversation, uttered this speech with fell composure, and immediately afterwards began again to shake her head and dry her eyes. "Sir," said she in continuation, "you are acquainted with the family, and have interested yourself with the family, and are influential with the family. If you can promote views calculated to make two young people happy, let me, for our John's sake, and for both their sakes, implore you so to do." "I have been so habituated," returned Arthur at a loss, "during the short time I have known her, to consider I have been so habituated to consider Miss Dorrit in a light altogether removed from that in which you present her to me, that you quite take me by surprise. Does she know your son?" "Brought up together, sir," said Mrs. Chivery. "Played together." "Does she know your son as her admirer?" "Oh, bless you, sir," said Mrs. Chivery with a sort of triumphant shiver. "She never could have seen him on a Sunday without knowing he was that. His cane alone would have told it long ago, if nothing else had. Young men like John don't take to ivory hands a-pinting for nothing. How did I first know it myself? Similarly. Perhaps Miss Dorrit may not be so ready as you see. Then she knows it, sir, said Mrs. Chivery, by word of mouth. Are you sure? Sir, said Mrs. Chivery, sure and certain as in this house I am. I see my son go out with my own eyes when in this house I was, and I see my son come in with my own eyes when in this house I was, and I know he done it. Mrs. Chivery derived a surprising force of emphasis from the foregoing circumstantiality and repetition. May I ask you how he came to fall into the desponding state which causes you so much uneasiness? That, said Mrs. Chivery, took place on that same day when to this house I see that John with these eyes return. Never been himself in this house since, never was like what he has been since, not from the hour when to this house 7 year ago me and his father, as tenants by the quarter, came. An effect in the nature of an affidavit was gained from this speech by Mrs. Chivery's peculiar power of construction. May I venture to inquire what is your version of the matter? You may, said Mrs. Chivery, and I will give it to you in honour and in word as true as in this shop I stand. Our John has every one's good word and every one's good wish. He played with her as a child, when in that yard a child she played. He has known her ever since. He went out upon the Sunday afternoon when in this very parlour he had dined, and met her, with appointment or without appointment, which I do not pretend to say. He made his offer to her. Her brother and sister is high in their views, and against our John. Her father is all for himself in his views, and against sharing her with any one. Under which circumstances she has answered our John, No, John, I cannot have you. I cannot have any husband. It is not my intentions ever to become a wife. It is my intentions to be always a sacrifice. Farewell. Find another worthy of you, and forget me. This is the way in which she is doomed to be a constant slave to them that are not worthy that a constant slave she unto them should be. This is the way in which our John has come to find no pleasure but in taking cold among the linen, and in showing in that yard, and in that yard I have myself shown you, a broken-down ruin that goes home to his mother's heart. Here the good woman pointed to the little window, whence her son might be seen sitting disconsolate in the tuneless groves, and again shook her head and wiped her eyes, and besought him, for the united sakes of both the young people, to exercise his influence towards the bright reversal of these dismal events. She was so confident in her exposition of the case, and it was so undeniably founded on correct premises, in so far as the relative positions of little Dorrit and her family were concerned, that Clennam could not feel positive on the other side. He had come to attach to little Dorrit an interest so peculiar, an interest that removed her from, while it grew out of, the common and coarse things surrounding her, that he found it disappointing, disagreeable, almost painful, to suppose her in love with young Mr. Chivery in the backyard, or any such person. On the other hand, he reasoned with himself that she was just as good and just as true in love with him as not in love with him, and that to make a kind of domesticated fairy of her, on the penalty of isolation at heart from the only people she knew, would be but a weakness of his own fancy, and not a kind one. Still, her youthful and ethereal appearance, her timid manner, the charm of her sensitive voice and eyes, the very many respects in which she had interested him out of her own individuality, and the strong difference between herself and those about her, were not in unison, and were determined not to be in unison, with this newly presented idea. He told the worthy Mrs. Chivery, after turning these things over in his mind, he did that indeed while she was yet speaking, that he might be relied upon to do his utmost at all times to promote the happiness of Miss Dorrit, and to further the wishes of her heart, if it were in his power to do so, and if he could discover what they were. At the same time he cautioned her against assumptions and appearances, enjoined strict silence and secrecy, lest Miss Dorrit should be made unhappy, and particularly advised her to endeavour to win her son's confidence, and so to make quite sure of the state of the case. Mrs. Chivery considered the latter precaution superfluous, but said she would try. She shook her head as if she had not derived all the comfort she had fondly expected from this interview, but thanked him nevertheless for the trouble he had kindly taken. They then parted good friends, and Arthur walked away. The crowd in the street jostling the crowd in his mind, and the two crowds making a confusion, he avoided London Bridge, and turned in the quieter direction of the Iron Bridge. He had scarcely set foot upon it, when he saw little Dorrit walking on before him. It was a pleasant day, with a light breeze blowing, and she seemed to have that minute come there for air. He had left her in her father's room within an hour. It was a timely chance, favourable to his wish of observing her face and manner when no one else was by. He quickened his pace, but before he reached her she turned her head. "Have I startled you?" he asked. "I thought I knew the step," she answered, hesitating. "And did you know it, little Dorrit? You could hardly have expected mine." "I did not expect any, but when I heard a step, I thought it sounded like yours." "Are you going further?" "No, sir. I am only walking here for a little change." They walked together, and she recovered her confiding manner with him, and looked up in his face as she said, after glancing around, "It is so strange. Perhaps you can hardly understand it. I sometimes have a sensation as if it was almost unfeeling to walk here." "Unfeeling?" "To see the river, and so much sky, and so many objects, and such change and motion, then to go back, you know, and find him in the same cramped place." "Oh, yes. But going back you must remember that you take with you the spirit and influence of such things to cheer him." "Do I? I hope I may. I am afraid you fancy too much, sir, and make me out too powerful. If you were in prison, could I bring such comfort to you?" "Yes, little Dorrit, I am sure of it." He gathered from a tremor on her lip, and a passing shadow of great agitation on her face, that her mind was with her father. He remained silent for a few moments, that she might regain her composure. The little Dorrit, trembling on his arm, was less in unison than ever with Mrs. Chivery's theory, and yet was not irreconcilable with a new fancy which sprang up within him, that there might be some one else in the hopeless, newer fancy still, in the hopeless unattainable distance. They turned, and Clennam said, "Here was Maggie coming." Little Dorrit looked up, surprised, as they confronted Maggie, who brought herself at sight of them to a dead stop. She had been trotting along, so preoccupied and busy that she had not recognized them until they turned upon her. She was now in a moment so conscience-stricken that her very basket partook of the change. "Maggie, you promised me to stop near father." "So I would, little mother, only he wouldn't let me. If he takes and sends me out, I must go. If he takes and says, 'Maggie, you hurry away and back with that letter, and you shall have a sixpence if the answer's a good un,' I must take it. Lor, little mother, what's a poor thing of 10-year-old to do? And if Mr. Tip, if he happens to be a-coming in as I come out, and if he says, 'Where are you going, Maggie?' and if I says, 'I am a-going so-and-so,' and if he says, 'I'll have a try to,' and if he goes into the George and writes a letter, and if he gives it me and says, 'Take that one to the same place,' and if the answer's a good un, I'll give you a shilling. It ain't my fault, mother." Arthur read, in little Dorrit's downcast eyes, to whom she foresaw that the letters were addressed. "I'm a-going so-and-so. There, that's where I'm a-going to," said Maggie. "I'm a-going so-and-so. It ain't you, little mother, that's got anything to do with it. It's you, you know," said Maggie, addressing Arthur. "You'd better come, so-and-so, and let me take and give 'em to you." "We will not be so particular as that, Maggie. Give them me here," said Clennam in a low voice. "Well then, come across the road," answered Maggie in a very loud whisper. "Little mother wasn't to know nothing of it, and she would never have known nothing of it if you had only gone so-and-so, instead of bothering and loitering about. It ain't my fault. I must do what I am told. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for telling me." Clennam crossed to the other side, and hurriedly opened the letters. That from the father mentioned that most unexpectedly, finding himself in the novel position of having been disappointed of a remittance from the city, on which he had confidently counted, he took up his pen, being restrained by the unhappy circumstance of his incarceration during 23 years, doubly underlined, from coming himself, as he would otherwise certainly have done, took up his pen to entreat Mr. Clennam to advance him the sum of £3 10s upon his IOU, which he begged to enclose. That from the son set forth that Mr. Clennam would, he knew, be gratified to hear that he had at length obtained permanent employment of a highly satisfactory nature, accompanied with every prospect of complete success in life, but that the temporary inability of his employer to pay him his arrears of salary to that date, in which condition said employer had appealed to that generous forbearance in which he trusted he should never be wanting towards a fellow creature, combined with the fraudulent conduct of a false friend and the present high price of provisions, had reduced him to the verge of ruin, unless he could by a quarter before 6 that evening raise the sum of £8. This sum, Mr. Clennam would be happy to learn, he had, through the promptitude of several friends who had a lively confidence in his probity, already raised, with the exception of a trifling balance of £1 17 and 4pence, the loan of which balance, for the period of 1 month, would be fraught with the usual beneficent consequences. These letters Clennam answered with the aid of his pencil and pocket-book on the spot, sending the father what he asked for, and excusing himself from compliance with the demand of the son. He then commissioned Maggie to return with his replies, and gave her the shilling of which the failure of her supplemental enterprise would have disappointed her otherwise. When he rejoined little Dorrit, and they had begun walking as before, she said all at once, "I think I had better go. I had better go home." "Don't be distressed," said Clennam. "I have answered the letters. They were nothing. You know what they were. They were nothing." "But I am afraid," she returned, "to leave him. I am afraid to leave any of them. When I am gone, they pervert, but they don't mean it, even Maggie." It was a very innocent commission that she undertook, poor thing, and in keeping it secret from you, she supposed, no doubt, that she was only saving your uneasiness. "Yes, I hope so, but I had better go home. It was but the other day that my sister told me that I had become so used to the prison that I had its tone and character. It must be so. I am sure it must be when I see these things. My place is there. I am better there. It is unfeeling in me to be here, when I can do the least thing there. Good-bye. I had far better stay at home." The agonized way in which she poured this out, as if it burst of itself from her suppressed heart, made it difficult for Clennam to keep the tears from his eyes as he saw and heard her. "Don't call it home, my child," he entreated. "It is always painful to me to hear you call it home." "But it is home. What else can I call home? Why should I ever forget it for a single moment?" "You never do, dear little Dorrit, in any good and true service." "I hope not. Oh, I hope not. But it is better for me to stay there. Much better, much more dutiful, much happier. Please, don't go with me. Let me go by myself. Good-bye. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you." He felt that it was better to respect her entreaty, and did not move while her slight form went quickly away from him. When it had fluttered out of sight, he turned his face towards the water and stood thinking. She would have been distressed at any time by this discovery of the letters, but so much so, and in that unrestrainable way? No. When she had seen her father begging with his threadbare disguise on, when she had entreated him not to give her father money, she had been distressed, but not like this. Something had made her keenly and additionally sensitive just now. Now, was there someone in the hopeless, unattainable distance? Or had the suspicion been brought into his mind by his own associations of the troubled river running beneath the bridge, with the same river higher up, its changeless tune upon the prow of the ferry-boat, so many miles an hour the peaceful flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet? He thought of his poor child, little Dorrit, for a long time there. He thought of her going home. He thought of her in the night. He thought of her when the day came round again. And the poor child, little Dorrit, thought of him, too faithfully, too faithfully, in the shadow of the Marshalsea wall. End of chapter the 22nd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 23rd, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 23rd. Machinery in Motion. Mr. Meagles bestirred himself with such prompt activity in the matter of the negotiation with Daniel Doyce which Clennam had entrusted to him, that he soon brought it into business train, and called on Clennam at 9 o'clock one morning to make his report. "Doyce is highly gratified by your good opinion," he opened the business by saying, "and desires nothing so much as that you should examine the affairs of the works for yourself, and entirely understand them. He has handed me the keys of all his books and papers. Here they are jingling in his pocket, and the only charge he has given me is, let Mr. Clennam have the means of putting himself on a perfect equality with me as to knowing whatever I know. If it should come to nothing after all, he will respect my confidence. Unless I was sure of that to begin with, I should have nothing to do with him. And there you see," said Mr. Meagles, "you have Daniel Doyce all over. A very honourable character. Oh yes, to be sure, not a doubt of it. Odd, but very honourable. Very odd, though. Now, would you believe, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles, with a hearty enjoyment of his friend's eccentricity, "that I had a whole morning in what's-his-name yard, Bleeding Heart, a whole morning in Bleeding Heart Yard, before I could induce him to pursue the subject at all." "How was that?" "How was that, my friend? I no sooner mentioned your name in connection with it than he declared off." "Declared off on my account?" "I no sooner mentioned your name, Clennam, than he said, 'That will never do.' What did he mean by that? I asked him. No matter, Meagles. That would never do. Why would it never do? You'll hardly believe it, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles, laughing within himself, "but it came out that it would never do because you and he, walking down to Twickenham together, had glided into a friendly conversation in the course of which he had referred to his intention of taking a partner, supposing at the time that you were as firmly and finally settled as St. Paul's Cathedral. Whereas, says he, Mr. Clennam might now believe, if I entertained his proposition, that I had a sinister and designing motive in what was open free speech, which I can't bear, says he, which I really am too proud to bear. I should as soon suspect—" "Of course you would," interrupted Mr. Meagles, "and so I told him, but it took a morning to scale that wall, and I doubt if any other man than myself, he likes me of old, could have got his leg over it. Well, Clennam, this business-like obstacle surmounted, he then stipulated that before resuming with you I should look over the books and form my own opinion. I looked over the books and formed my own opinion. 'Is it on the whole for or against?' says he. 'For,' says I. 'Then,' says he, 'you may now, my good friend, give Mr. Clennam the means of forming his opinion, to enable him to do which, without bias and with perfect freedom, I shall go out of town for a week.'" "And he's gone," said Mr. Meagles. "That's the rich conclusion of the thing." "Leaving me," said Clennam, with a high sense, I must say, of his candour and his oddity. Mr. Meagles struck in, "I should think so." It was not exactly the word on Clennam's lips, but he forbore to interrupt his good-humoured friend. "And now," added Mr. Meagles, "you can begin to look into matters as soon as you think proper. I have undertaken to explain where you may want explanation, but to be strictly impartial, and to do nothing more." They began their perquisitions in Bleeding Heart Yard that same forenoon. Little peculiarities were easily to be detected by experienced eyes in Mr. Joyce's way of managing his affairs, but they almost always involved some ingenious simplification of a difficulty, and some plain road to the desired end. That his papers were in arrear, and that he stood in need of assistance to develop the capacity of his business, was clear enough. But all the results of his undertakings during many years were distinctly set forth, and were ascertainable with ease. Nothing had been done for the purposes of the pending investigation. Everything was in its genuine working dress, and in a certain honest rugged order. The calculations and entries, in his own hand, of which there were many, were bluntly written, and with no very neat precision, but were always plain and directed straight to the purpose. It occurred to Arthur that a far more elaborate and taking show of business, such as the records of the Circumlocution Office made perhaps, might be far less serviceable, as being meant to be far less intelligible. 3 or 4 days of steady application tendered him master of all the facts it was essential to become acquainted with. Mr. Meagles was at hand the whole time, always ready to illuminate any dim place with a bright little safety lamp belonging to the scales and scoop. Between them they agreed upon the sum it would be fair to offer for the purchase of a half-share in the business, and then Mr. Meagles unsealed a paper in which Daniel Joyce had noted the amount at which he valued it, which was even something less. Thus, when Daniel came back, he found the affair as good as concluded. "And I may now avow, Mr. Clennam," said he, with a cordial shake of the hand, "that if I had looked high and low for a partner, I believe I could not have found one more to my mind." "I say the same," said Clennam. "And I say of both of you," added Mr. Meagles, "that you are well matched. You keep him in check, Clennam, with your common sense, and you stick to the works, Dan, with your—" "Uncommon sense," suggested Daniel with his quiet smile. "You may call it so, if you like, and each of you will be a right hand to the other. Here is my own right hand upon it, as a practical man to both of you." The purchase was completed within a month. It left Arthur in possession of private personal means not exceeding a few £100, but it opened to him an active and promising career. The 3 friends dined together on the auspicious occasion. The factory and the factory wives and children made holiday and dined too. Even Bleeding Heart Yard dined, and was full of meat. 2 months had barely gone by in all, when Bleeding Heart Yard had become so familiar with short commons again, that the treat was forgotten there, when nothing seemed new in the partnership but the paint of the inscription on the door-posts, Joyce and Clennam, when it appeared even to Clennam himself that he had had the affairs of the firm in his mind for years. The little counting-house reserved for his own occupation was a room of wood and glass at the end of a long, low workshop, filled with benches, and vices, and tools, and straps, and wheels, which, when they were in gear with the steam-engine, went tearing round as though they had a suicidal mission to grind the business to dust and tear the factory to pieces. A communication of great trapdoors in the floor and roof with the workshop above and the workshop below made a shaft of light in this perspective, which brought to Clennam's mind the child's old picture book, where similar rays were the witnesses of Abel's murder. The noises were sufficiently removed and shut out from the counting-house to blend into a busy hum, interspersed with periodical clinks and thumps. The patient figures at work were swarthy with the filings of iron and steel that danced on every bench and bubbled up through every chink in the planking. The workshop was arrived at by a step-ladder from the outer yard below, where it served as a shelter for the large grindstone where tools were sharpened. The whole had at once a fanciful and practical air in Clennam's eyes, which was a welcome change. and as often as he raised them from his first work of getting the array of business documents into perfect order, he glanced at these things with a feeling of pleasure in his pursuit that was new to him. Raising his eyes thus one day, he was surprised to see a bonnet labouring up the step-ladder. The unusual apparition was followed by another bonnet. He then perceived that the first bonnet was on the head of Mr. F.'s aunt, and that the second bonnet was on the head of Flora, who seemed to have propelled her legacy up the steep ascent with considerable difficulty. Though not altogether enraptured at the sight of these visitors, Clennam lost no time in opening the counting-house door, and extricating them from the workshop, a rescue which was rendered the more necessary by Mr. F.'s aunt already stumbling over some impediment, and menacing steam power as an institution with the stony reticule she carried. "Good gracious, Arthur! I should say Mr. Clennam far more proper. The climb we have had to get up here, and how ever to get down again, without a fire escape, and Mr. F.'s aunt slipping through the steps and bruised all over, and you in the machinery and foundry way to only think, and never told us." Thus Flora, out of breath. Meanwhile Mr. F.'s aunt rubbed her esteemed insteps with her umbrella, and vindictively glared. "Most unkind never to have come back to see us since that day, though naturally it was not to be expected that there should be any attraction at our house, and you were much more pleasantly engaged, that's pretty certain. And is she fair, or dark blue eyes, or black, I wonder? Not that I expect that she should be anything but a perfect contrast to me, in all particulars, for I am a disappointment, as I very well know, and you are quite right to be devoted, no doubt, though what I am saying, Arthur, never mind, I hardly know myself, good gracious." By this time he had placed chairs for them in the counting-house. As Flora dropped into hers, she bestowed the old look upon him. "And to think of Joyce and Clennam, and who Joyce can be," said Flora. "Delightful man, no doubt, and married, perhaps, or perhaps a daughter. Now has he really? The one understands the partnership and sees it all. Don't tell me anything about it, for I know I have no claim to ask the question, the golden chain that once was forged being snapped, and very proper." Flora put her hand tenderly on his, and gave him another of the youthful glances. "Dear Arthur, force of habit, Mr. Clennam, every way more delicate and adapted to existing circumstances, I must beg to be excused for taking the liberty of this intrusion, but I thought I might so far presume upon old times, for ever faded, never more to bloom, as to call with Mr. F.'s aunt to congratulate and offer best wishes, a great deal superior to China, not to be denied, and much nearer, though higher up." "I am very happy to see you," said Clennam, "and I thank you, Flora, very much for your kind remembrance." "More than I can say myself at any rate," returned Flora, "for I might have been dead and buried 20 distinct times over, and no doubt whatever should have been before you had genuinely remembered me, or anything like it, in spite of which one last remark I wish to make, one last explanation I wish to offer." "My dear Mrs. Finching," Arthur remonstrated in alarm. "Oh, not that disagreeable name. Say Flora." "Flora, is it worth troubling yourself afresh to enter into explanations? I assure you none are needed. I am satisfied. I am perfectly satisfied." A diversion was occasioned here by Mr. F.'s aunt making the following inexorable and awful statement. "There's milestones on the Dover road." With such mortal hostility towards the human race did she discharge this missile, that Clennam was quite at a loss how to defend himself, the rather as he had been already perplexed in his mind by the honour of a visit from this venerable lady, when it was plain she held him in the utmost abhorrence. He could not but look at her with disconcertment, as she sat breathing bitterness and scorn, and staring leagues away. Flora, however, received the remark as if it had been of a most apposite and agreeable nature, approvingly observing aloud that Mr. F.'s aunt had a great deal of spirit. Stimulated either by this compliment or by her burning indignation, that illustrious woman then added, "Let him meet it if he can," and, with a rigid movement of her stony reticule, an appendage of great size and of a fossil appearance, indicated that Clennam was the unfortunate person at whom the challenge was hurled. "One last remark," resumed Flora. I was going to say I wish to make one last explanation I wish to offer. Mr. F.'s aunt and myself would not have intruded on business hours, Mr. F. having been in business, and though the wine trade still business is equally business, call it what you will, and business habits are just the same, as witness Mr. F. himself, who had his slippers always on the mat at 10 minutes before 6 in the afternoon, and his boots inside the fender at 10 minutes before 8 in the morning, to the moment, in all weathers, light or dark, would not therefore have intruded without a motive, which being kindly meant, it may be hoped, will be kindly taken, Arthur, Mr. Clennam far more proper, even Joyce and Clennam probably more business-like. Pray say nothing in the way of apology, Arthur entreated. You are always welcome. Very polite of you to say so, Arthur. I cannot remember Mr. Clennam until the word is out. Such is the habit of times for ever fled, and so true it is that oft in the stilly night ere slumber's chain has bound people, fond memory brings the light of other days around people. Very polite, but more polite than true, I am afraid, for to go into the machinery business without so much as sending a line or a card to papa, I don't say me, though there was a time, but that's past, and stern reality has now, my gracious never mind, does not look like it, you must confess. Even Flora's commerce seemed to have fled on this occasion. She was so much more disjointed and voluble than in the preceding interview. Though, indeed, she hurried on, nothing else is to be expected, and why should it be expected, and if it's not to be expected, why should it be, and I am far from blaming you or any one. When your mamma and my papa worried us to death and severed the golden bowl, I mean bond, but I dare say you know what I mean, and if you don't lose much and care just as little, I will venture to add. When they severed the golden bond that bound us and threw us into fits of crying on the sofa, nearly choked at least myself, everything was changed, and in giving my hand to Mr. F., I know I did so with my eyes open, but he was so very unsettled, and in such low spirits, that he had distractedly alluded to the river, if not oil of something from the chemist's, and I did it for the best. My good Flora, we settled that before. It was all quite right. It's perfectly clear you think so, returned Flora, for you take it very coldly. If I hadn't known it to be China, I should have guessed myself the polar regions. Dear Mr. Clennam, you are right, however, and I cannot blame you, but as to Joyce and Clennam papa's property being about here, we heard it from Pangs, and but for him we never should have heard one word about it, I am satisfied. No, don't say that. What nonsense not to say it, Arthur. Joyce and Clennam easier and less trying to me than Mr. Clennam, when I know it, and you know it too, and can't deny it. But I do deny it, Flora. I should soon have made you a friendly visit. Ah, said Flora, tossing her head. I dare say, and she gave him another of the old looks. However, when Panks told us, I made up my mind that Mr. F.'s aunt and I would come and call, because when papa, which was before that, happened to mention her name to me, and to say that you were interested in her, I said at the moment, good gracious, why not have her here then, when there's anything to do instead of putting it out? When you say her, observed Clennam, by this time pretty well bewildered, do you mean Mr. F.'s? My goodness, Arthur! Joyce and Clennam really easier to me, with old remembrances. Who ever heard of Mr. F.'s aunt doing needlework and going out by the day? Going out by the day? Do you speak of little Dorrit? Why, yes, of course, returned Flora, and of all the strangest names I ever heard the strangest, like a place down in the country with a turnpike, or a favourite pony, or a puppy, or a bird, or something from a seed shop to be put in a garden or a flower pot and come up speckled. Then, Flora, said Arthur with a sudden interest in the conversation, Mr. Casby was so kind as to mention little Dorrit to you, was he? What did he say? Oh, you know what papa is, rejoined Flora, and how aggravatingly he sits looking beautiful and turning his thumbs over and over one another till he makes one giddy if one keeps one's eyes upon him. He said when we were talking of you, I don't know who began the subject, Arthur, Joyce and Clennam, but I am sure it wasn't me. At least I hope not, but you really must excuse my confessing more on that point. Certainly, said Arthur, by all means. You are very ready, pouted Flora, coming to a sudden stop in a captivating bashfulness. that I must admit Papa said you had spoken of her in an earnest way, and I said what I have told you, and that's all." "That's all?" said Arthur, a little disappointed. "Except that when Panks told us of your having embarked in this business, and with difficulty persuaded us that it was really you, I said to Mr. F. Sand, then we would come and ask you if it would be agreeable to all parties that she should be engaged at our house when required, for I know she often goes to your mamma's, and I know that your mamma has a very touchy temper, Arthur, Doyce and Clennam, or I never might have married Mr. F., and might have been at this hour, but I am running into nonsense." "It was very kind of you, Flora, to think of this." Poor Flora rejoined with a plain sincerity, which became her better than her youngest glances, that she was glad he thought so. She said it with so much heart, that Clennam would have given a great deal to buy his old character of her on the spot, and throw it and the mermaid away for ever. "I think, Flora," he said, "that the employment you can give little Dorrit, and the kindness you can show her—" "Yes, and I will," said Flora quickly. "I am sure of it, will be a great assistance and support to her. I do not feel that I have the right to tell you what I know of her, for I acquired the knowledge confidentially, and under circumstances that bind me to silence, but I have an interest in the little creature, and a respect for her that I cannot express to you. Her life has been one of such trial and devotion, and such quiet goodness, as you can scarcely imagine. I can hardly think of her, far less speak of her, without feeling moved. Let that feeling represent what I could tell you, and commit her to your friendliness with my thanks." Once more he put out his hand frankly to poor Flora. Once more poor Flora couldn't accept it frankly, found it worth nothing openly, must make the old intrigue and mystery of it, as much to her own enjoyment as to his dismay. She covered it with a corner of her shawl as she took it. Then, looking towards the glass front of the counting-house, and seeing two figures approaching, she cried with infinite relish, "Papa! Hush, Arthur, for mercy's sake!" and tottered back to her chair with an amazing imitation of being in danger of swooning, in the dread surprise and maidenly flutter of her spirits. The patriarch, meanwhile, came inanely beaming towards the counting-house in the wake of Panks. Panks opened the door for him, towed him in, and retired to his own moorings in a corner. "I heard from Flora," said the patriarch with his benevolent smile, "that she was coming to call, and being out, I thought I'd come also. The benign wisdom he infused into this declaration, not of itself profound, by means of his blue eyes, his shining head, and his long white hair, was most impressive. It seemed worth putting down among the noblest sentiments enunciated by the best of men. Also, when he said to Clennam, seating himself in the proffered chair, "And you are in a new business, Mr. Clennam? I wish you well, sir, I wish you well." He seemed to have done benevolent wonders. "Mrs. Finching has been telling me, sir," said Arthur, after making his acknowledgments, the relict of the late Mr. F. meanwhile protesting, with a gesture, against his use of that respectable name, "that she hopes occasionally to employ the young needlewoman you recommended to my mother, for which I have been thanking her." The patriarch turning his head in a lumbering way towards Panks, that assistant put up the note-book in which he had been absorbed, and took him in tow. "You didn't recommend her, you know," said Panks. "How could you? You knew nothing about her, you didn't. The name was mentioned to you, and you passed it on. That's what you did." "Well," said Clennam, "as she justifies any recommendation, it is much the same thing." "You are glad she turns out well," said Panks, "but it wouldn't have been your fault if she had turned out ill. The credit's not yours, as it is, and the blame wouldn't have been yours, as it might have been. You gave no guarantee. You knew nothing about her." "You are not acquainted, then," said Arthur, hazarding a random question, "with any of her family?" "Acquainted with any of her family?" returned Panks. "How should you be acquainted with any of her family? You never heard of 'em. You can't be acquainted with people you never heard of, can you? You should think not." All this time the patriarch sat serenely smiling, nodding or shaking his head benevolently, as the case required. "As to being a reference," said Pancks, "you know, in a general way, what being a reference means. It's all your eye, that is. Look at your tenants down the yard here. They'd all be references for one another, if you'd let 'em. What would be the good of letting 'em? It's no satisfaction to be done by two men instead of one. One's enough. A person who can't pay gets another person who can't pay to guarantee that he can pay, like a person with two wooden legs getting another person with two wooden legs to guarantee that he has two natural legs. It don't make either of them able to do a walking match, and 4 wooden legs are more troublesome to you than 2, when you don't want any." Mr. Pancks concluded by blowing off that steam of his. A momentary silence that ensued was broken by Mr. F.'s aunt, who had been sitting upright in a cataleptic state since her last public remark. She now underwent a violent twitch, calculated to produce a startling effect on the nerves of the uninitiated, and with the deadliest animosity observed, "You can't make a head and brains out of a brass knob with nothing in it. You couldn't do it when your Uncle George was living, much less when he's dead." Mr. Pancks was not slow to reply with his usual calmness. "Indeed, ma'am, bless my soul, I'm surprised to hear it." Despite his presence of mind, however, the speech of Mr. F.'s aunt produced a depressing effect on the little assembly. Firstly, because it was impossible to disguise that Clennam's unoffending head was the particular temple of reason depreciated; and secondly, because nobody ever knew on these occasions whose Uncle George was referred to, or what spectral presence might be invoked under that appellation. Therefore Flora said, though still not without a certain boastfulness and triumph in her legacy, that Mr. F.'s aunt was very lively to-day, and she thought they had better go. But Mr. F.'s aunt proved so lively as to take the suggestion in unexpected dudgeon and declare that she would not go, adding, with several injurious expressions, that if he, too evidently meaning Clennam, wanted to get rid of her, let him chuck her out of window, and urgently expressing her desire to see him perform that ceremony. In this dilemma Mr. Pancks, whose resources appeared equal to any emergency in the patriarchal waters, slipped on his hat, slipped out at the counting-house door, and slipped in again a moment afterwards with an artificial freshness upon him, as if he had been in the country for some weeks. "Why, bless my heart, ma'am," said Mr. Pancks, rubbing up his hair in great astonishment, "is that you? How do you do, ma'am? You're looking charming to-day. I'm delighted to see you. Favour me with your arm, ma'am. We'll have a little walk together, you and me, if you'll honour me with your company." And so escorted Mr. F.'s aunt down the private staircase of the counting-house with great gallantry and success. The patriarchal Mr. Casby then rose with the air of having done it himself, and blandly followed, leaving his daughter, as she followed in her turn, to remark to her former lover in a distracted whisper, which she very much enjoyed, that they had drained the cup of life to the dregs, and further to hint mysteriously that the late Mr. F. was at the bottom of it. Alone again, Clennam became a prey to his old doubts in reference to his mother and little Dorrit, and revolved the old thoughts and suspicions. They were all in his mind, blending themselves with the duties he was mechanically discharging, when a shadow on his papers caused him to look up for the cause. The cause was Mr. Pancks. With his hat thrown back upon his ears, as if his wiry prongs of hair had darted up like springs and cast it off, with his jet-black beads of eyes inquisitively sharp, with the fingers of his right hand in his mouth that he might bite the nails, and with the fingers of his left hand in reserve in his pocket for another cause, Mr. Pancks cast his shadow through the glass upon the books and papers. Mr. Pancks asked, with a little inquiring twist of his head, if he might come in again. Clennam replied with a nod of his head in the affirmative. Mr. Pancks worked his way in, came alongside the desk, made himself fast by leaning his arms upon it, and started conversation with a puff and a snort. "Mr. F.'s aunt is appeased, I hope," said Clennam. "All right, sir," said Banks. "I am so unfortunate as to have awakened a strong animosity in the breast of that lady," said Clennam. "Do you know why?" "Does she know why?" said Banks. "I suppose not." "I suppose not," said Banks. He took out his note-book, opened it, shut it, dropped it into his hat, which was beside him on the desk, and looked in at it as it lay at the bottom of the hat, all with a great appearance of consideration. "Mr. Clennam," he then began, "I am in want of information, sir." "Connected with this firm?" asked Clennam. "No," said Banks. "With what then, Mr. Banks? That is to say, assuming that you want it of me." "Yes, sir, yes, I want it of you," said Banks. "If I can persuade you to furnish it, A, B, C, D, D, A, D, E, D, I, D, O, dictionary order. Dorrit? That's the name, sir." Mr. Banks blew off his peculiar noise again, and fell to at his right-hand nails. Arthur looked searchingly at him. He returned the look. "I don't understand you, Mr. Banks." "That's the name that I want to know about." "And what do you want to know?" "Whatever you can and will tell me." This comprehensive summary of his desires was not discharged without some heavy labouring on the part of Mr. Banks' machinery. "This is a singular visit, Mr. Banks. It strikes me as rather extraordinary that you should come, with such an object, to me." "It may be all extraordinary together," returned Banks. "It may be out of the ordinary course, and yet be business. In short, it is business. I am a man of business. What business have I in this present world, except to stick to business? No business." With his former doubt whether this dry, hard personage were quite in earnest, Clennam again turned his eyes attentively upon his face. It was as scrubby and dingy as ever, and as eager and quick as ever, and he could see nothing lurking in it that was at all expressive of a latent mockery that had seemed to strike upon his ear in the voice. "Now," said Banks, "to put this business on its own footing, it's not my proprietor's." "Do you refer to Mr. Casby as your proprietor?" Banks nodded. "My proprietor. Put a case. Say, at my proprietor's I hear name of young person Mr. Clennam wants to serve. Say, name first mentioned to my proprietor by Plornish in the yard. Say, I go to Plornish. Say, I ask Plornish as a matter of business for information. Say, Plornish, though 6 weeks in arrear to my proprietor, declines. Say, Mrs. Plornish declines. Say, both refer to Mr. Clennam. Put the case." "Well?" "Well, sir," returned Banks, "say I come to him. Say, here I am." With those prongs of hair sticking up all over his head, and his breath coming and going very hard and short, the busy Banks fell back a step, in tag metaphor, took half a turn astern, as if to show his dingy hull complete, then forged ahead again, and directed his quick glance by turns into his hat where his note-book was, and into Clennam's face. "Mr. Banks, not to trespass on your grounds of mystery, I will be as plain with you as I can. Let me ask 2 questions. First—" "All right," said Banks, holding up his dirty forefinger with his broken nail. "I see. What's your motive?" "Exactly." "Motive," said Banks. "Good. Nothing to do with my proprietor. Not stateable at present, ridiculous to state at present, but good." "Desiring to serve young person name of Dorrit," said Banks, with his forefinger still up as a caution. "Better admit motive to be good. Secondly, and lastly, what do you want to know?" Mr. Banks fished up his note-book before the question was put, and buttoning it with care in an inner breast-pocket, and looking straight at Clennam all the time, replied with a pause and a puff, "I want supplementary information of any sort." Clennam could not withhold a smile, as the panting little steam-tug, so useful to that unwieldy ship, the Casby, waited on and watched him, as if it were seeking an opportunity of running in and rifling him of all he wanted before he could resist its manoeuvres. Though there was that in Mr. Panks's eagerness, too, which awakened many wondering speculations in his mind. After a little consideration, he resolved to supply Mr. Panks with such leading information as it was in his power to impart him, well knowing that Mr. Panks, if he failed in his present research, was pretty sure to find other means of getting it. He, therefore, first requesting Mr. Panks to remember his voluntary declaration that his proprietor had no part in the disclosure, and that his own intentions were good, two declarations which that coaly little gentleman with the greatest ardour repeated, openly told him that as to the Dorrit lineage or former place of habitation, he had no information to communicate, and that his knowledge of the family did not extend beyond the fact that it appeared to be now reduced to 5 members, namely, to 2 brothers, of whom one was single, and one a widower with 3 children. The ages of the whole family he made known to Mr. Panks, as nearly as he could guess at them, and finally he described to him the position of the father of the Marshalsea, and the course of time and events through which he had become invested with that character. To all this, Mr. Panks, snorting and blowing in a more and more portentous manner, as he became more interested, listened with great attention, appearing to derive the most agreeable sensations from the painfullest parts of the narrative, and particularly to be quite charmed by the account of William Dorrit's long imprisonment. "In conclusion, Mr. Panks," said Arthur, "I have but to say this. I have reasons beyond a personal regard for speaking as little as I can of the Dorrit family, particularly at my mother's house." Mr. Panks nodded. "And for knowing as much as I can. So devoted a man of business as you are, eh?" For Mr. Panks had suddenly made that blowing effort with unusual force. "It's nothing," said Panks. "So devoted a man of business as yourself has a perfect understanding of a fair bargain. I wish to make a fair bargain with you, that you shall enlighten me concerning the Dorrit family when you have it in your power, as I have enlightened you. It may not give you a very flattering idea of my business habits, that I failed to make my terms beforehand," continued Clennam, "but I prefer to make them a point of honour. I have seen so much business done on sharp principles that, to tell you the truth, Mr. Panks, I am tired of them." Mr. Panks laughed. "It's a bargain, sir," said he. "You shall find me stick to it." After that, he stood a little while looking at Clennam, and biting his 10 nails all round, evidently while he fixed in his mind what he had been told, and went over it carefully before the means of supplying a gap in his memory should be no longer at hand. "It's all right," he said at last, "and now I'll wish you good day, as it's collecting day in the yard. By the by, though, a lame foreigner with a stick—" "Ay, you do take a reference sometimes, I see," said Clennam. "When he can pay, sir," replied Panks. "Take all you can get, and keep back all you can't be forced to give up. That's business. The lame foreigner with the stick wants a top room down the yard. Is he good for it?" "I am," said Clennam, "and I will answer for him." "That's enough. What I must have of Bleeding Heart Yard," said Panks, making a note of the case in his book, "is my bond. I want my bond, you see. Pay up or produce your property. That's the watchword down the yard. The lame foreigner with the stick represented that you sent him, but he could represent, as far as that goes, that the Great Mogul sent him. He has been in the hospital, I believe?" "Yes, through having met with an accident. He is only just now discharged. It's pauperizing a man, sir, I have been shown, to let him into a hospital," said Panks, and again blew off that remarkable sound. "I have been shown so too," said Clennam coldly. Mr. Panks, being by that time quite ready for a start, got under steam in a moment, and, without any other signal or ceremony, was snorting down the step-ladder and working into Bleeding Heart Yard before he seemed to be well out of the counting-house. Throughout the remainder of the day, Bleeding Heart Yard was in consternation, as the grim Panks cruised in it. haranguing the inhabitants on their backslidings in respect of payment, demanding his bond, breathing notices to quit and executions, running down defaulters, sending a swell of terror on before him, and leaving it in his wake. Knots of people, impelled by a fatal attraction, lurked outside any house in which he was known to be, listening for fragments of his discourses to the inmates, and, when he was rumoured to be coming down the stairs, often could not disperse so quickly but that he would be prematurely in among them, demanding their own arrears, and rooting them to the spot. Throughout the remainder of the day, Mr. Panks's "What were they up to?" and "What did they mean by it?" sounded all over the yard. Mr. Panks wouldn't hear of excuses, wouldn't hear of complaints, wouldn't hear of repairs, wouldn't hear of anything but unconditional money down. Perspiring and puffing and darting about in eccentric directions, and becoming hotter and dingier every moment, he lashed the tide of the yard into a most agitated and turbid state. It had not settled down into calm water again full 2 hours after he had been seen fuming away on the horizon at the top of the steps. There were several small assemblages of the Bleeding Hearts at the popular points of meeting in the yard that night, among whom it was universally agreed that Mr. Panks was a hard man to have to do with, and that it was much to be regretted, so it was, that a gentleman like Mr. Casby should put his rents in his hands, and never know him in his true light. For, said the Bleeding Hearts, if a gentleman with that head of hair and them eyes took his rents into his own hands, ma'am, there would be none of this worriting and wearing, and things would be very different. At which identical evening hour and minute, the patriarch, who had floated serenely through the yard in the forenoon before the harrying began, with the express design of getting up distrustfulness in his shining bumps and silken locks, at which identical hour and minute, that first-rate humbug of 1,000 guns was heavily floundering in the little dock of his exhausted tug at home, and was saying, as he turned his thumbs, "A very bad day's work, Panks, very bad day's work. It seems to me, sir, and I must insist on making this observation forcibly in justice to myself, that you ought to have got much more money, much more money." End of chapter the 23rd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 24th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 24th, Fortune-telling. Little Dorrit received a call that same evening from Mr. Plornish, who, having intimated that he wished to speak to her privately, in a series of coughs so very noticeable as to favour the idea that her father, as regarded her seamstress occupation, was an illustration of the axiom that there are no such stone-blind men as those who will not see, obtained an audience with her on the common staircase outside the door. "There's been a lady at our place to-day, Miss Dorrit," Plornish growled, "and another one along with her, as is a old vixen if ever I met with such. The way she snapped a person's head off, dear me!" The mild Plornish was at first quite unable to get his mind away from Mr. F.'s aunt, "for," said he to excuse himself, "she is, I do assure you, the vinegariest party." At length, by a great effort, he detached himself from the subject sufficiently to observe, "But she's neither here nor there just at present. The other lady, she is Mr. Casby's daughter, and if Mr. Casby aren't well off, none better. It ain't through any fault of Panks. For, as to Panks, he does, he really does, he does indeed." Mr. Plornish, after his usual manner, was a little obscure, but conscientiously emphatic. "And what she come to our place for," he pursued, "was to leave word that if Miss Dorrit would step up to that card, which it's Mr. Casby's house, that is, and Panks he has a office at the back, where he really does, beyond belief, she would be glad for to engage her. She was a old and a dear friend, she said particular of Mr. Clennam, and hoped for to prove herself a useful friend to his friend. Them was her words. Wishing to know whether Miss Dorrit could come to-morrow morning, I said I would see you, miss, and inquire, and look round there to-night, to say yes, or, if you was engaged to-morrow, when.
"I can go to-morrow, thank you," said little Dorrit. "This is very kind of you, but you are always kind."
Mr. Plornish, with a modest disavowal of his merits, opened the room door for her readmission, and followed her in with such an exceedingly bold pretence of not having been out at all, that her father might have observed it without being very suspicious. In his affable unconsciousness, however, he took no heed. Plornish, after a little conversation in which he blended his former duty as a collegian with his present privilege as a humble outside friend, qualified again by his low estate as a plasterer, took his leave, making the tour of the prison before he left, and looking on at a game of skittles, with the mixed feelings of an old inhabitant who had his private reasons for believing that it might be his destiny to come back again. Early in the morning, little Dorrit, leaving Maggie in high domestic trust, set off for the patriarchal tent. She went by the iron bridge, though it cost her a penny, and walked more slowly in that part of her journey than in any other. At 5 minutes before 8 her hand was on the patriarchal knocker, which was quite as high as she could reach. She gave Mrs. Finching's card to the young woman who opened the door, and the young woman told her that Miss Flora having on her return to the parental roof reinvested herself with the title under which she had lived there, was not yet out of her bedroom, but she was too pleased to walk up into Miss Flora's sitting-room. She walked up into Miss Flora's sitting-room, as in duty bound, and there found a breakfast-table comfortably laid for 2, with a supplementary tray upon it laid for 1. The young woman, disappearing for a few moments, returned to say that she was too pleased to take a chair by the fire, and to take off her bonnet, and make herself at home. But little Dorrit, being bashful, and not used to make herself at home on such occasions, felt at a loss how to do it. So she was still sitting near the door with her bonnet on, when Flora came in a hurry half an hour afterwards. Flora was so sorry to have kept her waiting, and good gracious, why did she sit out there in the cold when she had expected to find her by the fire reading the paper, and hadn't that heedless girl given her the message then, and had she really been in her bonnet all this time, and pray for goodness' sake let Flora take it off. Flora, taking it off in the best-natured manner in the world, was so struck with the face disclosed, that she said, "Why, what a good little thing you are, my dear!" and pressed her face between her hands, like the gentlest of women. It was the word and the action of a moment. Little Dorrit had hardly time to think how kind it was, when Flora dashed at the breakfast-table full of business, and plunged over head and ears into loquacity. "Really so sorry that I should happen to be late on this morning of all mornings, because my intention and my wish was to be ready to meet you when you came in, and to say that any one that interested Arthur Clennam half so much must interest me, and that I gave you the heartiest welcome and was so glad, instead of which they never called me, and there I still am, snoring, I dare say, if the truth was known, and if you don't like either cold fowl or hot-boiled ham, which many people don't, I dare say, besides Jews and theirs are scruples of conscience, which we must all respect, though I must say I wish they had them equally strong when they sell us false articles for real. That certainly ain't worth the money. I shall be quite vexed," said Flora. Little Dorrit thanked her, and said, shyly, bread and butter and tea was all she usually. "Oh, nonsense, my dear child, I can never hear of that," said Flora, turning on the urn in the most reckless manner, and making herself wink by splashing hot water into her eyes as she bent down to look into the teapot. "You are coming here on the footing of a friend and companion, you know, if you will let me take that liberty, and I should be ashamed of myself indeed if you could come here upon any other, besides which Arthur Clennam spoke in such terms. You are tired, my dear?" "No, ma'am." "You turn so pale, you have walked too far before breakfast,
"And I dare say you live a great way off, and ought to have had a ride," said Flora. "Dear, dear, is there anything that would do you good?" "Indeed I am quite well, ma'am. I thank you again and again, but I am quite well." "Then take your tea at once, I beg," said Flora. "And this wing of fowl and bit of ham, don't mind me or wait for me, because I always carry in this tray myself to Mr. F.'s aunt, who breakfasts in bed, and a charming old lady too, and very clever. Portrait of Mr. F. behind the door, and very like though too much for it. And as to a pillar with a marble pavement and balustrades, and a mountain, I never saw him near it, no, not likely in the wine trade. Excellent man, but not at all in that way." Little Dorrit glanced at the portrait, very imperfectly following the references to that work of art. "Mr. F. was so devoted to me that he never could bear me out of his sight," said Flora, "though of course I am unable to say how long that might have lasted if he hadn't been cut short while I was a new broom. Worthy man, but not poetical, manly prose, but not romance." Little Dorrit glanced at the portrait again. The artist had given it a head that would have been, in an intellectual point of view, top-heavy for Shakespeare. "Romance, however," Flora went on, busily arranging Mr. F.'s aunt's toast, "as I openly said to Mr. F. when he proposed to me, and you will be surprised to hear that he proposed 7 times, once in a hackney coach, once in a boat, once in a pew, once on a donkey at Tunbridge Wells, and the rest on his knees. Romance was fled with the early days of Arthur Clennam. Our parents tore us asunder, we became marble, and stern reality usurped the throne. Mr. F. said very much to his credit that he was perfectly aware of it, and even preferred that state of things. Accordingly the word was spoken and the fiat went forth, and such is life, you see, my dear, and yet we do not break but bend. Pray make a good breakfast when I go in with the tray." She disappeared, leaving little Dorrit to ponder over the meaning of her scattered words. She soon came back again, and at last began to take her own breakfast, talking all the while. "You see, my dear," said Flora, measuring out a spoonful or two of some brown liquid that smelled like brandy, and putting it into her tea, "I am obliged to be careful to follow the directions of my medical man, though the flavour is anything but agreeable, being a poor creature, and it may be have never recovered the shock received in youth from too much giving way to crying in the next room, and separated from Arthur. Have you known him long?" As soon as little Dorrit comprehended that she had been asked this question, for which time was necessary, the galloping pace of her new patroness having left her far behind, she answered that she had known Mr. Clennam ever since his return. "To be sure you couldn't have known him before, unless you had been in China, or had corresponded, neither of which is likely," returned Flora, "for travelling people usually get more or less mahogany, and you're not at all so. And as to corresponding, what about? That's very true, unless so it was at his mother's, was it really, that you knew him first? Highly sensible and firm, but dreadfully severe, ought to be the mother of the man in the iron mask." "Mrs. Clennam has been kind to me," said little Dorrit. "Really? I am sure I am glad to hear it, because as Arthur's mother it's naturally pleasant to my feelings to have a better opinion of her than I had before, though what she thinks of me when I run on as I am certain to do, and she sits glowering at me like Fate in a go-cart, shocking comparison really, invalid, and not her fault, I never know or can imagine." "Shall I find my work anywhere, ma'am?" asked little Dorrit, looking timidly about. "Can I get it?" "You industrious little fairy," returned Flora, taking in another cup of tea, another of the doses prescribed by her medical man. "There's not the slightest hurry, and it's better that we should begin by being confidential about our mutual friend. Too cold a word for me, at least I don't mean that, very proper expression, mutual friend, than become through mere formalities, not you but me, like the Spartan boy with the fox biting him, which I hope you'll excuse my bringing up for all the tiresome boys that will go tumbling into every sort of company that boy's the tiresomest." Little Dorrit, her face very pale, sat down again to listen. "Hadn't I better work the while?" she asked. "I can work and attend too. I would rather, if I may." Her earnestness was so expressive of her being uneasy without her work, that Flora answered, "Well, my dear, whatever you like best," and produced a basket of white handkerchiefs. Little Dorrit gladly put it by her side,
took out her little pocket housewife, threaded the needle, and began to hem.
"What nimble fingers you have," said Flora. "But are you sure you're well?" "Oh, yes, indeed."
Flora put her feet upon the fender, and settled herself for a thorough good romantic disclosure. She started off at score, tossing her head, sighing in the most demonstrative manner, making a great deal of use of her eyebrows, and occasionally, but not often, glancing at the quiet face that bent over the work.
"You must know, my dear," said Flora, "but that I have no doubt you know already, not only because I have already thrown it out in a general way, but because I feel I carry it stamped in burning what's-his-name upon my brow, that before I was introduced to the late Mr. F., I had been engaged to Arthur Clennam, Mr. Clennam in public where reserve is necessary, Arthur here. We were all in all to one another, it was the morning of life, it was bliss, it was frenzy, it was everything else of that sort in the highest degree. When rent asunder we turned to stone, in which capacity Arthur went to China, and I became the statue bride of the late Mr. F."
Flora, uttering these words in a deep voice, enjoyed herself immensely.
"To paint," said she, "the emotions of that morning, when all was marble within, and Mr. F.'s aunt followed in a glass coach, which it stands to reason must have been in shameful repair, or it never could have broken down 2 streets from the house, and Mr. F.'s aunt brought home like the 5th of November in a rush-bottomed chair, I will not attempt. Suffice it to say that the hollow form of breakfast took place in the dining-room downstairs, that papa, partaking too freely of pickled salmon, was ill for weeks, and that Mr. F. and myself went upon a continental tour to Calais, where the people fought for us on the pier until they separated us, though not for ever, that was not yet to be."
The statue bride, hardly pausing for breath, went on with the greatest complacency, in a rambling manner sometimes incidental to flesh and blood.
"I will draw a veil over that dreamy life. Mr. F. was in good spirits, his appetite was good, he liked the cookery, he considered the wine weak but palatable, and all was well. We returned to the immediate neighbourhood of No. 30 Little Gosling Street, London Docks, and settled down, ere we had yet fully detected the housemaid in selling the feathers out of the spare bed, gout flying upwards soared with Mr. F. to another sphere."
His relict, with a glance at his portrait, shook her head and wiped her eyes.
"I revere the memory of Mr. F. as an estimable man and most indulgent husband, only necessary to mention asparagus, and it appeared, or to hint at any little delicate thing to drink, and it came like magic in a pint bottle. It was not ecstasy, but it was comfort. I returned to papa's roof, and lived secluded if not happy during some years, until one day papa came smoothly blundering in, and said that Arthur Clennam awaited me below. I went below and found him. Ask me not what I found him, except that he was still unmarried, still unchanged."
The dark mystery with which Flora now enshrouded herself might have stopped other fingers than the nimble fingers that worked near her. They worked on without pause, and the busy head bent over them watching the stitches.
"Ask me not," said Flora, "if I love him still, or if he still loves me, or what the end is to be, or when. We are surrounded by watchful eyes, and it may be that we are destined to pine asunder. It may be never more to be reunited, not a word, not a breath, not a look to betray us. All must be secret as the tomb. Wonder not, therefore, that even if I should seem comparatively cold to Arthur, or Arthur should seem comparatively cold to me, we have fatal reasons. It is enough if we understand them. Hush!"
All of which Flora said with so much headlong vehemence, as if she really believed it. There is not much doubt that when she worked herself into full mermaid condition, she did actually believe whatever she said in it.
"Hush!"
repeated Flora.
"I have now told you all. Confidence is established between us. Hush! For Arthur's sake, I will always be a friend to you, my dear girl, and in Arthur's name you may always rely upon me."
The nimble fingers laid aside the work, and the little figure rose and kissed her hand.
"You are very cold,"
said Flora, changing to her own natural kind-hearted manner, and gaining greatly by the change.
"Don't work to-day. I am sure you are not well. I am sure you are not strong. It is only that I feel a little overcome by your kindness, and by Mr. Clennam's kindness in confiding me to one he has known and loved so long. Well, really, my dear,"
said Flora, who had a decided tendency to be always honest when she gave herself time to think about it.
"It's as well to leave that alone now, for I couldn't undertake to say after all, but it doesn't signify. Lie down a little." "I have always been strong enough to do what I want to do, and I shall be quite well directly," returned little Dorrit with a faint smile. "You have overpowered me with gratitude, that's all. If I keep near the window for a moment, I shall be quite myself."
Flora opened a window, sat her in a chair by it, and considerately retired to her former place. It was a windy day, and the air stirring on little Dorrit's face soon brightened it. In a very few minutes she returned to her basket of work, and her nimble fingers were as nimble as ever. Quietly pursuing her task, she asked Flora if Mr. Clennam had told her where she lived. When Flora replied in the negative, little Dorrit said that she understood why he had been so delicate, but that she felt sure he would approve of her confiding her secret to Flora, and that she would therefore do so now with Flora's permission. Receiving an encouraging answer, she condensed the narrative of her life into a few scanty words about herself and a glowing eulogy upon her father. Flora took it all in with a natural tenderness that quite understood it, and in which there was no incoherence. When dinner-time came, Flora drew the arm of her new charge through hers, and led her downstairs, and presented her to the patriarch and Mr. Panks, who were already in the dining-room waiting to begin. Mr. F.'s aunt was, for the time, laid up in ordinary in her chamber. By those gentlemen she was received according to their characters, the patriarch appearing to do her some inestimable service in saying that he was glad to see her, and Mr. Panks blowing off his favourite sound as a salute. In that new presence she would have been bashful enough under any circumstances, and particularly under Flora's insisting on her drinking a glass of wine and eating of the best that was there, but her constraint was greatly increased by Mr. Panks. The demeanour of that gentleman at first suggested to her mind that he might be a taker of likenesses, so intently did he look at her, and so frequently did he glance at the little note-book by his side. Observing that he made no sketch, however, and that he talked about business only, she began to have suspicions that he represented some creditor of her father's, a balance due to whom was noted in that pocket volume. Regarded from this point of view, Mr. Panks's puffings expressed injury and impatience, and each of his louder snorts became a demand for payment. But here again she was undeceived by anomalous and incongruous conduct on the part of Mr. Panks himself. She had left the table half an hour, and was at work alone. Flora had gone to lie down in the next room, concurrently with which retirement a smell of something to drink had broken out in the house. The patriarch was fast asleep, with his philanthropic mouth open under a yellow pocket-handkerchief in the dining-room. At this quiet time, Mr. Panks softly appeared before her, urbanely nodding. "Find it a little dull, Miss Dorrit?" inquired Panks in a low voice. "No, thank you, sir," said little Dorrit. "Busy, I see," observed Mr. Panks, stealing into the room by inches. "What are those now, Miss Dorrit?" "Handkerchiefs." "Are they, though?" said Panks. "I shouldn't have thought it." Not in the least looking at them, but looking at little Dorrit. "Perhaps you wonder who I am. Shall I tell you? I am a fortune-teller." Little Dorrit now began to think he was mad. "I belong body and soul to my proprietor," said Panks. "You saw my proprietor having his dinner below, but I do a little in the other way sometimes. Privately, very privately, Miss Dorrit." Little Dorrit looked at him doubtfully, and not without alarm. "I wish you'd show me the palm of your hand," said Panks. "I should like to have a look at it. Don't let me be troublesome." He was so far troublesome that he was not at all wanted there, but she laid her work in her lap for a moment, and held out her left hand with her thimble on it. "Years of toil, eh?" said Panks, softly touching it with his blunt forefinger. "But what else are we made for? Nothing. Hullo!" looking into the lines. "What's this with bars? It's a college. And what's this with a grey gown and a black velvet cap? It's a father. And what's this with a clarionet? It's an uncle. And what's this in dancing shoes? It's a sister. And what's this straggling about in an idle sort of a way? It's a brother. And what's this thinking for a mole? Why, this is you, Miss Dorrit." Her eyes met his as she looked up wonderingly into his face, and she thought that although his were sharp eyes, he was a brighter and gentler-looking man than she had supposed at dinner. His eyes were on her hand again directly, and her opportunity of confirming or correcting the impression was gone. "Now the deuce is in it," muttered Panks, tracing out a line in her hand with his clumsy finger. "If this isn't me in the corner here. What do I want here? What's behind me?" He carried his finger slowly down to the wrist, and round the wrist, and affected to look at the back of the hand for what was behind him. "Is it any harm?" asked little Dorrit, smiling. "Deuce a bit," said Panks. "What do you think it's worth?" "I ought to ask you that. I am not the fortune-teller." "True," said Panks. "What's it worth? You shall live to see, Miss Dorrit." Releasing the hand by slow degrees, he drew all his fingers through his prongs of hair, so that they stood up in their most portentous manner, and repeated slowly, "Remember what I say, Miss Dorrit. You shall live to see." She could not help showing that she was much surprised, if it were only by his knowing so much about her. "Ah, that's it," said Panks, pointing at her. "Miss Dorrit, not that ever." More surprised than before, and a little more frightened, she looked to him for an explanation of his last words. "Not that," said Panks, making with great seriousness an imitation of a surprised look and manner that appeared to be unintentionally grotesque. "Don't do that. Never on seeing me, no matter when, no matter where. I am nobody. Don't take on to mind me. Don't mention me. Take no notice. Will you agree, Miss Dorrit?" "I hardly know what to say," returned little Dorrit, quite astounded. "Why?" "Because I'm a fortune-teller, Panks the gipsy. I haven't told you so much of your fortune yet, Miss Dorrit, as to tell you what's behind me on that little hand. I have told you you shall live to see. Is it agreed, Miss Dorrit?" "Agreed? That I am to—" "To take no notice of me away from here, unless I take on first. Not to mind me when I come and go. It's very easy. I am no loss. I am not handsome. I am not good company. I am only my proprietor's grubber. You need do no more than think. Ah, Panks the gipsy at his fortune-telling. You'll tell the rest of my fortune one day. I shall live to know it. Is it agreed, Miss Dorrit?" "Yes," faltered little Dorrit, whom he greatly confused. "I suppose so, while you do no harm." "Good." Mr. Panks glanced at the wall of the adjoining room, and stooped forward. "Honest creature, woman of capital points, but heedless and a loose talker, Miss Dorrit." With that he rubbed his hands as if the interview had been very satisfactory to him, panted away to the door, and urbanely nodded himself out again. If little Dorrit were beyond measure perplexed by this curious conduct on the part of her new acquaintance, and by finding herself involved in this singular treaty, her perplexity was not diminished by ensuing circumstances. Besides that Mr. Panks took every opportunity afforded him in Mr. Casby's house of significantly glancing at her and snorting at her, which was not much. After what he had done already, he began to pervade her daily life. She saw him in the street constantly. When she went to Mr. Casby's, he was always there. When she went to Mrs. Clennam's, he came there on any pretence, as if to keep her in his sight. A week had not gone by when she found him, to her astonishment, in the lodge one night, conversing with the turnkey on duty, and to all appearance one of his familiar companions. Her next surprise was to find him equally at his ease within the prison, to hear of his presenting himself among the visitors at her father's Sunday levee, to see him arm in arm with a collegiate friend about the yard, to learn from fame that he had greatly distinguished himself one evening at the social club that held its meetings in the snuggery, by addressing a speech to the members of the institution, singing a song, and treating the company to 5 gallons of ale. Report madly added a bushel of shrimps. The effect on Mr. Plornish of such of these phenomena as he became an eyewitness of in his faithful visits made an impression on little Dorrit only second to that produced by the phenomena themselves. They seemed to gag and bind him. He could only stare, and sometimes weakly mutter that it wouldn't be believed down Bleeding Heart Yard that this was Panks, but he never said a word more, or made a sign more, even to little Dorrit. Mr. Panks crowned his mysteries by making himself acquainted with Tip in some unknown manner, and taking a Sunday saunter into the college on that gentleman's arm. Throughout he never took any notice of little Dorrit, save once or twice when he happened to come close to her, and there was no one very near, on which occasions he said in passing, with a friendly look and a puff of encouragement, "Panks the gipsy, fortune-telling." Little Dorrit worked and strove as usual, wondering at all this, but keeping her wonder, as she had from her earliest years kept many heavier loads in her own breast. A change had stolen, and was stealing yet, over the patient heart. Every day found her something more retiring than the day before. To pass in and out of the prison unnoticed, and elsewhere to be overlooked and forgotten were for herself her chief desires. To her own room, too, strangely assorted room for her delicate youth and character, she was glad to retreat as often as she could without desertion of any duty. There were afternoon times when she was unemployed, when visitors dropped in to play a hand at cards with her father, when she could be spared and was better away. Then she would flit along the yard, climb the scores of stairs that led to her room, and take her seat at the window. Many combinations did those spikes upon the wall assume, many light shapes did the strong iron weave itself into, many golden touches fell upon the rust, while little Dorrit sat there musing. New zigzags sprung into the cruel pattern sometimes, when she saw it through a burst of tears. But beautified or hardened still, always over it and under it and through it, she was fain to look in her solitude, seeing everything with that ineffaceable brand. A garret, and a Marshalsea garret without compromise, was little Dorrit's room. Beautifully kept, it was ugly in itself, and had little but cleanliness and air to set it off, for what embellishment she had ever been able to buy had gone to her father's room. Howbeit, for this poor place she showed an increasing love, and to sit in it alone became her favourite rest. Insomuch that on a certain afternoon during the Panks mysteries, when she was seated at her window, and heard Maggie's well-known step coming up the stairs, she was very much disturbed by the apprehension of being summoned away. As Maggie's step came higher up and nearer, she trembled and faltered, and it was as much as she could do to speak when Maggie at length appeared. "Please, little mother," said Maggie, panting for breath, "you must come down and see him. He's here." "Who, Maggie?" "Who? Of course, Mr. Clennam. He's in your father's room, and he says to me, 'Maggie, will you be so kind and go and say it's only me?'" "I am not very well, Maggie. I had better not go. I'm going to lie down. See, I lie down now to ease my head. Say with my grateful regard that you left me so, or I would have come." "Well, it aren't very polite though, little mother," said the staring Maggie, "to turn your face away, neither." Maggie was very susceptible to personal slights, and very ingenious in inventing them. "Putting both your hands afore your face, too," she went on. "If you can't bear the looks of a poor thing, it would be better to tell her so at once, and not go and shut her out like that, hurting her feelings and breaking her heart at 10 years old, poor thing." "It's to ease my head, Maggie." "Well, and if you cry to ease your head, little mother, let me cry too. Don't go and have all the crying to yourself," expostulated Maggie. "But I'm not being greedy," and immediately began to blubber. It was with some difficulty that she could be induced to go back with the excuse, but the promise of being told a story, of all her great delight, on condition that she concentrated her faculties upon the errand, and left her little mistress to herself for an hour longer, combined with a misgiving on Maggie's part that she had left her good temper at the bottom of the staircase, prevailed. So away she went, muttering her message all the way to keep it in her mind, and, at the appointed time, came back. "He was very sorry, I can tell you," she announced, "and wanted to send a doctor, and he's coming again tomorrow, he is, and I don't think he'll have a good sleep tonight along of hearing about your head, little mother. Oh my, ain't you been a-crying?" "I think I have, a little, Maggie." "A little? Oh!" "But it's all over now, all over for good, Maggie, and my head is much better and cooler, and I am quite comfortable. I am very glad I did not go down." Her great staring child tenderly embraced her, and having smoothed her hair, and bathed her forehead and eyes with cold water, offices in which her awkward hands became skilful, hugged her again, exulted in her brighter looks, and stationed her in her chair by the window. Over against this chair, Maggie, with apoplectic exertions that were not at all required, dragged the box which was her seat on story-telling occasions, sat down upon it, hugged her own knees, and said, with a voracious appetite for stories, and with widely opened eyes, "Now, little mother, let's have a good un." "What shall it be about, Maggie?" "Oh, let's have a princess," said Maggie, "and let her be a regular one, beyond all belief, you know." Little Dorrit considered for a moment, and with a rather sad smile upon her face, which was flushed by the sunset, began. "Maggie, there was once upon a time a fine king, and he had everything he could wish for, and a great deal more. He had gold and silver, diamonds and rubies, riches of every kind. He had palaces, and he had—" "Hospitals," interposed Maggie, still nursing her knees. "Let him have hospitals, because they're so comfortable, hospitals with lots of chicking." "Yes, he had plenty of them, and he had plenty of everything." "Plenty of baked potatoes, for instance?" said Maggie. "Plenty of everything." "Lord!" chuckled Maggie, giving her knees a hug. "Wasn't it prime?" "This king had a daughter, who was the wisest and most beautiful princess that ever was seen. When she was a child, she understood all her lessons before her masters taught them to her, and when she was grown up, she was the wonder of the world. Now, near the palace where this princess lived, there was a cottage in which there was a poor little tiny woman who lived all alone by herself." "An old woman?" said Maggie, with an unctuous smack of her lips. "No, not an old woman, quite a young one." "I wonder she weren't afraid," said Maggie. "Go on, please." "The princess passed the cottage nearly every day, and whenever she went in by her beautiful carriage, she saw the poor tiny woman spinning at her wheel, and she looked at the tiny woman, and the tiny woman looked at her. So one day she stopped the coachman a little way from the cottage, and got out and walked on, and peeped in at the door, and there, as usual, was the tiny woman spinning at her wheel, and she looked at the princess, and the princess looked at her." "Like trying to stare one another out," said Maggie. "Please go on, little mother." "The princess was such a wonderful princess that she had the power of knowing secrets, and she said to the tiny woman, 'Why do you keep it there?' This showed her directly that the princess knew why she lived all alone by herself spinning at her wheel, and she kneeled down at the princess' feet and asked her never to betray her. So the princess said, 'I never will betray you. Let me see it.' So the tiny woman closed the shutter of the cottage window and fastened the door, and trembling from head to foot for fear that any one should suspect her, opened a very secret place and showed the princess a shadow." "Law!" said Maggie. "It was the shadow of someone who had gone by long before, of someone who had gone on far away, quite out of reach, never, never to come back. It was bright to look at, and when the tiny woman showed it to the princess, she was proud of it with all her heart, as a great, great treasure.
When the princess had considered it a little while, she said to the tiny woman, "And you keep watch over this every day?" And she cast down her eyes and whispered, "Yes." Then the princess said, "Remind me why." To which the other replied that no one so good and kind had ever passed that way, and that was why in the beginning. She said too that nobody missed it, that nobody was the worse for it, that someone had gone on to those who were expecting him.
"Someone was a man, then?" interposed Maggie. Little Dorrit timidly said yes, she believed so, and resumed.
Had gone on to those who were expecting him, and that this remembrance was stolen or kept back from nobody. The princess made answer, "Ah, but when the cottager died it would be discovered there." The tiny woman told her no. When that time came, it would sink quietly into her own grave, and would never be found.
"Well, to be sure," said Maggie. "Go on, please."
The princess was very much astonished to hear this, as you may suppose, Maggie.
"And well she might be," said Maggie.
So she resolved to watch the tiny woman and see what came of it. Every day she drove in her beautiful carriage by the cottage door, and there she saw the tiny woman always alone by herself spinning at her wheel, and she looked at the tiny woman, and the tiny woman looked at her. At last one day the wheel was still, and the tiny woman was not to be seen. When the princess made inquiries why the wheel had stopped, and where the tiny woman was, she was informed that the wheel had stopped because there was nobody to turn it, the tiny woman being dead.
"They ought to have took her to the hospital," said Maggie, "and then she'd have got over it."
The princess, after crying a very little for the loss of the tiny woman, dried her eyes and got out of her carriage at the place where she had stopped it before, and went to the cottage and peeped in at the door. There was nobody to look at her now, and nobody for her to look at, so she went in at once to search for the treasured shadow. But there was no sign of it to be found anywhere, and then she knew that the tiny woman had told her the truth, and that it would never give anybody any trouble, and that it had sunk quietly into her own grave, and that she and it were at rest together. That's all, Maggie.
The sunset flash was so bright on little Dorrit's face when she came thus to the end of her story, that she interposed her hand to shade it. "Had she got to be old?" Maggie asked.
The tiny woman?
"Ah."
"I don't know," said little Dorrit, "but it would have been just the same if she had been ever so old."
"Would it really?" said Maggie. "Well, I suppose it would, though," and sat staring and ruminating. She sat so long with her eyes wide open, that at length little Dorrit, to entice her from her box, rose and looked out of window. As she glanced down into the yard, she saw Panks come in and leer up with the corner of his eye as he went by.
"Who's here, little mother?"
said Maggie. She had joined her at the window, and was leaning on her shoulder. "I see him come in and out often."
"I have heard him called a fortune-teller," said little Dorrit, "but I doubt if he could tell many people even their past or present fortunes."
"Couldn't have told the princess hers," said Maggie. Little Dorrit, looking musingly down into the dark valley of the prison, shook her head.
"Nor the tiny woman hers?"
said Maggie.
"No,"
said little Dorrit, with the sunset very bright upon her.
"But let us come away from the window."
End of chapter the 24th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 25th, Book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 25th. Conspirators and Others. The private residence of Mr. Panks was in Pentonville, where he lodged on the second floor of a professional gentleman in an extremely small way, who had an inner door within the street door, poised on a spring and starting open with a click like a trap, and who wrote up in the fanlight, "Rugg, General Agent, Accountant, Debts Recovered." This scroll, majestic in its severe simplicity, illuminated a little slip of front garden abutting on the thirsty high road, where a few of the dustiest of leaves hung their dismal heads and led a life of choking. A professor of writing occupied the first floor, and enlivened the garden railings with glass cases containing choice examples of what his pupils had been before 6 lessons, and while the whole of his young family shook the table, and what they had become after 6 lessons when the young family was under restraint. The tenancy of Mr. Panks was limited to one airy bedroom, he covenanting and agreeing with Mr. Rugg, his landlord, that in consideration of a certain scale of payments accurately defined, and on certain verbal notice duly given, he should be at liberty to elect to share the Sunday breakfast, dinner, tea, or supper, or each or any or all of those repasts or meals of Mr. and Miss Rugg, his daughter, in the back parlour. Miss Rugg was a lady of a little property which she had acquired, together with much distinction in the neighbourhood, by having her heart severely lacerated and her feelings mangled by a middle-aged baker resident in the vicinity, against whom she had, by the agency of Mr. Rugg, found it necessary to proceed at law to recover damages for a breach of promise of marriage. The baker having been, by the counsel for Miss Rugg, witheringly denounced on that occasion up to the full amount of 20 guineas, at the rate of about 18 pence an epithet, and having been cast in corresponding damages, still suffered occasional persecution from the youth of Pentonville. But Miss Rugg, environed by the majesty of the law, and having her damages invested in the public securities, was regarded with consideration. In the society of Mr. Rigg, who had a round white visage, as if all his blushes had been drawn out of him long ago, and who had a ragged yellow head like a worn-out hearth-broom, and in the society of Miss Rugg, who had little nankeen spots, like shirt-buttons, all over her face, and whose own yellow tresses were rather scrubby than luxuriant. Mr. Panks had usually dined on Sundays for some few years, and had twice a week or so enjoyed an evening collation of bread, Dutch cheese, and porter. Mr. Panks was one of the very few marriageable men for whom Miss Rugg had no terrors, the argument with which he reassured himself being twofold. That is to say, firstly, that it wouldn't do twice, and secondly, that he wasn't worth it. Fortified within this double armour, Mr. Panks snorted at Miss Rugg on easy terms. Up to this time Mr. Panks had transacted little or no business at his quarters in Pentonville, except in the sleeping line. But now that he had become a fortune-teller, he was often closeted after midnight with Mr. Rugg in his little front parlour office, and even after those untimely hours burned tallow in his bedroom, though his duties as his proprietor's grubber were in no wise lessened, and though that service bore no greater resemblance to a bed of roses than was to be discovered in its many thorns. Some new branch of industry made a constant demand upon him. When he cast off the patriarch at night, it was only to take an anonymous craft in tow, and labour away afresh in other waters. The advance from a personal acquaintance with the elder Mr. Chivery to an introduction to his amiable wife and disconsolate son may have been easy, but easy or not, Mr. Panks soon made it. He nestled in the bosom of the tobacco business within a week or two after his first appearance in the college, and particularly addressed himself to the cultivation of a good understanding with young John. In this endeavour he so prospered as to lure that pining shepherd forth from the groves, and tempt him to undertake mysterious missions, on which he began to disappear at uncertain intervals for as long a space as 2 or 3 days together. The prudent Mrs. Chivery, who wondered greatly at this change, would have protested against it as detrimental to the Highland typification on the door-post, but for 2 forcible reasons. 1, that her John was roused to take strong interest in the business which the estates were supposed to advance, and this she held to be good for his drooping spirits. The other, that Mr. Panks confidentially agreed to pay her, for the occupation of her son's time, at the handsome rate of 7 and 6pence per day. The proposal originated with himself, and was couched in the pithy terms, "If your John is weak enough, ma'am, not to take it, that is no reason why you should be, don't you see? So, quite between ourselves, ma'am, business being business, here it is." What Mr. Chivery thought of these things, or how much or how little he knew about them, was never gathered from himself. It has been already remarked that he was a man of few words, and it may be here observed that he had imbibed a professional habit of locking everything up. He locked himself up as carefully as he locked up the Marshalsea debtors. Even his custom of bolting his meals may have been a part of an uniform whole, but there is no question that, as to all other purposes, he kept his mouth as he kept the Marshalsea door. He never opened it without occasion. When it was necessary to let anything out, he opened it a little way, held it open just as long as sufficed for the purpose, and locked it again. Even as he would be sparing of his trouble at the Marshalsea door, and would keep a visitor who wanted to go out, waiting for a few moments if he saw another visitor coming down the yard, so that one turn of the key should suffice for both. Similarly, he would often reserve a remark if he perceived another on its way to his lips, and would deliver himself of the two together. As to any key to his inner knowledge being to be found in his face, the Marshalsea key was as legible as an index to the individual characters and histories upon which it was turned. That Mr. Panks should be moved to invite any one to dinner at Pentonville was an unprecedented fact in his calendar, but he invited young John to dinner, and even brought him within range of the dangerous, because expensive, fascinations of Miss Rugg. The banquet was appointed for a Sunday, and Miss Rugg with her own hands stuffed a leg of mutton with oysters on the occasion, and sent it to the baker's, not the baker's, but an opposition establishment. Provision of oranges, apples, and nuts was also made, and rum was brought home by Mr. Panks on Saturday night, to gladden the visitor's heart. The store of creature comforts was not the chief part of the visitor's reception. Its special feature was a foregone family confidence and sympathy. When young John appeared at 1:30 without the ivory hand and waistcoat of golden sprigs, the sun shone of his beams by disastrous clouds, Mr. Panks presented him to the yellow-haired Ruggs as the young man he had so often mentioned who loved Miss Dorrit. "I am glad," said Mr. Rugg, challenging him specially in that character, "to have the distinguished gratification of making your acquaintance, sir. Your feelings do you honour. You are young. May you never outlive your feelings." "If I was to outlive my own feelings, sir," said Mr. Rugg, who was a man of many words, and was considered to possess a remarkably good address, "if I was to outlive my own feelings, I'd leave £50 in my will to the man who would put me out of existence." Miss Rugg heaved a sigh. "My daughter, sir," said Mr. Rugg. "Anastasia, you are no stranger to the state of this young man's affections. My daughter has had her trials, sir." Mr. Rugg might have used the word more pointedly in the singular number. "And she can feel for you." Young John, almost overwhelmed by the touching nature of this greeting, professed himself to that effect. "What I envy you, sir, is," said Mr. Rugg, "allow me to take your hat, we are rather short of pegs. I'll put it in the corner, nobody will tread on it there. What I envy you, sir, is the luxury of your own feelings. I belong to a profession in which that luxury is sometimes denied us." Young John replied with acknowledgments that he only hoped he did what was right, and what showed how entirely he was devoted to Miss Dorrit. He wished to be unselfish, and he hoped he was. He wished to do anything as laid in his power to serve Miss Dorrit, altogether putting himself out of sight, and he hoped he did. It was but little that he could do, but he hoped he did it. "Sir," said Mr. Rugg, taking him by the hand, "you are a young man that it does one good to come across. You are a young man that I should like to put in the witness-box to humanize the minds of the legal profession. I hope you have brought your appetite with you, and intend to play a good knife and fork."
"Thank you, sir,"
returned young John. "I don't eat much at present." Mr. Rugg drew him a little apart. "My daughter's case, sir," said he, at the time when, in vindication of her outraged feelings and her sex, she became the plaintiff in Rugg and Bawkins. "I suppose I could have put it in evidence, Mr. Chivery, if I had thought it worth my while, that the amount of solid sustenance my daughter consumed at that period did not exceed 10 ounces per week." "I think I go a little beyond that, sir," returned the other, hesitating, as if he confessed it with some shame. "But in your case there's no fiend in human form," said Mr. Rugg, with argumentative smile and action of hand. "Observe, Mr. Chivery." "No fiend in human form." "No, sir, certainly," young John added with simplicity. "I should be very sorry if there was." "The sentiment," said Mr. Rugg, "is what I should have expected from your known principles. It would affect my daughter greatly, sir, if she heard it. As I perceive the mutton, I am glad she didn't hear it. Mr. Panks, on this occasion, pray face me. My dear, face Mr. Chivery. For what we are going to receive, may we and Miss Dorrit be truly thankful." But for a grave waggishness in Mr. Rugg's manner of delivering this introduction to the feast, it might have appeared that Miss Dorrit was expected to be one of the company. Panks recognised the sally in his usual way, and took in his provender in his usual way. Miss Rugg, perhaps making up some of her arrears, likewise took very kindly to the mutton, and it rapidly diminished to the bone. A bread and butter pudding entirely disappeared, and a considerable amount of cheese and radishes vanished by the same means. Then came the dessert. Then also, and before the broaching of the rum and water, came Mr. Panks's note-book. The ensuing business proceedings were brief but curious, and rather in the nature of a conspiracy. Mr. Panks looked over his note-book, which was now getting full, studiously, and picked out little extracts, which he wrote on separate slips of paper on the table. Mr. Rugg, in the meanwhile, looking at him with close attention, and young John losing his uncollected eye in mists of meditation. When Mr. Panks, who supported the character of chief conspirator, had completed his extracts, he looked them over, corrected them, put up his note-book, and held them like a hand at cards. "Now, there's a churchyard in Bedfordshire," said Panks. "Who takes it?" "I'll take it, sir," returned Mr. Rugg, "if no one bids." Mr. Panks dealt him his card, and looked at his hand again. "Now there's an inquiry in York," said Panks. "Who takes it?" "I'm not good for York," said Mr. Rugg. "Then perhaps," pursued Panks, "you'll be so obliging, John Chivery?" Young John assenting, Panks dealt him his card, and consulted his hand again. "There's a church in London. I may as well take that, and a family Bible. I may as well take that too. That's 2 to me. 2 to me," repeated Panks, breathing hard over his cards. "Here's a clerk at Durham for you, John, and an old seafaring gentleman at Dunstable for you, Mr. Rugg. 2 to me, was it? Yes, 2 to me. Here's a stone. 3 to me. And a still-born baby. 4 to me. And all for the present, told." When he had thus disposed of his cards, all being done very quietly and in a suppressed tone, Mr. Panks puffed his way into his own breast-pocket and tugged out a canvas bag, from which, with a sparing hand, he told forth money for travelling expenses in 2 little portions. "Cash goes out fast," he said anxiously, as he pushed a portion to each of his male companions. "Very fast." "I can only assure you, Mr. Panks," said young John, "that I deeply regret my circumstances being such that I can't afford to pay my own charges, or that it's not advisable to allow me the time necessary for my doing the distances on foot, because nothing would give me greater satisfaction than to walk myself off my legs without fee or reward." This young man's disinterestedness appeared so very ludicrous in the eyes of Miss Rugg, that she was obliged to effect a precipitate retirement from the company, and to sit upon the stairs until she had had her laugh out. Meanwhile Mr. Panks, looking not without some pity at young John, slowly and thoughtfully twisted up his canvas bag as if he were wringing its neck. The lady, returning as he restored it to his pocket, mixed rum and water for the party, not forgetting her fair self, and handed to every one his glass. When all was supplied, Mr. Rugg rose, and silently holding out his glass at arm's length above the centre of the table, by that gesture invited the other three to add theirs, and to unite in a general conspiratorial clink. The ceremony was effective up to a certain point, and would have been wholly so throughout, if Miss Rugg, as she raised her glass to her lips in completion of it, had not happened to look at young John. When she was again so overcome by the contemptible comicality of his disinterestedness as to splatter some ambrosial drops of rum and water around, and withdraw in confusion. Such was the dinner without precedent, given by Panks at Pentonville, and such was the busy and strange life Panks led. The only waking moments at which he appeared to relax from his cares, and to recreate himself by going anywhere or saying anything without a pervading object, were when he showed a dawning interest in the lame foreigner with the stick, down Bleeding Heart Yard. The foreigner, by name John Baptist Cavaletto, they called him Mr. Baptist in the yard, was such a chirping, easy, hopeful little fellow, that his attraction for Panks was probably in the force of contrast. Solitary, weak, and scantily acquainted with the most necessary words of the only language in which he could communicate with the people about him, he went with the stream of his fortunes in a brisk way that was new in those parts, with little to eat, and less to drink, and nothing to wear but what he wore upon him, or had brought tied up in one of the smallest bundles that ever were seen. He put as bright a face upon it as if he were in the most flourishing circumstances, when he first hobbled up and down the yard, humbly propitiating the general goodwill with his white teeth. It was uphill work for a foreigner, lame or sound, to make his way with the Bleeding Hearts. In the first place, they were vaguely persuaded that every foreigner had a knife about him. In the second, they held it to be a sound constitutional national axiom that he ought to go home to his own country. They never thought of inquiring how many of their own countrymen would be returned upon their hands from divers parts of the world, if the principle were generally recognized. They considered it particularly and peculiarly British. In the third place, they had a notion that it was a sort of divine visitation upon a foreigner, that he was not an Englishman, and that all kinds of calamities happened to his country, because it did things that England did not, and did not do things that England did. In this belief, to be sure, they had long been carefully trained by the Barnacles and Stiltstalkings, who were always proclaiming to them officially that no country which failed to submit itself to those two large families could possibly hope to be under the protection of Providence, and who, when they believed it, disparaged them in private as the most prejudiced people under the sun. This, therefore, might be called a political position of the Bleeding Hearts, but they entertained other objections to having foreigners in the yard. They believed that foreigners were always badly off, and though they were as ill off themselves as they could desire to be, that did not diminish the force of the objection. They believed that foreigners were dragooned and bayoneted, and though they certainly got their own skulls promptly fractured, if they showed any ill humour, still it was with a blunt instrument, and that didn't count. They believed that foreigners were always immoral, and though they had an occasional assize at home, and now and then a divorce case or so, that had nothing to do with it. They believed that foreigners had no independent spirit, as never being escorted to the Pole in droves by Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle, with colours flying in the tune of Rule Britannia playing. Not to be tedious, they had many other beliefs of a similar kind. Against these obstacles, the lame foreigner with the stick had to make head as well as he could. Not absolutely single-handed, because Mr. Arthur Clennam had recommended him to the Plornishes. He lived at the top of the same house, but still at heavy odds. However, the Bleeding Hearts were kind hearts, and when they saw the little fellow cheerily limping about with a good-humoured face, doing no harm, drawing no knives, committing no outrageous immoralities, living chiefly on farinaceous and milk diet, and playing with Mrs. Plornish's children of an evening, they began to think that although he could never hope to be an Englishman, still it would be hard to visit that affliction on his head. They began to accommodate themselves to his level, calling him Mr. Baptist, but treating him like a baby, and laughing immoderately at his lively gestures and his childish English, more because he didn't mind it, and laughed too. They spoke to him in very loud voices as if he were stone deaf. They constructed sentences by way of teaching him the language in its purity, such as were addressed by the savages to Captain Cook, or by Friday to Robinson Crusoe. Mrs. Plornish was particularly ingenious in this art, and attained so much celebrity for saying, "Me hope you leg well soon," that it was considered in the yard but a very short remove indeed from speaking Italian. Even Mrs. Plornish herself began to think that she had a natural call towards that language. As he became more popular, household objects were brought into requisition for his instruction in a copious vocabulary, and whenever he appeared in the yard, ladies would fly out at their doors crying, "Mr. Baptist, teapot! Mr. Baptist, dustpan! Mr. Baptist, flour dredger! Mr. Baptist, coffee begin!" at the same time exhibiting those articles and penetrating him with a sense of the appalling difficulties of the Anglo-Saxon tongue. It was in this stage of his progress, and in about the third week of his occupation, that Mr. Panks's fancy became attracted by the little man. Mounting to his attic, attended by Mrs. Plornish as interpreter, he found Mr. Baptist with no furniture, but his bed on the ground, a table and a chair, carving with the aid of a few simple tools, in the blithest way possible. "Now, old chap," said Mr. Panks, "pay up." He had his money ready, folded in a scrap of paper, and laughingly handed it in. Then, with a free action, threw out as many fingers of his right hand as there were shillings, and made a cut crosswise in the air for an odd sixpence. "Oh," said Mr. Panks, watching him wonderingly. "That's it, is it? You're a quick customer. It's all right. I didn't expect to receive it, though." Mrs. Plornish here interposed with great condescension, and explained to Mr. Baptist, please, glad get money." The little man smiled and nodded. His bright face seemed uncommonly attractive to Mr. Panks. "How's he getting on in his limb?" he asked Mrs. Plornish. "Oh, he's a deal better, sir," said Mrs. Plornish. "We expect next week he'll be able to leave off his stick entirely." The opportunity being too favourable to be lost, Mrs. Plornish displayed her great accomplishment by explaining with pardonable pride to Mr. Baptist, "I hope you leg well soon." "He's a merry fellow, too," said Mr. Panks, admiring him as if he were a mechanical toy. "How does he live?" "Why, sir," rejoined Mrs. Plornish, "he turns out to have quite a power of carving them flowers that you see him at now." Mr. Baptist, watching their faces as they spoke, held up his work. Mrs. Plornish interpreted in her Italian manner, on behalf of Mr. Panks, please, double good." "Can he live by that?" asked Mr. Panks. "He can live on very little, sir, and it is expected he will be able, in time, to make a very good living. Mr. Clennam got it him to do, and gives him odd jobs besides in the works next door, makes 'em for him, in short, when he knows he wants 'em." "And what does he do with himself now, when he ain't hard at it?" said Mr. Panks. "Why, not much as yet, sir, on accounts, I suppose, of not being able to walk much, but he goes about the yard, and he chats without particular understanding or being understood, and he plays with the children, and he sits in the sun. He'll sit down anywhere, as if it was an armchair, and he'll sing, and he'll laugh." "Laugh," echoed Mr. Panks. "He looks to me as if every tooth in his head was always laughing." "But whenever he gets to the top of the steps at the other end of the yard," said Mrs. Plornish, "he'll peep out in the curiousest way, so that some of us thinks he's peeping out towards where his own country is, and some of us thinks he's looking for somebody he don't want to see, and some of us don't know what to think." Mr. Baptist seemed to have a general understanding of what she said, or perhaps his quickness caught and applied her slight action of peeping. In any case, he closed his eyes and tossed his head with the air of a man who had sufficient reasons for what he did, and said in his own tongue, it didn't matter, "Altro." "What's altro?" said Banks. It's a sort of a general kind of expression, sir," said Mrs. Plornish. "Is it?" said Banks. "Why, then altro to you, old chap. Good afternoon. Altro." Mr. Baptist, in his vivacious way repeating the word several times, Mr. Banks in his duller way gave it him back once. From that time it became a frequent custom with Banks the gipsy, as he went home jaded at night, to pass round by Bleeding Heart Yard, go quietly up the stairs, look in at Mr. Baptist's door, and, finding him in his room, to say, "Hullo, old chap, altro," to which Mr. Baptist would reply with innumerable bright nods and smiles, "Altro, signore, altro, altro, altro." After this highly condensed conversation, Mr. Banks would go his way with an appearance of being lightened and refreshed. End of chapter the 25th. Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 26th. Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 26th. Nobody's State of Mind. If Arthur Clennam had not arrived at that wise decision firmly to restrain himself from loving Pet, he would have lived on a state of much perplexity, involving difficult struggles with his own heart. Not the least of these would have been a contention, always waging within it, between a tendency to dislike Mr. Henry Gowan, if not to regard him with positive repugnance, and a whisper that the inclination was unworthy. A generous nature is not prone to strong aversions, and is slow to admit them even dispassionately, but when it finds ill-will gaining upon it, it can discern between whiles that its origin is not dispassionate. Such a nature becomes distressed. Therefore Mr. Henry Gowan would have clouded Clennam's mind, and would have been far oftener present to it than more agreeable persons and subjects but for the general prudence of his decision aforesaid. As it was, Mr. Gowan seemed transferred to Daniel Doyce's mind. At all events, it so happened that it usually fell to Mr. Doyce's turn, rather than to Clennam's, to speak of him in the friendly conversations they held together. These were of frequent occurrence now, as the two partners shared a portion of a roomy house in one of the grave old-fashioned city streets, lying not far from the Bank of England by London Wall. Mr. Doyce had been to Twickenham to pass the day. Clennam had excused himself. Mr. Doyce was just come home. He put in his head at the door of Clennam's sitting-room to say good night. Come in," said Clennam. "I saw you were reading," returned Doyce as he entered, "and thought you might not care to be disturbed." But for the notable resolution he had made, Clennam really might not have known what he had been reading, really might not have had his eyes upon the book for an hour past, though it lay open before him. He shut it up rather quickly. "Are they well?" he asked. "Yes," said Doyce, "they are well. They are all well." Daniel had an old workman-like habit of carrying his pocket-handkerchief in his hat. He took it out and wiped his forehead with it, slowly repeating, "They are all well. Miss Minnie looking particularly well, I thought." "Any company at the cottage?" "No company." "And how did you get on, you four?" asked Clennam gaily. "There were 5 of us," returned his partner. "There was, what's his name, he was there." "Who is he?" said Clennam. "Mr. Henry Gowan." "Ah, to be sure!" cried Clennam with unusual vivacity. "Yes, I forgot him. As I mentioned, you may remember," said Daniel Doyce, "he's always there on Sunday." Yes, returned Clennam, "I remember now." Daniel Doyce, still wiping his forehead, ploddingly repeated, "Yes, he was there, oh yes, he was there. And his dog, he was there too. Miss Meagles is quite attached to the dog, observed Clennam. Quite so, assented his partner. More attached to the dog than I am to the man. You mean Mr. I mean Mr. Gowan, most decidedly, said Daniel Doyce. There was a gap in the conversation, which Clennam devoted to winding up his watch. Perhaps you're a little hasty in your judgment, he said. Our judgments, I am supposing a general case, of course, said Doyce, are so liable to be influenced by many considerations which, almost without our knowing it, are unfair, that it is necessary to keep a guard upon them. For instance, Mr. Gowan, quietly said Doyce, upon whom the utterance of the name almost always devolved, is young and handsome, easy and quick, has talent, and has seen a good deal of various kinds of life. It might be difficult to give an unselfish reason for being prepossessed against him. Not difficult for me, I think, Clennam, returned his partner. I see him bringing present anxiety, and, I fear, future sorrow into my old friend's house. I see him wearing deeper lines into my old friend's face. The nearer he draws to, and the oftener he looks at, the face of his daughter. In short, I see him with a net about the pretty and affectionate creature whom he will never make happy. We don't know, said Clennam, almost in the tone of a man in pain, that he will not make her happy. We don't know, returned his partner, that the earth will last another 100 years, but we think it highly probable. Well, well, said Clennam, we must be hopeful, and we must at least try to be, if not generous, which, in this case, we have no opportunity of being, just. We will not disparage this gentleman, because he is successful in his address to the beautiful object of his ambition, and we will not question her natural right to bestow her love on one whom she finds worthy of it. Maybe, my friend, said Doyce, maybe also that she is too young and petted, too confiding and inexperienced to discriminate well. That, said Clennam, would be far beyond our power of correction. Daniel Doyce shook his head gravely and rejoined, I fear so. Therefore, in a word, said Clennam, we should make up our minds that it is not worthy of us to say any ill of Mr. Gowan. It would be a poor thing to gratify a prejudice against him, and I resolve, for my part, not to depreciate him. I am not quite so sure of myself, and therefore I reserve my privilege of objecting to him, returned the other. But if I am not sure of myself, I am sure of you, Clennam, and I know what an upright man you are, and how much to be respected. Good night, my friend and partner. He shook his hand in saying this, as if there had been something serious at the bottom of their conversation, and they separated. By this time they had visited the family on several occasions, and had always observed that even a passing allusion to Mr. Henry Gowan when he was not among them brought back the cloud which had obscured Mr. Meagles's sunshine on the morning of the chance encounter at the ferry. If Clennam had ever admitted the forbidden passion into his breast, this period might have been a period of real trial. Under the actual circumstances, doubtless it was nothing. Equally, if his heart had given entertainment to that prohibited guest, his silent fighting of his way through the mental condition of this period might have been a little meritorious. In the constant effort not to be betrayed into a new phase of the besetting sin of his experience, the pursuit of selfish objects by low and small means, and to hold instead to some high principle of honour and generosity, there might have been a little merit. In the resolution not even to avoid Mr. Meagles's house, lest, in the selfish sparing of himself, he should bring any slight distress upon the daughter through making her the cause of an estrangement which he believed the father would regret, there might have been a little merit. In the modest truthfulness of always keeping in view the greater equality of Mr. Gowan's years, and the greater attractions of his person and manner, there might have been a little merit. In doing all this, and much more, in a perfectly unaffected way and with a manful and composed constancy, while the pain within him, peculiar as his life and history, was very sharp, there might have been some quiet strength of character. But after the resolution he had made, of course he could have no such merits as these, and such a state of mind was nobody's. Mr. Gowan made it no concern of his whether it was nobody's or somebody's. He preserved his perfect serenity of manner on all occasions, as if the possibility of Clennam's presuming to have debated the greater question were too distant and ridiculous to be imagined. He had always an affability to bestow on Clennam, and an ease to treat him with, which might of itself, in the supposititious case of his not having taken that sagacious course, have been a very uncomfortable element in his state of mind. "I quite regret you were not with us yesterday," said Mr. Henry Gowan, calling on Clennam the next morning. "We had an agreeable day up the river there." "So he had heard," Arthur said. "From your partner?" returned Henry Gowan. "What a dear old fellow he is! I have a great regard for him." "By Jove, he is the finest creature," said Gowan. "So fresh, so green, trusts in such wonderful things." Here was one of the many little rough points that had a tendency to grate on Clennam's hearing. He put it aside by merely repeating that he had a high regard for Mr. Doyce. "He is charming. To see him mooning along to that time of life, laying down nothing by the way and picking up nothing by the way, is delightful. It warms a man. So unspoiled, so simple, such a good soul. Upon my life, Mr. Clennam, one feels desperately worldly and wicked in comparison with such an innocent creature. I speak for myself, let me add, without including you. You are genuine also." "Thank you for the compliment," said Clennam, ill at ease. "You are too, I hope?" So, rejoined the other. "To be candid with you, tolerably. I am not a great impostor. Buy one of my pictures, and I assure you in confidence it will not be worth the money. Buy one of another man's, any great professor who beats me hollow, and the chances are that the more you give him, the more he'll impose upon you. They all do it." "All painters?" "Painters, writers, patriots, all the rest who have stands in the market. Give almost any man I know £10, and he will impose upon you to a corresponding extent. £1,000 to a corresponding extent. £10,000 to a corresponding extent. So great the success, so great the imposition. But what a capital world it is!" cried Gowan with warm enthusiasm. "What a jolly, excellent, lovable world it is!" "I had rather thought," said Clennam, "that the principle you mention was chiefly acted on by—" "By the barnacles," interrupted Gowan, laughing. "By the political gentlemen who condescend to keep the Circumlocution Office." "Ah, don't be hard upon the barnacles," said Gowan, laughing afresh. "They're darling fellows. Even poor little Clarence, the born idiot of the family, is the most agreeable and most endearing blockhead, and by Jupiter, what a kind of cleverness in him too that would astonish you." "It would, very much," said Clennam dryly. "And after all," cried Gowan, with that characteristic balancing of his, which reduced everything in the wide world to the same light weight, "though I can't deny that the Circumlocution Office may ultimately shipwreck everybody and everything, still that will probably not be in our time, and it's a school for gentlemen." "It's a very dangerous, unsatisfactory, and expensive school to the people who pay to keep the pupils there, I'm afraid," said Clennam, shaking his head. "Ah, you are a terrible fellow," returned Gowan, airily. "I can understand how you have frightened that little donkey, Clarence, the most estimable of moon-calves, I really love him, nearly out of his wits, but enough of him, and of all the rest of them. I want to present you to my mother, Mr. Clennam. Pray do me the favour to give me the opportunity." In nobody's state of mind there was nothing Clennam would have desired less, or would have been more at a loss how to avoid. "My mother lives in a most primitive manner down in that dreary red-brick dungeon at Hampton Court," said Gowan. "If you would make your own appointment, suggest your own day, for permitting me to take you there to dinner, you would be bored and she would be charmed. Really, that's the state of the case." What could Clennam say after this? His retiring character included a great deal that was simple in the best sense, because unpractised and unused, and in his simplicity and modesty He could only say that he was happy to place himself at Mr. Gowans' disposal. Accordingly he said it, and the day was fixed. And a dreaded day it was on his part, and a very unwelcome day when it came, and they went down to Hampton Court together. The venerable inhabitants of that venerable pile seemed in those times to be encamped there like a sort of civilized gipsies. There was a temporary air about their establishments, as if they were going away the moment they could get anything better. There was also a dissatisfied air about themselves, as if they took it very ill that they had not already got something much better. Genteel blinds and makeshifts were more or less observable as soon as their doors were opened, screens not half high enough, which made dining-rooms out of arched passages, and warded off obscure corners where foot-boys slept at nights with their heads among the knives and forks, curtains which called upon you to believe that they didn't hide anything, panes of glass which requested you not to see them, many objects of various forms, feigning to have no connection with their guilty secret, a bed, disguised traps in walls, which were clearly coal-cellars, affectations of no thoroughfares, which were evidently doors to little kitchens. Mental reservations and artful mysteries grew out of these things. Callers looking steadily into the eyes of their receivers pretended not to smell cooking 3 feet off. People confronting closets accidentally left open pretended not to see bottles. Visitors with their heads against a partition of thin canvas, and a page and a young female at high words on the other side, made believe to be sitting in a primeval silence. There was no end to the small social accommodation bills of this nature which the gipsies of gentility were constantly drawing upon, and accepting for one another. Some of these bohemians were of an irritable temperament, as constantly soured and vexed by 2 mental trials. The first, the consciousness that they had never got enough out of the public. The second, the consciousness that the public were admitted into the building. Under the latter great wrong, a few suffered dreadfully, particularly on Sundays, when they had for some time expected the earth to open and swallow the public up, but which desirable event had not yet occurred, in consequence of some reprehensible laxity in the arrangements of the universe. Mrs. Gowans' door was attended by a family servant of several years' standing, who had his own crow to pluck with the public concerning a situation in the post-office, which he had been for some time expecting, and to which he was not yet appointed. He perfectly knew that the public could never have got him in, but he grimly gratified himself with the idea that the public kept him out. Under the influence of this injury, and perhaps of some little straitness and irregularity in the matter of wages, he had grown neglectful of his person and morose in mind. And now, beholding in Clennam one of the degraded body of his oppressors, received him with ignominy. Mrs. Gowan, however, received him with condescension. He found her a courtly old lady, formerly a beauty, and still sufficiently well favoured to have dispensed with the powder on her nose, and a certain impossible bloom under each eye. She was a little lofty with him. So was another old lady, dark-browed and high-nosed, and who must have had something real about her, or she could not have existed, but it was certainly not her hair or her teeth, or her figure or her complexion. So was a grey old gentleman of dignified and sullen appearance, both of whom had come to dinner. But as they had all been in the British Embassy way in sundry parts of the earth, and as a British Embassy cannot better establish a character with the Circumlocution Office than by treating its compatriots with illimitable contempt, else it would become like the embassies of other countries, Clennam felt that on the whole they let him off lightly. The dignified old gentleman turned out to be Lord Lancaster Stilstalking, who had been maintained by the Circumlocution Office for many years as a representative of the Britannic Majesty abroad. This noble refrigerator had iced several European courts in his time, and had done it with such complete success that the very name of Englishman yet struck cold to the stomachs of foreigners, who had the distinguished honour of remembering him at a distance of 1/4 of a century. He was now in retirement, and hence, in a ponderous white cravat, like a stiff snowdrift, was so obliging as to shade the dinner. There was a whisper of the pervading Bohemian character in the nomadic nature of the service, and its curious races of plates and dishes, but the noble refrigerator, infinitely better than plate or porcelain, made it superb. He shaded the dinner, cooled the wines, chilled the gravy, and blighted the vegetables. There was only one other person in the room, a microscopically small footboy, who waited on the malevolent man who hadn't got into the post-office. Even this youth, if his jacket could have been unbuttoned and his heart laid bare, would have been seen as a distant adherent of the Barnacle family, all ready to aspire to a situation under government. Mrs. Gowan, with the gentle melancholy upon her, occasioned by her son's being reduced to court the swinish public as a follower of the low arts, instead of asserting his birthright and putting a ring through its nose as an acknowledged Barnacle, headed the conversation at dinner on the evil days. It was then that Clennam learned for the first time what little pivots this great world goes round upon. "If John Barnacle," said Mrs. Gowan, after the degeneracy of the times had been fully ascertained, "if John Barnacle had but abandoned his most unfortunate idea of conciliating the mob, all would have been well, and I think the country would have been preserved." The old lady with the high nose assented, but added that if Augustus Stiltstalking had in a general way ordered the cavalry out with instructions to charge, she thought the country would have been preserved. The noble refrigerator assented, but added that if William Barnacle and Tudor Stiltstalking, when they came over to one another and formed their ever-memorable coalition, had boldly muzzled the newspapers and rendered it penal for any editor person to presume to discuss the conduct of any appointed authority abroad or at home, he thought the country would have been preserved. It was agreed that the country, another word for the Barnacles and Stiltstalkings, wanted preserving, but how it came to want preserving was not so clear. It was only clear that the question was all about John Barnacle, Augustus Stiltstalking, William Barnacle and Tudor Stiltstalking, Tom, Dick or Harry Barnacle or Stiltstalking, because there was nobody else but mob. And this was the feature of the conversation which impressed Clennam, as a man not used to it, very disagreeably, making him doubt if it were quite right to sit there, silently hearing a great nation narrowed to such little bounds, remembering, however, that in the parliamentary debates, whether on the life of that nation's body or the life of its soul, the question was usually all about and between John Barnacle, Augustus Stiltstalking, William Barnacle and Tudor Stiltstalking, Tom, Dick or Harry Barnacle or Stiltstalking, and nobody else. He said nothing on the part of mob, bethinking himself that mob was used to it. Mr. Henry Gowan seemed to have a malicious pleasure in playing off the three talkers against each other, and in seeing Clennam startled by what they said, having as supreme a contempt for the class that had thrown him off as for the class that had not taken him on. He had no personal disquiet in anything that passed. His healthy state of mind appeared even to derive a gratification from Clennam's position of embarrassment and isolation among the good company. And if Clennam had been in that condition with which nobody was incessantly contending, he would have suspected it, and would have struggled with the suspicion as a meanness, even while he sat at the table. In the course of a couple of hours, the noble refrigerator, at no time less than 100 years behind the period, got about 5 centuries in arrears, and delivered solemn political oracles appropriate to that epoch. He finished by freezing a cup of tea for his own drinking, and retiring at his lowest temperature. Then Mrs. Gowan, who had been accustomed in her days of a vacant arm-chair beside her, to which to summon state to retain her devoted slaves, one by one, for short audiences as marks of her especial favour, invited Clennam with a turn of her fan to approach the presence. He obeyed, and took the tripod recently vacated by Lord Lancaster Stiltstalking. "Mr. Clennam," said Mrs. Gowan, "apart from the happiness I have in becoming known to you, though in this odiously inconvenient place, a mere barrack, there is a subject on which I am dying to speak to you. It is the subject in connection with which my son first had, I believe, the pleasure of cultivating your acquaintance." Clennam inclined his head, as a generally suitable reply to what he did not yet quite understand.
"First," said Mrs. Gowan, "now, is she really pretty?"
In Nobody's Difficulties, he would have found it very difficult to answer, very difficult indeed to smile and say, "Who?"
"Oh, you know," she returned, "this flame of Henry's, this unfortunate fancy, there, if it is a point of honour that I should originate the name, Miss Miggles.
Miss Meagles, said Clennam, is very beautiful.
Men are so often mistaken on these points, returned Mrs. Gowan, shaking her head, that I candidly confess to you I feel anything but sure of it, even now. Though it is something to have Henry corroborated with so much gravity and emphasis, he picked the people up at Rome, I think.
The phrase would have given nobody mortal offence. Clennam replied, "Excuse me, I doubt if I understand your expression."
"Pick the people up,"
said Mrs. Gowan, tapping the sticks of her closed fan, a large green one, which she used as a hand-screen on her little table.
"Came upon them, found them out, stumbled up against them."
"The people?"
"Yes, the Miggles people."
"I really cannot say," said Clennam, "where my friend Mr. Meagles first presented Mr. Henry Gowan to his daughter."
"I am pretty sure he picked her up at Rome, but never mind where, somewhere. Now, this is entirely between ourselves. Is she very plebeian?"
"Really, ma'am," returned Clennam, "I am so undoubtedly plebeian myself that I do not feel qualified to judge."
"Very neat,"
said Mrs. Gowan, coolly unfurling her screen.
"Very happy, from which I infer that you secretly think her manner equal to her looks."
Clennam, after a moment's stiffness, bowed.
"That's comforting, and I hope you may be right. Did Henry tell me you had travelled with them?"
"I travelled with my friend Mr. Meagles and his wife and daughter during some months." Nobody's heart might have been wrung by the remembrance.
"Really comforting, because you must have had a large experience of them. You see, Mr. Clennam, this thing has been going on for a long time, and I find no improvement in it. Therefore, to have the opportunity of speaking to one so well informed about it as yourself is an immense relief to me. Quite a boon, quite a blessing, I am sure."
"Pardon me," returned Clennam, "but I am not in Mr. Henry Gowan's confidence. I am far from being so well informed as you suppose me to be. Your mistake makes my position a very delicate one. No word on this topic has ever passed between Mr. Henry Gowan and myself." Mrs. Gowan glanced at the other end of the room, where her son was playing écarté on a sofa, with the old lady who was for a charge of cavalry.
"Not in his confidence? No?" said Mrs. Gowan. "No word has passed between you? No, that I can imagine. But there are unexpressed confidences, Mr. Clennam, and as you have been together intimately among these people, I cannot doubt that a confidence of that sort exists in the present case. Perhaps you have heard that I have suffered the keenest distress of mind from Henry's having taken to a pursuit which, well," shrugging her shoulders, "a very respectable pursuit, I dare say, and some artists are, as artists, quite superior persons. Still, we never yet in our family have gone beyond an amateur, and it is a pardonable weakness to feel a little—"
As Mrs. Gowan broke off to heave a sigh, Clennam, however resolute to be magnanimous, could not keep down the thought that there was mighty little danger of the family's ever going beyond an amateur, even as it was.
"Henry," the mother resumed, "is self-willed and resolute, and as these people naturally strain every nerve to catch him, I can entertain very little hope, Mr. Clennam, that the thing will be broken off. I apprehend the girl's fortune will be very small. Henry might have done much better. There is scarcely anything to compensate for the connection. Still, he acts for himself, and if I find no improvement within a short time, I see no other course than to resign myself and make the best of these people. I am infinitely obliged to you for what you have told me."
As she shrugged her shoulders, Clennam stiffly bowed again. With an uneasy flush upon his face, and hesitation in his manner, he then said in a still lower tone than he had adopted yet, "Mrs. Gowan, I scarcely know how to acquit myself of what I feel to be a duty, and yet I must ask you for your kind consideration in attempting to discharge it. A misconception on your part, a very great misconception, if I may venture to call it so, seems to require setting right. You have supposed Mr. Meagles and his family to strain every nerve. I think you said—" "Every nerve," repeated Mrs. Gowan, looking at him in calm obstinacy, with her green fan between her face and the fire, "to secure Mr. Henry Gowan." The lady placidly assented. "Now, that is so far," said Arthur, "from being the case, that I know Mr. Meagles to be unhappy in this matter, and to have interposed all reasonable obstacles with the hope of putting an end to it." Mrs. Gowan shut up her great green fan, tapped him on the arm with it, and tapped her smiling lips. "Why, of course," said she, "just what I mean." Arthur watched her face for some explanation of what she did mean. "Are you really serious, Mr. Clennam? Don't you see?" Arthur did not see, and said so. "Why, don't I know my son, and don't I know that this is exactly the way to hold him?" said Mrs. Gowan contemptuously. "And do not these Miggles people know it, at least as well as I? Oh, shrewd people, Mr. Clennam, evidently people of business. I believe Miggles belonged to a bank. It ought to have been a very profitable bank, if he had much to do with its management. This is very well done indeed." "I beg and entreat you, ma'am," Arthur interposed. "Oh, Mr. Clennam, can you really be so credulous?" It made such a painful impression upon him to hear her talking in this haughty tone, and to see her patting her contemptuous lips with her fan, that he said very earnestly, "Believe me, ma'am, this is unjust, a perfectly groundless suspicion." "Suspicion?" repeated Mrs. Gowan. "Not suspicion, Mr. Clennam. Certainty. It is very knowingly done indeed, and seems to have taken you in completely." She laughed, and again sat tapping her lips with her fan and tossing her head, as if she added, "Don't tell me. I know such people will do anything for the honour of such an alliance." At this opportune moment the cards were thrown up, and Mr. Henry Gowan came across the room, saying, "Mother, if you can spare Mr. Clennam for this time, we have a long way to go, and it's getting late." Mr. Clennam thereupon rose, as he had no choice but to do, and Mrs. Gowan showed him, to the last, the same look and the same tapped contemptuous lips. "You have had a portentously long audience of my mother," said Gowan, as the door closed upon them. "I fervently hope she has not bored you." "Not at all," said Clennam. They had a little open phaeton for the journey, and were soon in it on the road home. Gowan, driving, lighted a cigar. Clennam declined one. Do what he would, he fell into such a mood of abstraction that Gowan said again, "I am very much afraid my mother has bored you," to which he roused himself to answer, "Not at all," and soon relapsed again. In that state of mind which rendered nobody uneasy, his thoughtfulness would have turned principally on the man at his side. He would have thought of the morning when he first saw him rooting out the stones with his heel, and would have asked himself, "Does he jerk me out of the path in the same careless, cruel way?" He would have thought, had this introduction to his mother been brought about by him because he knew what she would say, and that he could thus place his position before a rival and loftily warn him off, without himself reposing a word of confidence in him? He would have thought, even if there were no such design as that, had he brought him there to play with his repressed emotions and torment him, the current of these meditations would have been stayed sometimes by a rush of shame, bearing a remonstrance to himself from his own open nature, representing that to shelter such suspicions, even for the passing moment, was not to hold the high, unenvious course he had resolved to keep. At those times, the striving within him would have been hardest, and looking up and catching Gowan's eyes, he would have started, as if he had done him an injury. Then, looking at the dark road and its uncertain objects, he would have gradually trailed off again into thinking, "Where are we driving, he and I wonder, on the darker road of life? How will it be with us, and with her, in the obscure distance? Thinking of her, he would have been troubled anew with a reproachful misgiving that it was not even loyal to her to dislike him, and that in being so easily prejudiced against him, he was less deserving of her than at first. "You are evidently out of spirits," said Gowan. "I am very much afraid my mother must have bored you dreadfully." "Believe me, not at all," said Clennam. "It's nothing, nothing." End of chapter the 26th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 27th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 27th. 25. A frequently recurring doubt whether Mr. Panks's desire to collect information relative to the Dorrit family could have any possible bearing on the misgivings he had imparted to his mother on his return from his long exile, caused Arthur Clennam much uneasiness at this period. What Mr. Panks already knew about the Dorrit family, what more he really wanted to find out, and why he should trouble his busy head about them at all, were questions that often perplexed him. Mr. Panks was not a man to waste his time and trouble in researches prompted by idle curiosity. That he had a specific object Clennam could not doubt, and whether the attainment of that object by Mr. Panks's industry might bring to light, in some untimely way, secret reasons which had induced his mother to take Little Dorrit by the hand, was a serious speculation. Not that he ever wavered either in his desire or his determination to repair a wrong that had been done in his father's time, should a wrong come to light, and be repairable. The shadow of a supposed act of injustice, which had hung over him since his father's death, was so vague and formless that it might be the result of a reality widely remote from his idea of it. But if his apprehensions should prove to be well-founded, he was ready at any moment to lay down all he had, and begin the world anew. As the fierce dark teaching of his childhood had never sunk into his heart, so that first article in his code of moral was, that he must begin, in practical humility, with looking well to his feet on earth, and that he could never mount on wings of words to heaven. Duty on earth, restitution on earth, action on earth, these first, as the first steep steps upward. Strait was the gate, and narrow was the way, far straighter and narrower than the broad high road paved with vain professions and vain repetitions, motes from other men's eyes, and liberal delivery of others to the judgment, all cheap materials costing absolutely nothing. No, it was not a selfish fear or hesitation that rendered him uneasy, but a mistrust lest Panks might not observe his part of the understanding between them, and, making any discovery, might take some course upon it without imparting it to him. On the other hand, when he recalled his conversation with Panks, and the little reason he had to suppose that there was any likelihood of that strange personage being on that track at all, there were times when he wondered that he made so much of it. Labouring in this sea, as all barks labour in cross seas, he tossed about and came to no haven. The removal of Little Dorrit herself from their customary association did not mend the matter. She was so much out and so much in her own room, that he began to miss her and to find a blank in her place. He had written to her to inquire if she were better, and she had written back very gratefully and earnestly telling him not to be uneasy on her behalf, for she was quite well. But he had not seen her, for what, in their intercourse, was a long time. He returned home one evening from an interview with her father, who had mentioned that she was out visiting, which was what he always said when she was hard at work to buy his supper, and found Mr. Meagles in an excited state walking up and down his room. On his opening the door, Mr. Meagles stopped, faced round, and said, "Clennam, Tattycoram." "What's the matter?" "Lost." "Why, bless my heart alive!" cried Clennam in amazement. "What do you mean?" "Wouldn't count 25, sir, couldn't be got to do it. Stopped at 8, and took herself off." "Left your house?" "Never to come back," said Mr. Meagles, shaking his head. "You don't know that girl's passionate and proud character. A team of horses couldn't draw her back now. The bolts and bars of the old Bastille couldn't keep her." "How did it happen? Pray sit down and tell me." "As to how it happened, it's not so easy to relate, because you must have the unfortunate temperament of the poor impetuous girl herself before you can fully understand it. But it came about in this way. Pet and Mother and I have been having a good deal of talk together of late. I'll not disguise from you, Clennam, that those conversations have not been of as bright a kind as I could wish. They have referred to our going away again, in proposing to do which I have had, in fact, an object." Nobody's heart beat quickly. "An object," said Mr. Meagles, after a moment's pause, "that I will not disguise from you either, Clennam. There is an inclination on the part of my dear child which I am sorry for. Perhaps you guess the person. Henry Gowan." I was not unprepared to hear it. "Well," said Mr. Meagles, with a heavy sigh, "I wish to God you had never had to hear it. However, so it is. Mother and I have done all we could to get the better of it, Clennam. We have tried tender advice, we have tried time, we have tried absence, as yet have no use. Our late conversations have been upon the subject of going away for another year at least, in order that there might be an entire separation and breaking off for that term. Upon that question, Pet has been unhappy, and therefore Mother and I have been unhappy." Clennam said that he could easily believe it. "Well," continued Mr. Meagles in an apologetic way, "I admit as a practical man, and I am sure Mother would admit as a practical woman, that we do, in families, magnify our troubles and make mountains of our molehills in a way that is calculated to be rather trying to people who look on, to mere outsiders, you know, Clennam. Still, Pet's happiness or unhappiness is quite a life-or-death question with us, and we may be excused, I hope, for making much of it. At all events, it might have been borne by Tattycoram. Now, don't you think so?" "I do indeed think so," returned Clennam, in most emphatic recognition of this very moderate expectation. "No, sir," said Mr. Meagles, shaking his head ruefully, "she couldn't stand it. The chafing and firing of that girl, the wearing and tearing of that girl within her own breast, has been such that I have softly said to her again and again in passing her, 25, Tattycoram, 25. I heartily wish she could have gone on counting 25 day and night, and then it wouldn't have happened." Mr. Meagles, with a despondent countenance in which the goodness of his heart was even more expressed than in his times of cheerfulness and gaiety, stroked his face down from his forehead to his chin, and shook his head again. "I said to Mother, not that it was necessary, for she would have thought it all for herself. We are practical people, my dear, and we know her story. We see in this unhappy girl some reflection of what was raging in her mother's heart before ever such a creature as this poor thing was in the world. We'll gloss her temper over, Mother, we won't notice it at present, my dear. We'll take advantage of some better disposition in her another time. So we said nothing. But, do what we would, it seems as if it was to be. She broke out violently one night." "How and why?" "If you ask me why," said Mr. Meagles, a little disturbed by the question, for he was far more intent on softening her case than the family's, "I can only refer you to what I have just repeated as having been pretty near my words to Mother. As to how, we had said good night to Pet in her presence, very affectionately, I must allow, and she had attended Pep upstairs, you remember she was her maid. Perhaps Pet, having been out of sorts, may have been a little more inconsiderate than usual in requiring services of her, but I don't know that I have any right to say so. She was always thoughtful and gentle. The gentlest mistress in the world." "Thank you, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles, shaking him by the hand. "You have often seen them together. Well, we presently heard this unfortunate Tattycoram loud and angry, and before we could ask what was the matter, Pet came back in a tremble, saying she was frightened of her. Close after her came Tattycoram in a flaming rage. "I hate you all three," says she, stamping her foot at us. "I am bursting with hate of the whole house." "Upon which you?" "I?" said Mr. Meagles, with a plain good faith that might have commanded the belief of Mrs. Gowan herself. "I said, count 25, Tattycoram." Mr. Meagles again stroked his face and shook his head, with an air of profound regret. "She was so used to do it, Clennam, that even then, such a picture of passion as you never saw, she stopped short, looked me full in the face, and counted, as I made out, to 8. But she couldn't control herself to go any further. There she broke down, poor thing, and gave the other 17 to the 4 winds. Then it all burst out. She detested us, she was miserable with us, she couldn't bear it, she wouldn't bear it, she was determined to go away. She was younger than her young mistress, and would she remain to see her always held up as the only creature who was young and interesting, and to be cherished and loved? No, she wouldn't, she wouldn't, she wouldn't! What did we think she, Tattycoram, might have been if she had been caressed and cared for in her childhood, like her young mistress? As good as her? Ah, perhaps 50 times as good. When we pretended to be so fond of one another, we exulted over her. That was what we did. We exulted over her and shamed her, and all in the house did the same. They talked about her fathers and mothers, and brothers and sisters. They liked to drag them up before her face. There was Mrs. Tickit, only yesterday, when her little grandchild was with her, had been amused by the child's trying to call her Tattycoram by the wretched name we gave her, and had laughed at the name. Why, who didn't? And who were we, that we should have a right to name her like a dog or a cat? But she didn't care. She would take no more benefits from us. She would fling us her name back again, and she would go. She would leave us that minute. Nobody should stop her, and we should never hear of her again. Mr. Meagles had recited all this with such a vivid remembrance of his original, that he was almost as flushed and hot by this time as he described her to have been. "Ah, well," he said, wiping his face, "it was of no use trying to reason then with that vehement, panting creature. Heaven knows what her mother's story must have been, so I quietly told her that she should not go at that late hour of night, and I gave her my hand and took her to her room, and locked the house doors. But she was gone this morning." "And you know no more of her?" "No more," returned Mr. Meagles. "I have been hunting about all day. She must have gone very early and very silently. I have found no trace of her down about us." "Stay, you want," said Clennam after a moment's reflection, "to see her? I assume that?" "Yes, assuredly. I want to give her another chance. Mother and Pet want to give her another chance. Come, you yourself," said Mr. Meagles persuasively, as if the provocation to be angry were not his own at all, "want to give the poor passionate girl another chance, I know, Clennam." "It would be strange and hard indeed if I did not," said Clennam, "when you are all so forgiving. What I was going to ask you was, have you thought of that Miss Wade?" "I have. I did not think of her until I had pervaded the whole of our neighbourhood, and I don't know that I should have done so then but for finding Mother and Pet, when I went home, full of the idea that Tattycoram must have gone to her. Then, of course, I recalled what she said that day at dinner when you were first with us." "Have you any idea where Miss Wade is to be found?" "To tell you the truth," returned Mr. Meagles, "it's because I have an adult jumble of a notion on that subject that you found me waiting here. There is one of those odd impressions in my house, which do mysteriously get into houses sometimes, which nobody seems to have picked up in a distinct form from anybody, and yet which everybody seems to have got hold of loosely from somebody and let go again, that she lives, or was living, thereabouts." Mr. Meagles handed him a slip of paper, on which was written the name of one of the dull by-streets in the Grosvenor region, near Park Lane. "There is no number," said Arthur, looking over it. "No number, my dear Clennam," returned his friend. "No anything. The very name of the street may have been floating in the air, for, as I tell you, none of my people can say where they got it from. However, it's worth an inquiry, and as I would rather make it in company than alone, and as you too were a fellow-traveller of that immovable woman's, I thought perhaps—" Clennam finished the sentence for him by taking up his cat again and saying he was ready. It was now summer-time, a grey, hot, dusty evening. They rode to the top of Oxford Street, and there alighting, dived in among the great streets of melancholy stateliness, and the little streets that try to be as stately and succeed in being more melancholy, of which there is a labyrinth near Park Lane. Wilderness of corner houses, with barbarous old porticos and appurtenances, horrors that came into existence under some wrong-headed person in some wrong-headed time, still demanding the blind admiration of all ensuing generations, and determined to do so until they tumbled down. Round upon the twilight, parasite little tenements, with the cramp in their whole frame, from the dwarf hall door on the giant model of his Grace's in the square to the squeezed window of the boudoir commanding the dunghills in the mews, made the evening doleful. Rickety dwellings of undoubted fashion, but of a capacity to hold nothing comfortably except a dismal smell, looked like the last result of the great mansions breeding in and in, and where their little supplementary bows and balconies were supported on thin iron columns, seemed to be scrofulously resting upon crutches. Here and there a hatchment, with the whole science of heraldry in it, loomed down upon the street, like an archbishop discoursing on vanity. The shops, few in number, made no show, for popular opinion was as nothing to them. The pastry cook knew who was on his books, and in that knowledge could be calm, with a few glass cylinders of dowager peppermint drops in his window, and half a dozen ancient specimens of currant jelly. A few oranges formed the greengrocer's whole concession to the vulgar mind. A single basket made of moss, once containing plovers' eggs, held all that the poulterer had to say to the rabble. Everybody in those streets seemed, which is always the case at that hour and season, to be gone out to dinner, and nobody seemed to be giving the dinners they had gone to. On the doorsteps there were lounging footmen with bright parti-coloured plumage and white paws, like an extinct race of monstrous birds, and butlers, solitary men of recluse demeanour, each of whom appeared distrustful of all other butlers. The roll of carriages in the park was done for the day. The street lamps were lighting, and wicked little grooms in the tightest fitting garments, with twists in their legs answering to the twists in their minds, hung about in pairs, chewing straws and exchanging fraudulent secrets. The spotted dogs who went out with the carriages, and who were so associated with splendid equipages that it looked like a condescension in those animals to come out without them, accompanied helpers to and fro on messages. Here and there was a retiring public house which did not require to be supported on the shoulders of the people, and where gentlemen out of livery were not much wanted. This last discovery was made by the two friends in pursuing their inquiries. Nothing was there or anywhere known of such a person as Miss Wade, in connection with the street they sought. It was one of the parasite streets, long, regular, narrow, dull, and gloomy, like a brick-and-mortar funeral. They inquired at several little area gates, where a dejected youth stood spiking his chin on the summit of a precipitous little chute of wooden steps, but could gain no information. They walked up the street on one side of the way, and down it on the other, what time two vociferous news-sellers announcing an extraordinary event that had never happened and never would happen, pitched their hoarse voices into the secret chambers. But nothing came of it. At length they stood at the corner from which they had begun, and it had fallen quite dark, and they were no wiser. It happened that in the street they had several times passed a dingy house, apparently empty, with bills in the windows, announcing that it was to let. The bills, as a variety in the funeral procession, almost amounted to a decoration, perhaps because they kept the house separated in his mind, or perhaps because Mr. Meagles and himself had twice agreed, in passing, "It is clear she don't live there." Clennam now proposed that they should go back and try that house before finally going away. Mr. Meagles agreed, and back they went. They knocked once, and they rang once, without any response. "Empty," said Mr. Meagles, listening. "Once more," said Clennam, and knocked again. After that knock they heard a movement below, and somebody shuffling up towards the door. The confined entrance was so dark that it was impossible to make out distinctly what kind of person opened the door, but it appeared to be an old woman. "Excuse our troubling you," said Clennam. "Pray, can you tell us where Miss Wade lives?" The voice in the darkness unexpectedly replied, "Lives here." "Is she at home?" No answer coming, Mr. Meagles asked again, "Pray, is she at home?" After another delay, "I suppose she is," said the voice abruptly. "You had better come in, and I'll ask." They were summarily shut into the close black house, and the figure rustling away, and speaking from a higher level, said, "Come up, if you please. You can't tumble over anything." They groped their way upstairs towards a faint light, which proved to be the light of the street shining through a window, and the figure left them shut in an airless room. "This is odd, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles softly. "Odd enough," assented Clennam in the same tone. "But we have succeeded. That's the main point. Here's a light coming." The light was a lamp, and the bearer was an old woman, very dirty, very wrinkled and dry. "She's at home," she said, and the voice was the same that had spoken before. "She'll come directly." Having set the lamp down on the table, the old woman dusted her hands on her apron, which she might have done for ever without cleaning them, looked at the visitors with a dim pair of eyes, and backed out. The lady whom they had come to see, if she were the present occupant of the house, appeared to have taken up her quarters there as she might have established herself in an Eastern caravanserai. A small square of carpet in the middle of the room, a few articles of furniture that evidently did not belong to the room, and a disorder of trunks and travelling articles formed the whole of her surroundings. Under some former regular inhabitant, the stifling little apartment had broken out into a pier glass and a gilt table. But the gilding was as faded as last year's flowers, and the glass was so clouded that it seemed to hold in magic preservation all the fogs and bad weather it had ever reflected. The visitors had had a minute or two to look about them, when the door opened and Miss Wade came in. She was exactly the same as when they had parted, just as handsome, just as scornful, just as repressed. She manifested no surprise in seeing them, nor any other emotion. She requested them to be seated, and declining to take a seat herself, at once anticipated any introduction of their business. "I apprehend," she said, "that I know the cause of your favouring me with this visit. We may come to it at once." "The cause, then, ma'am," said Mr. Meagles, "is Tattycoram." "So I supposed." "Miss Wade," said Mr. Meagles, "will you be so kind as to say whether you know anything of her?" "Surely. I know she is here with me." "Then, ma'am," said Mr. Meagles, "allow me to make known to you that I shall be happy to have her back, and that my wife and daughter will be happy to have her back. She has been with us a long time. We don't forget her claims upon us, and I hope we know how to make allowances." "You hope to know how to make allowances," she returned in a level, measured voice. "For what?" "I think my friend would say, Miss Wade," Arthur Clennam interposed, seeing Mr. Meagles rather at a loss, for the passionate sense that sometimes comes upon the poor girl of being at a disadvantage, which occasionally gets the better of better remembrances. The lady broke into a smile as she turned her eyes upon him. "Indeed?" was all she answered. She stood by the table so perfectly composed and still after this acknowledgment of his remark, that Mr. Meagles stared at her under a sort of fascination, and could not even look to Clennam to make another move. After waiting, awkwardly enough, for some moments, Arthur said, "Perhaps it would be well if Mr. Meagles could see her, Miss Wade." "That is easily done," said she. "Come here, child." She had opened a door while saying this, and now led the girl in by the hand. It was very curious to see them standing together, the girl with her disengaged fingers plaiting the bosom of her dress, half irresolutely, half passionately, Miss Wade with her composed face attentively regarding her, and suggesting to an observer with extraordinary force, in her composure itself, as a veil will suggest the form it covers, the unquenchable passion of her own nature. "See here," she said, in the same level way as before. "Here is your patron, your master. He is willing to take you back, my dear, if you are sensible of the favour and choose to go. You can be again a foil to his pretty daughter, a slave to her pleasant wilfulness, and a toy in the house showing the goodness of the family. You can have your droll name again, playfully pointing you out and setting you apart, as it is right that you should be pointed out and set apart. Your birth, you know, you must not forget your birth. You can again be shown to this gentleman's daughter, Harriet, and kept before her, as a living reminder of her own superiority and her gracious condescension. You can recover all these advantages and many more of the same kind which I dare say start up in your memory while I speak, and which you lose in taking refuge with me. You can recover them all by telling these gentlemen how humbled and penitent you are, and by going back to them to be forgiven. What do you say, Harriet? Will you go?" The girl, who under the influence of these words had gradually risen in anger and heightened in colour, answered, raising her lustrous black eyes for the moment, and clenching her hand upon the folds it had been puckering up, "I'd die sooner." Miss Wade, still standing at her side holding her hand, looked quietly round and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, what do you do upon that?" Poor Mr. Meagles's inexpressible consternation in hearing his motives and actions so perverted had prevented him from interposing any word until now. But now he regained the power of speech. "Tattycoram," said he, "for I'll call you by that name still, my good girl, conscious that I meant nothing but kindness when I gave it to you, and conscious that you know it." "I don't," said she, looking up again, and almost rending herself with the same busy hand. "No, not now, perhaps," said Mr. Meagles, "not with that lady's eyes so intent upon you, Tattycoram." She glanced at them for a moment. "And that power over you, which we see she exercises. Not now, perhaps, but at another time. Tattycoram, I'll not ask that lady whether she believes what she has said, even in the anger and ill blood in which I and my friend here equally know she has spoken, though she subdues herself, with a determination that any one who has once seen her is not likely to forget. I'll not ask you, with your remembrance of my house and all belonging to it, whether you believe it. I'll only say that you have no profession to make to me or mine, and no forgiveness to entreat, and that all in the world that I ask you to do is to count 25, Tattycoram." She looked at him for an instant, and then said frowningly, "I won't. Miss Wade, take me away, please." The contention that raged within her had no softening in it now. It was wholly between passionate defiance and stubborn defiance. Her rich colour, her quick blood, her rapid breath, were all setting themselves against the opportunity of retracing their steps. "I won't, I won't, I won't," she repeated in a low, thick voice. "I'd be torn to pieces first. I'd tear myself to pieces first." Miss Wade, who had released her hold, laid her hand protectingly on the girl's neck for a moment, and then said, looking round with her former smile, and speaking exactly in her former tone, "Gentlemen, what do you do upon that?" "Oh, Tattycoram, Tattycoram!" cried Mr. Meagles, adjuring her besides with an earnest hand. "Hear that lady's voice, look at that lady's face, consider what is in that lady's heart, and think what a future lies before you. My child, whatever you may think, that lady's influence over you, astonishing to us, and I should hardly go too far in saying terrible to us to see, is founded in passion fiercer than yours, and temper more violent than yours. What can you two be together? What can come of it?" "I am alone here, gentlemen," observed Miss Wade, with no change of voice or manner. "Say anything you will." "Politeness must yield to this misguided girl, ma'am," said Mr. Meagles, "at her present pass, though I hope not altogether to dismiss it, even with the injury you do her so strongly before me. Excuse me for reminding you in her hearing, I must say it, that you were a mystery to all of us, and had nothing in common with any of us when she unfortunately fell in your way. I don't know what you are, but you don't hide, can't hide, what a dark spirit you have within you. If it should happen that you are a woman who, from whatever cause, has a perverted delight in making a sister-woman as wretched as she is, I am old enough to have heard of such, I warn her against you, and I warn you against yourself."
"Gentlemen," said Miss Wade calmly, "when you have concluded, Mr. Clennam, perhaps you will induce your friend—"
"Not without another effort," said Mr. Meagles stoutly. "Tattycoram, my poor dear girl, count 25.
"Do not reject the hope, the certainty, this kind man offers you," said Clennam in a low, emphatic voice. "Turn to the friends you have not forgotten. Think once more." "I won't, Miss Wade," said the girl, with her bosom swelling high, and speaking with her hand held to her throat. "Take me away."
"Tattycoram," said Mr. Meagles, "once more yet. The only thing I ask of you in the world, my child, count 25.
She put her hands tightly over her ears, confusedly tumbling down her bright black hair in the vehemence of the action, and turned her face resolutely to the wall. Miss Wade, who had watched her under this final appeal with that strange attentive smile, and that repressing hand upon her own bosom with which she had watched her in her struggle at Marseilles, then put her arm about her waist, as if she took possession of her for evermore. And there was a visible triumph in her face when she turned it to dismiss the visitors. "As it is the last time I shall have the honour," she said, "and as you have spoken of not knowing what I am, and also of the foundation of my influence here, you may now know that it is founded in a common cause. What your broken plaything is as to birth, I am. She has no name. I have no name. Her wrong is my wrong. I have nothing more to say to you."
This was addressed to Mr. Meagles, who sorrowfully went out. As Clennam followed, she said to him with the same external composure, and in the same level voice, but with a smile that is only seen on cruel faces, a very faint smile, lifting the nostril, scarcely touching the lips, and not breaking away gradually, but instantly dismissed when done with. "I hope the wife of your dear friend Mr. Gowan may be happy in the contrast of her extraction to this girl's and mine, and in the high good fortune that awaits her."
End of chapter the 27th, Book the 1st.
This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 28th, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit.
Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph.
Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 28th. Nobody's Disappearance. Not resting satisfied with the endeavours he had made to recover his lost charge, Mr. Meagles addressed a letter of remonstrance, breathing nothing but goodwill, not only to her but to Miss Wade too. No answer coming to these epistles, or to another written to the stubborn girl by the hand of her late young mistress, which might have melted her if anything could. All 3 letters were returned weeks afterwards as having been refused at the house door. He deputed Mrs. Meagles to make the experiment of a personal interview, that worthy lady being unable to obtain one, and being steadfastly denied admission. Mr. Meagles besought Arthur to essay once more what he could do. All that came of his compliance was, his discovery that the empty house was left in charge of the old woman, that Miss Wade was gone, that the waifs and strays of furniture were gone, and that the old woman would accept any number of half-crowns, and thank the donor kindly, but had no information whatever to exchange for those coins, beyond constantly offering for perusal a memorandum relative to fixtures, which the house-agent's young man had left in the hall. Unwilling, even under this discomfiture, to resign the ingrate, and leave her hopeless, in case of her better dispositions obtaining the mastery over the darker side of her character, Mr. Meagles for 6 successive days published a discreetly covered advertisement in the morning papers, to the effect that if a certain young person, who had lately left home without reflection, would at any time apply to his address at Twickenham, everything would be as it had been before, and no reproaches need be apprehended. The unexpected consequences of this notification suggested to the dismayed Mr. Meagles for the first time that some hundreds of young persons must be leaving their homes without reflection every day, for shoals of wrong young people came down to Twickenham, who, not finding themselves received with enthusiasm, generally demanded compensation by way of damages, in addition to coach hire there and back. Nor were these the only uninvited clients whom the advertisement produced. The swarm of begging letter-writers, who would seem to be always watching eagerly for any hook, however small, to hang a letter upon, wrote to say that having seen the advertisement, they were induced to apply with confidence for various sums, ranging from 10 shillings to £50, not because they knew anything about the young person, but because they felt that to part with those donations would greatly relieve the advertiser's mind. Several projectors, likewise, availed themselves of the same opportunity to correspond with Mr. Meagles, as, for example, to apprise him that their attention having been called to the advertisement by a friend, they begged to state that if they should ever hear anything of the young person, they would not fail to make it known to him immediately, and that in the meantime, if he would oblige them with the funds necessary for bringing to perfection a certain entirely novel description of pump, the happiest results would ensue to mankind. Mr. Meagles and his family, under these combined discouragements, had begun reluctantly to give up Tattycoram as irrecoverable, when the new and active firm of Doyce and Clennam, in their private capacities, went down on a Saturday to stay at the cottage until Monday. The senior partner took the coach, and the junior partner took his walking-stick. A tranquil summer sunset shone upon him as he approached the end of his walk, and passed through the meadows by the river-side. He had that sense of peace, and of being lightened of a weight of care, which country quiet awakens in the breasts of dwellers in towns. Everything within his view was lovely and placid. The rich foliage of the trees, the luxuriant grass diversified with wild flowers, the little green islands in the river, the beds of rushes, the water-lilies floating on the surface of the stream, the distant voices in boats borne musically towards him on the ripple of the water, and the evening air, were all expressive of rest. In the occasional leap of a fish, or dip of an oar, or twittering of a bird not yet at roost, or distant barking of a dog, or lowing of a cow, in all such sounds there was the prevailing breath of rest, which seemed to encompass him in every scent that sweetened the fragrant air. The long lines of red and gold in the sky, and the glorious track of the descending sun, were all divinely calm. Upon the purple tree-tops far away, and on the green height near at hand, up which the shades were slowly creeping, there was an equal hush. Between the real landscape and its shadow in the water, there was no division. Both were so untroubled and clear, and while so fraught with solemn mystery of life and death, so hopefully reassuring to the gazer's soothed heart, because so tenderly and mercifully beautiful. Clennam had stopped, not for the first time by many times, to look about him and suffer what he saw to sink into his soul, as the shadows looked at seemed to sink deeper and deeper into the water. He was slowly resuming his way, when he saw a figure in the path before him which he had perhaps already associated with the evening and its impressions. Minnie was there, alone. She had some roses in her hand, and seemed to have stood still on seeing him, waiting for him. Her face was towards him, and she appeared to have been coming from the opposite direction. There was a flutter in her manner, which Clennam had never seen in it before, and as he came near her, it entered his mind all at once that she was there of a set purpose to speak to him. She gave him her hand and said, "You wonder to see me here by myself, but the evening is so lovely, I have strolled farther than I meant at first. I thought it likely I might meet you, and that made me more confident. You always come this way, do you not?" As Clennam said that it was his favourite way, he felt her hand falter on his arm, and saw the roses shake. "Will you let me give you one, Mr. Clennam? I gathered them as I came out of the garden. Indeed, I almost gathered them for you, thinking it so likely I might meet you. Mr. Doyce arrived more than an hour ago, and told us you were walking down." His own hand shook, as he accepted a rose or two from hers, and thanked her. They were now by an avenue of trees. Whether they turned into it on his movement or on hers matters little. He never knew how that was. "It is very grave here," said Clennam, "but very pleasant at this hour. Passing along this deep shade, and out at that arch of light at the other end, we come upon the ferry and the cottage by the best approach, I think." In her simple garden hat, and her light summer dress, which her rich brown hair naturally clustered about her, and her wonderful eyes raised to his for a moment with a look in which regard for him and trustfulness in him was strikingly blended with a kind of timid sorrow for him, she was so beautiful that it was well for his peace, or ill for his peace, he did not quite know which, that he had made that vigorous resolution he had so often thought about. She broke a momentary silence by inquiring if he knew that Papa had been thinking of another tour abroad. He said he had heard it mentioned. She broke another momentary silence by adding, with some hesitation, that Papa had abandoned the idea. At this he thought directly, "They are to be married." "Mr. Clennam," she said, hesitating more timidly yet, and speaking so low that he bent his head to hear her, "I should very much like to give you my confidence, if you would not mind having the goodness to receive it. I should have very much liked to have given it to you long ago, because I felt that you were becoming so much our friend." "How can I be otherwise than proud of it at any time? Pray give it to me. Pray trust me." "I could never have been afraid of trusting you," she returned, raising her eyes frankly to his face. "I think I would have done so some time ago if I had known how, but I scarcely know how even now." "Mr. Gowan," said Arthur Clennam, "has reason to be very happy. God bless his wife and him." She wept, as she tried to thank him. He reassured her, took her hand as it lay with the trembling roses in it on his arm, took the remaining roses from it, and put it to his lips. At that time it seemed to him he first finally resigned the dying hope that had flickered in nobody's heart so much to its pain and trouble. And from that time he became in his own eyes, as to any similar hope or prospect, a very much older man who had done with that part of life. He put the roses in his breast, and they walked on for a little while, slowly and silently, under the umbrageous trees. Then he asked her, in a voice of cheerful kindness, was there anything else that she would say to him as her friend and her father's friend, many years older than herself? Was there any trust she would repose in him, any service she would ask of him, any little aid to her happiness that she could give him the lasting gratification of believing it was in his power to render? She was going to answer, when she was so touched by some little hidden sorrow or sympathy. What could it have been? That she said, bursting into tears again, "Oh, Mr. Clennam! Good, generous Mr. Clennam! Pray tell me you do not blame me." "I blame you?" said Clennam. "My dearest girl, I blame you? No." After clasping both her hands upon his arm, and looking confidentially up into his face, with some hurried words to the effect that she thanked him from her heart, as she did, if it be the source of earnestness, she gradually composed herself, with now and then a word of encouragement from him, as they walked on slowly and almost silently under the darkening trees. "And now, Minnie Gowan," at length said Clennam, smiling, "will you ask me nothing?" "Oh, I have very much to ask of you." "That's well, I hope so. I am not disappointed." "You know how I am loved at home, and how I love home. You can hardly think it, perhaps, dear Mr. Clennam," she spoke with great agitation,
seeing me going from it of my own free will and choice, but I do so dearly love it."
"I am sure of that," said Clennam. "Can you suppose I doubt it?"
"No, no, but it is strange, even to me, that loving it so much and being so much beloved in it, I can bear to cast it away. It seems so neglectful of it, so unthankful."
"My dear girl," said Clennam, "it is in the natural progress and change of time. All homes are left so."
"Yes, I know, but all homes are not left with such a blank in them as there will be in mine when I am gone. Not that there is any scarcity of far better and more endearing and more accomplished girls than I am. Not that I am much, but that they have made so much of me."
Pet's affectionate heart was overcharged, and she sobbed while she pictured what would happen.
"I know what a change Papa will feel at first, and I know that at first I cannot be to him anything like what I have been these many years. And it is then, Mr. Clennam, then more than at any time, that I beg and entreat you to remember him, and sometimes to keep him company when you can spare a little while, and to tell him that you know I was fonder of him when I left him than I ever was in all my life. There is nobody, he told me so himself when he talked to me this very day, there is nobody he likes so well as you, or trusts so much."
A clue to what had passed between the father and daughter dropped like a heavy stone into the well of Clennam's heart, and swelled the water to his eyes. He said, cheerily, but not quite so cheerily as he tried to say, that it should be done, that he gave her his faithful promise.
"If I do not speak of Mamma,"
said Pet, more moved by, and more pretty in her innocent grief than Clennam could trust himself even to consider, for which reason he counted the trees between them and the fading light as they slowly diminished in number.
"It is because Mamma will understand me better in this action, and will feel my loss in a different way, and will look forward in a different manner. But you know what a dear, devoted mother she is, and you will remember her too, will you not?"
"Let Minnie trust him," Clennam said. "Let Minnie trust him to do all she wished."
"And, dear Mr. Clennam," said Minnie, "because Papa and one whom I need not name do not fully appreciate and understand one another yet, as they will by and by, and because it will be the duty and the pride and pleasure of my new life to draw them to a better knowledge of one another, and to be a happiness to one another, and to be proud of one another, and to love one another, both loving me so dearly, oh, as you are a kind, true man, when I am first separated from home, I am going a long distance away, try to reconcile Papa to him a little more, and use your great influence to keep him before Papa's mind free from prejudice and in his real form. Will you do this for me as you are a noble-hearted friend?"
Poor Pet! Self-deceived, mistaken child! When were such changes ever made in men's natural relations to one another? When was such reconcilement of ingrained differences ever effected? It has been tried many times by other daughters, Minnie. It has never succeeded. Nothing has ever come of it but failure. So Clennam thought. So he did not say. It was too late. He bound himself to do all she asked, and she knew full well that he would do it. They were now at the last tree in the avenue. She stopped, and withdrew her arm. Speaking to him with her eyes lifted up to his, and with the hand that had lately rested on his sleeve trembling by touching one of the roses in his breast as an additional appeal to him, she said,
"Dear Mr. Clennam, in my happiness, for I am happy, though you have seen me crying, I cannot bear to leave any cloud between us. If you have anything to forgive me, not anything that I have wilfully done, but any trouble I may have caused you without meaning it, or having it in my power to help it, forgive me to-night out of your noble heart."
He stooped to meet the guileless face that met his without shrinking. He kissed it and answered. Heaven knew that he had nothing to forgive. As he stooped to meet the innocent face once again, she whispered, "Good-bye," and he repeated it. It was taking leave of all his old hopes, all nobody's old restless doubts. They came out of the avenue next moment, arm in arm, as they had entered it, and the trees seemed to close up behind them in the darkness, like their own perspective of the past. The voices of Mr. and Mrs. Meagles and Joyce were audible directly, speaking near the garden gate. Hearing Pet's name among them, Clennam called out, "She is here, with me." There was some little wondering and laughing until they came up, but as soon as they had all come together, it ceased, and Pet glided away. Mr. Meagles, Joyce, and Clennam, without speaking, walked up and down on the brink of the river, in the light of the rising moon, for a few minutes, and then Joyce lingered behind, and went into the house. Mr. Meagles and Clennam walked up and down together for a few minutes more without speaking, until at length the former broke silence. "Arthur," said he, using that familiar address for the first time in their communication, "do you remember my telling you, as we walked up and down one hot morning, looking over the harbour at Marseille, that Pet's baby sister who was dead seemed to mother and to me to have grown as she had grown, and changed as she had changed?" "Very well. You remember my saying that our thoughts had never been able to separate those twin sisters, and that, in our fancy, whatever Pet was, the other was?" "Yes, very well." "Arthur," said Mr. Meagles, much subdued, "I carry that fancy further to-night. I feel to-night, my dear fellow, as if you had loved my dead child very tenderly, and had lost her when she was like what Pet is now." "Thank you," murmured Clennam. "Thank you," and pressed his hand. "Will you come in?" said Mr. Meagles presently. "In a little while." Mr. Meagles fell away, and he was left alone. When he had walked on the river's brink in the peaceful moonlight for some half an hour, he put his hand in his breast and tenderly took out the handful of roses. Perhaps he put them to his heart, perhaps he put them to his lips, but certainly he bent down on the shore and gently launched them on the flowing river. Pale and unreal in the moonlight, the river floated them away. The lights were bright within doors when he entered, and the faces on which they shone, his own face not excepted, were soon quietly cheerful. They talked of many subjects. His partner never had had such a ready store to draw upon for the beguiling of the time, and so to bed and to sleep, while the flowers, pale and unreal in the moonlight, floated away upon the river, and thus do greater things that once were in our breasts and near our hearts, flow from us to the eternal seas. End of chapter the 28th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 29th, Book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, Chapter the 29th. Mrs. Flintwinch goes on dreaming. The house in the city preserved its heavy dullness through all these transactions, and the invalid within it turned the same unvarying round of life. Morning, noon, and night, morning, noon, and night, each recurring with its accompanying monotony, always the same reluctant return of the same sequences of machinery, like a dragging piece of clockwork. The wheeled chair had its associated remembrances and reveries, one may suppose, as every place that is made the station of a human being has. Pictures of demolished streets and altered houses, as they formerly were when the occupant of the chair was familiar with them, images of people as they used to be, with little or no allowance made for the lapse of time since they were seen. Of these, there must have been many in the long routine of gloomy days. To stop the clock of busy existence at the hour when we were personally sequestered from it, to suppose mankind stricken motionless when we were brought to a standstill, to be unable to measure the changes beyond our view by any larger standard than the shrunken one of our own uniform and contracted existence, is the infirmity of many invalids, and the mental unhealthiness of almost all recluses. What scenes and actors the stern woman most reviewed, as she sat from season to season in her one dark room, none knew but herself. Mr. Flintwinch, with his wry presence brought to bear upon her daily like some eccentric mechanical force, would perhaps have screwed it out of her, if there had been less resistance in her, but she was too strong for him. So far as Mistress Affery was concerned, to regard her liege lord and her disabled mistress with a face of blank wonder, to go about the house after dark with her apron over her head, always to listen for the strange noises and sometimes to hear them, and never to emerge from her ghostly, dreamy, sleep-waking state, was occupation enough for her. There was a fair stroke of business doing, as Mistress Affery made out, for her husband had abundant occupation in his little office, and saw more people that had been used to come there for some years. This might easily be, the house having been long deserted, but he did receive letters and comers, and keep books, and correspond. Moreover, he went about to other counting-houses, and to wharves and docks, and to the custom-house, and to Garraway's coffee-house, and the Jerusalem coffee-house, and on 'Change, so that he was much in and out. He began, too, sometimes of an evening, when Mrs. Clennam expressed no particular wish for his society, to resort to a tavern in the neighbourhood to look at the shipping news and closing prices in the evening paper, and even to exchange small socialities with mercantile sea captains who frequented that establishment. At some period of every day, he and Mrs. Clennam held a council on matters of business, and it appeared to Affery, who was always groping about, listening and watching, that the two clever ones were making money. The state of mind into which Mr. Flintwinch's dazed lady had fallen had now begun to be so expressed in all her looks and actions that she was held in very low account by the two clever ones as a person, never of strong intellect, who was becoming foolish. Perhaps because her appearance was not of a commercial cast, or perhaps because it occurred to him that his having taken her to wife might expose his judgment to doubt in the minds of customers, Mr. Flintwinch laid his commands upon her that she should hold her peace on the subject of her conjugal relations, and should no longer call him Jeremiah out of the domestic trio. Her frequent forgetfulness of this admonition intensified her startled manner, since Mr. Flintwinch's habit of avenging himself on her remissness by making springs after her on the staircase, and shaking her, occasioned her to be always nervously uncertain when she might be thus waylaid next. Little Dorrit had finished a long day's work in Mrs. Clennam's room, and was neatly gathering up her shreds and odds and ends before going home. Mr. Panks, whom Affery had just shown in, was addressing an inquiry to Mrs. Clennam on the subject of her health, coupled with the remark that, happening to find himself in that direction, he had looked in to inquire, on behalf of his proprietor, how she found herself. Mrs. Clennam, with a deep contraction of her brows, was looking at him. "Mr. Casby knows," said she, "that I am not subject to changes. The change that I await here is the great change." "Indeed, ma'am," returned Mr. Panks, with a wondering eye towards the figure of the little seamstress on her knee picking threads and fraying off her work from the carpet. "You look nicely, ma'am." "I bear what I have to bear," she answered. "Do you what you have to do." "Thank you, ma'am," said Mr. Panks. "Such is my endeavour." "You're often in this direction, are you not?" asked Mrs. Clennam. "Why, yes, ma'am," said Panks. "Rather so lately. I have lately been round this way a good deal, owing to one thing and another." "Beg Mr. Casby and his daughter not to trouble themselves by deputy about me. When they wish to see me, they know I am here to see them. They have no need to trouble themselves to send. You have no need to trouble yourself to come." "Not the least trouble, ma'am," said Mr. Panks. "You really are looking uncommonly nicely, ma'am." "Thank you. Good evening." The dismissal and its accompanying finger pointed straight at the door was so curt and direct that Mr. Panks did not see his way to prolong his visit. He stirred up his hair with his sprightliest expression, glanced at the little figure again, said, "Good evening, ma'am. Don't come down, Mrs. Affery, I know the road to the door," and steamed out. Mrs. Clennam, her chin resting on her hand, followed him with attentive and darkly distrustful eyes, and Affery stood looking at her as if she were spellbound. Slowly and thoughtfully Mrs. Clennam's eyes turned from the door by which Banks had gone out, to little Dorrit, rising from the carpet. With her chin drooping more heavily on her hand, and her eyes vigilant and lowering, the sick woman sat looking at her until she attracted her attention. Little Dorrit coloured under such a gaze and looked down. Mrs. Clennam still sat intent. "Little Dorrit," she said, when she at last broke silence, "what do you know of that man?"
"I don't know anything of him, ma'am, except that I have seen him about, and that he has spoken to me."
"What has he said to you?"
"I don't understand what he has said. He's so strange, but nothing rough or disagreeable."
"Why does he come here to see you?"
"I don't know, ma'am,"
said little Dorrit with perfect frankness. "You know that he does come here to see you."
"I have fancied so," said little Dorrit, "but why he should come here or anywhere for that, ma'am, I can't think."
Mrs. Clennam cast her eyes towards the ground, and with her strong, set face as intent upon a subject in her mind as it had lately been upon the form that seemed to pass out of her view, sat absorbed. Some minutes elapsed before she came out of this thoughtfulness, and resumed her hard composure. Little Dorrit in the meanwhile had been waiting to go, but afraid to disturb her by moving. She now ventured to leave the spot where she had been standing since she had risen, and to pass gently round by the wheeled chair. She stopped at its side to say, "Good night, ma'am." Mrs. Clennam put out her hand, and laid it on her arm. Little Dorrit, confused under the touch, stood faltering. Perhaps some momentary recollection of the story of the princess may have been in her mind. "Tell me, little Dorrit," said Mrs. Clennam, "have you many friends now?"
"Very few, ma'am. Besides you, only Miss Flora and one more."
"Meaning?" said Mrs. Clennam, with her unbent finger again pointing to the door. "That man?"
"Oh, no, ma'am."
"Some friend of his, perhaps?"
"No, ma'am."
Little Dorrit earnestly shook her head.
"Oh, no, no one at all like him or belonging to him."
"Well," said Mrs. Clennam, almost smiling, "it is no affair of mine. I ask because I take an interest in you, and because I believe I was your friend when you had no other who could serve you. Is that so?"
"Yes, ma'am, indeed it is. I have been here many a time when, but for you and the work you gave me, we should have wanted everything."
"We?" repeated Mrs. Clennam, looking towards the watch, once her dead husband's, which always lay upon her table. "Are there many of you?"
"Only father and I now. I mean, only father and I to keep regularly out of what we get."
"Have you undergone many privations? You and your father, and who else there may be of you?" asked Mrs. Clennam, speaking deliberately, and meditatively turning the watch over and over.
"Sometimes it has been rather hard to live,"
said little Dorrit, in her soft voice and timid uncomplaining way,
"but I think not harder, as to that, than many people find it."
"That's well said," Mrs. Clennam quickly returned. "That's the truth. You are a good, thoughtful girl. You are a grateful girl, too, or I much mistake you."
"It is only natural to be that. There is no merit in being that,"
said little Dorrit.
"I am indeed."
Mrs. Clennam, with a gentleness of which the dreaming Affery had never dreamed her to be capable, drew down the face of her little seamstress, and kissed her on the forehead. "Now go, little Dorrit," said she, "or you will be late, poor child." In all the dreams Mistress Affery had been piling up since she first became devoted to the pursuit, she had dreamed nothing more astonishing than this. Her head ached with the idea that she would find the other clever one kissing little Dorrit next, and then the two clever ones embracing each other and dissolving into tears of tenderness for all mankind. The idea quite stunned her, as she attended the light footsteps down the stairs, that the house door might be safely shut. On opening it to let little Dorrit out, she found Mr. Banks, instead of having gone his way, as in any less wonderful place and among less wonderful phenomena he might have been reasonably expected to do, fluttering up and down the court outside the house. The moment he saw little Dorrit, he basked her briskly, said with his finger to his nose, as Mrs. Affery distinctly heard, Panks the gipsy, fortune-telling," and went away.
"Lord save us! Here's a gipsy and a fortune-teller in it now," cried Mistress Affery. "What next?" She stood at the open door, staggering herself with this enigma, on a rainy, thundery evening. The clouds were flying fast, and the wind was coming up in gusts, banging some neighbouring shutters that had broken loose, twirling the rusty chimney cowls and weathercocks, and rushing round and round a confined adjacent churchyard, as if it had a mind to blow the dead citizens out of their graves. The low thunder, muttering in all quarters of the sky at once, seemed to threaten vengeance for this attempted desecration, and to mutter, "Let them rest! Let them rest!" Mistress Affery, whose fear of thunder and lightning was only to be equalled by her dread of the haunted house, with a premature and preternatural darkness in it, stood undecided whether to go in or not, until the question was settled for her by the door blowing upon her in a violent gust of wind and shutting her out. "What's to be done now? What's to be done now?" cried Mistress Affery, wringing her hands in this last uneasy dream of all. "When she's all alone by herself inside, and can no more come down to open it than the churchyard dead themselves." In this dilemma, Mistress Affery, with her apron as a hood to keep the rain off, ran crying up and down the solitary paved enclosure several times. Why she should then stoop down and look in at the keyhole of the door as if an eye would open it, it would be difficult to say, but it is none the less what most people would have done in the same situation, and it is what she did. From this post-chair she started up suddenly with a half-scream, feeling something on her shoulder. It was the touch of a hand, of a man's hand. The man was dressed like a traveller, in a foraging cap, with fur about it, and a heap of cloak. He looked like a foreigner. He had a quantity of hair and moustache, jet black, except at the shaggy ends, where it had a tinge of red, and a high hook nose. He laughed at Mistress Affery's start and cry, and as he laughed, his moustache went up under his nose, and his nose came down over his moustache. "What's the matter?" he asked in plain English. "What are you frightened at?" "At you," panted Affery. "Me, madam?" "And the dismal evening, and everything," said Affery. "And here, the wind has been and blown the door to, and I can't get in."
"Ha!" said the gentleman, who took that very coolly. "Indeed! Do you know such a name as Clennam about here?"
"Lord bless us, I should think I did, I should think I did," cried Affery, exasperating into a new wringing of hands by the inquiry.
"Where about here?"
"Where?"
cried Affery, goaded into another inspection of the keyhole.
"Where but here in this house? And she's all alone in her room, and lost the use of her limbs, and can't stir to help herself or me, and the other clever ones out, and Lord forgive me!" cried Affery, driven into a frantic dance by these accumulated considerations. "If I ain't a-going headlong out of my mind!"
Taking a warmer view of the matter now that it concerned himself, the gentleman stepped back to glance at the house, and his eyes soon rested on the long narrow window of the little room near the hall door. "Where may the lady be who has lost the use of her limbs, madam?" he inquired, with that peculiar smile which Mistress Affery could not choose but keep her eyes upon.
"Up there," said Affery. "Them two windows."
"Ha! I am of a fair size, but could not have the honour of presenting myself in that room without a ladder. Now, madam, frankness is a part of my character. Shall I open the door for you?"
"Yes, bless you, sir, for a dear creature, and do it at once," cried Affery, "for she may be a-calling to me at this very present minute, or may be setting herself afire and burning herself to death, or there is no knowing what may be happening to her, and me a-going out of my mind at thinking of it."
"Stay, my good madam." He restrained her impatience with a smooth white hand. "Business hours, I apprehend, are over for the day."
"Yes, yes, yes," cried Affery, "long ago."
"Let me make then a fair proposal. Fairness is a part of my character. I am just landed from the packet boat, as you may see." He showed her that his cloak was very wet, and that his boots were saturated with water. She had previously observed that he was dishevelled and sallow, as if from a rough voyage, and so chilled that he could not keep his teeth from chattering. "I am just landed from the packet-boat, madam, and have been delayed by the weather, the infernal weather. In consequence of this, madam, some necessary business that I should otherwise have transacted here within the regular hours, necessary business because money business, still remains to be done. Now, if you will fetch any authorized neighbouring somebody to do it in return for my opening the door, I'll open the door. If this arrangement should be objectionable, I'll—" And with the same smile he made a significant feint of backing away. Mistress Avery, heartily glad to effect the proposed compromise, gave in her willing adhesion to it. The gentleman at once requested her to do him the favour of holding his cloak, took a short run at the narrow window, made a leap at the sill, clung his way up the bricks, and in a moment had his hand at the sash, raising it. His eyes looked so very sinister as he put his leg into the room and glanced round at Mistress Avery that she thought with a sudden coldness, if he were to go straight upstairs to murder the invalid, what could she do to prevent him? Happily he had no such purpose, for he reappeared in a moment at the house door. "Now, my dear madam," he said, as he took back his cloak and threw it on, "if you have the goodness to— what the devil's that?" Strangest of sounds, evidently close at hand from the peculiar shock it communicated to the air, yet subdued as if it were far off. A tremble, a rumble, and a fall of some light dry matter. "What the devil is it?" "I don't know what it is, but I've heard the like of it over and over again," said Avery, who had caught his arm. He could hardly be a very brave man, even she thought in her dreamy start and fright, for his trembling lips had turned colourless. After listening a few moments, he made light of it. "Bah! Nothing. Now, my dear madam, I think you spoke of some clever personage. Will you be so good as to confront me with that genius?" He held the door in his hand, as though he were quite ready to shut her out again if she failed. "Don't you say anything about the door and me, then," whispered Avery. "Not a word." "And don't you stir from here, or speak if she calls, while I run round the corner." "Madam, I am a statue." Avery had so vivid a fear of his going stealthily upstairs the moment her back was turned, that after hurrying out of sight, she returned to the gateway to peep at him. Seeing him still on the threshold, more out of the house than in it, as if he had no love for darkness and no desire to probe its mysteries, she flew into the next street, and sent a message into the tavern to Mr. Flintwinch, who came out directly. The two returning together, the lady in advance and Mr. Flintwinch coming up briskly behind, animated the hope of shaking her before she could get housed, saw the gentleman standing in the same place in the dark, and heard the strong voice of Mrs. Clennam calling from her room, "Who is it? What is it? Why does no one answer? Who is that down there?" End of chapter the 29th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 30th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 30th. The Word of a Gentleman. When Mr. and Mrs. Flintwinch panted up to the door of the old house in the twilight, Jeremiah within a second of Avery, the stranger started back. "Death on my soul!" he exclaimed. "Why, how did you get here?" Mr. Flintwinch, to whom these words were spoken, repaid the stranger's wonder in full. He gazed at him with blank astonishment. He looked over his own shoulder, as expecting to see someone he had not been aware of standing behind him. He gazed at the stranger again, speechlessly, at a loss to know what he meant. He looked to his wife for explanation. Receiving none, he pounced upon her, and shook her with such heartiness that he shook her cap off her head, saying between his teeth, with grim raillery as he did it,
Free, my woman, you must have a dose, my woman. This is some of your tricks. You have been dreaming again, mistress. What's it about? Who is it? What does it mean? Speak out or be choked. It's the only choice I'll give you."
Supposing Mistress Affery to have any power of election at the moment, her choice was decidedly to be choked, for she answered not a syllable to this adjuration, but, with her bare head wagging violently backwards and forwards, resigned herself to her punishment. The stranger, however, picking up her cap with an air of gallantry, interposed. "Permit me," said he, laying his hand on the shoulder of Jeremiah, who stopped and released his victim. "Thank you. Excuse me. Husband and wife, I know, from this playfulness, ha! Always agreeable to see that relation playfully maintained. Listen. May I suggest that somebody upstairs in the dark is becoming energetically curious to know what is going on here?" This reference to Mrs. Clennam's voice reminded Mr. Flintwinch to step into the hall and call up the staircase.
"It's all right. I am here. Affery is coming with your light."
Then he said to the latter flustered woman, who was putting her cap on,
"Get out with you and get upstairs."
And then turned to the stranger and said to him,
"Now, sir, what might you please to want?"
"I am afraid," said the stranger, "I must be so troublesome as to propose a candle."
"True,"
assented Jeremiah.
"I was going to do so. Please to stand where you are while I get one."
The visitor was standing in the doorway, but turned a little into the gloom of the house as Mr. Flintwinch turned, and pursued him with his eyes into the little room, where he groped about for a phosphorus box. When he found it, it was damp or otherwise out of order, and match after match that he struck into it lighted sufficiently to throw a dull glare about his groping face, and to sprinkle his hands with pale little spots of fire, but not sufficiently to light the candle. The stranger, taking advantage of this fitful illumination of his visage, looked intently and wonderingly at him. Jeremiah, when he at last lighted the candle, knew he had been doing this by seeing the last shade of a lowering watchfulness clear away from his face, as it broke into the doubtful smile that was a large ingredient in its expression.
"Be so good,"
said Jeremiah, closing the house door, and taking a pretty sharp survey of the smiling visitor in his turn,
"as to step into my counting-house. It's all right, I tell you,"
petulantly breaking off to answer the voice upstairs, still unsatisfied, though Affery was there, speaking in persuasive tones.
"Don't I tell you it's all right? Preserve the woman! Has she no reason at all in her?"
"Timorous," remarked the stranger.
"Timorous?"
said Mr. Flintwinch, turning his head to retort, as he went before with the candle.
"More courageous than 90 men in 100, sir, let me tell you."
"Though an invalid?"
"Many years an invalid. Mrs. Clennam, the only one of that name left in the house now. My partner."
Saying something apologetically as he crossed the hall, to the effect that at that time of night they were not in the habit of receiving any one, and were always shut up, Mr. Flintwinch led the way into his own office, which presented a sufficiently business-like appearance. Here he put the light on his desk, and said to the stranger, with his wryest twist upon him,
"Your commands."
"My name is Blondois."
"Blondois? I don't know it,"
said Jeremiah. "I thought it possible," resumed the other, "that you might have been advised from Paris." "We have had no advice from Paris respecting anybody of the name of Blondois," said Jeremiah.
"No?"
"No." Jeremiah stood in his favourite attitude. The smiling Mr. Blondois, opening his cloak to get his hand to a breast-pocket, paused to say, with a laugh in his glittering eyes, which it occurred to Mr. Flintwinch were too near together, "You are so like a friend of mine, not so identically the same as I supposed, and I really did for the moment take you to be the same in the dusk, for which I ought to apologize. Permit me to do so. A readiness to confess my error is, I hope, a part of the frankness of my character, still, however, uncommonly like."
"Indeed?"
said Jeremiah perversely. "But I have not received any letter of advice from anywhere respecting anybody of the name of Blondois." "Just so," said the stranger.
"Just so,"
said Jeremiah. Mr. Blundois, not at all put out by this omission on the part of the correspondence from the house of Clennam and Company, took his pocket-book from his breast-pocket, selected a letter from that receptacle, and handed it to Mr. Flintwinch. "No doubt you are well acquainted with the writing. Perhaps the letter speaks for itself, and requires no advice. You are a far more competent judge of such affairs than I am. It is my misfortune to be not so much a man of business as what the world calls arbitrarily a gentleman." Mr. Flintwinch took the letter, and read, under date of Paris, "We have to present to you, on behalf of a highly esteemed correspondent of our firm, Mr. Blundois of this city, etc., etc., such facilities as he may require and such attentions as may lie in your power, etc., etc. Also have to add that if you will honour Mr. Blundois' drafts at sight to the extent of, say, £50 sterling, etc., etc."
"Very good, sir,"
said Mr. Flintwinch.
"Take a chair.
To the extent of anything that our house can do, we are in a retired, old-fashioned, steady way of business, sir. We shall be happy to render you our best assistance. I observe, from the date of this, that we could not yet be advised of it. Probably you came over with the delayed mail that brings the advice."
"That I came over with the delayed mail, sir,"
returned Mr. Blundois, passing his white hand down his high hooked nose. "I know to the cost of my head and stomach, the detestable and intolerable weather having racked them both. You see me in the plight in which I came out of the packet within this half-hour. I ought to have been here hours ago, and then I should not have to apologize. Permit me to apologize for presenting myself so unreasonably and frightening— no, by the by, you said not frightening. Permit me to apologize again— the esteemed lady, Mrs. Clennam, in her invalid chamber above stairs." Swagger and an air of authorized condescension do so much that Mr. Flintwinch had already begun to think this a highly gentlemanly personage. Not the less unyielding with him on that account, he scraped his chin and said, what could he have the honour of doing for Mr. Blundois to-night, out of business hours? "Faith," returned that gentleman, shrugging his cloaked shoulders, "I must change and eat and drink and be lodged somewhere. Have the kindness to advise me, a total stranger, where, and money is a matter of perfect indifference until tomorrow. The nearer the place, the better. Next door, if that's all." Mr. Flintwinch was slowly beginning. "For a gentleman of your habits, there is not in this immediate neighbourhood any hotel," when Mr. Blundois took him up. "So much for my habits, my dear sir," snapping his fingers. "A citizen of the world has no habits. That I am in my poor way a gentleman, by heaven, I will not deny, but I have no unaccommodating prejudiced habits. A clean room, a hot dish for dinner, and a bottle of not absolutely poisonous wine are all I want to-night, but I want that much without the trouble of going one unnecessary inch to get it." "There is," said Mr. Flintwinch with more than his usual deliberation, as he met for a moment Mr. Blundois' shining eyes, which were restless, "there is a coffee-house and tavern close here, which so far I can recommend, but there's no style about it." "I dispense with style," said Mr. Blundois, waving his hand. "Do me the honour to show me the house and introduce me there, if I am not too troublesome, and I shall be infinitely obliged." Mr. Flintwinch, upon this, looked up his hat, and lighted Mr. Blundois across the hall again. As he put the candle on a bracket, where the dark old panelling almost served as an extinguisher for it, he bethought himself of going up to tell the invalid that he would not be absent 5 minutes. "Oblige me," said the visitor on his saying so, "by presenting my card of visit. Do me the favour to add that I shall be happy to wait on Mrs. Clennam, to offer my personal compliments, and to apologize for having occasioned any agitation in this tranquil corner, if it should suit her convenience to endure the presence of a stranger for a few minutes, after he shall have changed his wet clothes and fortified himself with something to eat and drink." Jeremiah made all dispatch, and said on his return, "She'll be glad to see you, sir, but being conscious that her sick room has no attractions, wishes me to say that she won't hold you to your offer,
in case you should think better of it." "To think better of it," returned the gallant Blandois, "would be to slight a lady. To slight a lady would be to be deficient in chivalry towards the sex, and chivalry towards the sex is a part of my character." Thus expressing himself, he threw the draggled skirt of his cloak over his shoulder, and accompanied Mr. Flintwinch to the tavern, taking up on the road a porter who was waiting with his portmanteau on the outer side of the gateway. The house was kept in a homely manner, and the condescension of Mr. Blandois was infinite. It seemed to fill to inconvenience the little bar in which the widow landlady and her 2 daughters received him. It was much too big for the narrow wainscoted room with a bagatelle board in it that was first proposed for his reception. It perfectly swamped the little private holiday sitting-room of the family, which was finally given up to him. Here, in dry clothes and scented linen, with sleeked hair, a great ring on each forefinger, and a massive show of watch-chain, Mr. Blandois, waiting for his dinner, lolling on a window-seat with his knees drawn up, looked, for all the difference in the setting of the jewel, fearfully and wonderfully like a certain Monsieur Rigaud, who had once so waited for his breakfast, lying on the stone ledge of the iron grating of a cell in a villainous dungeon at Marseilles. His greed at dinner, too, was closely in keeping with the greed of Monsieur Rigaud at breakfast. His avaricious manner of collecting all the eatables about him, and devouring some with his eyes while devouring others with his jaws, was the same manner. His utter disregard of other people, as shown in his way of tossing the little womanly toys of furniture about, flinging favourite cushions under his boots for a softer rest, and crushing delicate coverings with his big body and his great black head, had the same brute selfishness at the bottom of it. The softly moving hands that were so busy among the dishes had the old wicked facility of the hands that had clung to the bars, and when he could eat no more, and sat sucking his delicate fingers one by one and wiping them on a cloth, there wanted nothing but the substitution of vine-leaves to finish the picture. On this man, with his moustache going up and his nose coming down in that most evil of smiles, and with his surface eyes looking as if they belonged to his dyed hair, and had had their natural power of reflecting light stopped by some similar process, nature, always true, and never working in vain, had set the mark, "Beware." It was not her fault, if the warning were fruitless. She is never to blame in any such instance. Mr. Blandois, having finished his repast and cleaned his fingers, took a cigar from his pocket, and lying on the window-seat again, smoked it out at his leisure, occasionally apostrophizing the smoke as it parted from his thin lips in a thin stream. "Blandois, you shall turn the tables on society, my little child, ha! Holy Blue, you have begun well, Blandois. At a pinch, an excellent master in English or French, a man for the bosom of families. You have a quick perception, you have humour, you have ease, you have insinuating manners, you have a good appearance. In effect, you are a gentleman. A gentleman you shall live, my small boy, and a gentleman you shall die. You shall win, however the game goes. They shall all confess your merit, Blandois. You shall subdue the society which has grievously wronged you, to your own high spirit. Death of my soul! You are high-spirited by right and by nature, my Blandois." To such soothing murmurs did this gentleman smoke out his cigar and drink out his bottle of wine. Both being finished, he shook himself into a sitting attitude, and with the concluding serious apostrophe, "Hold then, Blandois, you ingenious one, have all your wits about you," arose and went back to the house of Clenham and Company. He was received at the door by Mistress Affery, who, under instructions from her lord, had lighted up 2 candles in the hall and a third on the staircase, and who conducted him to Mrs. Clenham's room. Tea was prepared there, and such little company arrangements had been made as usually attended the reception of expected visitors. They were slight on the greatest occasion, never extending beyond the production of the China tea service, and the covering of the bed with a sober and sad drapery. For the rest, there was the bier-like sofa with the block upon it, and the figure in the widow's dress, as if attired for execution.
the fire topped by the mound of damped ashes, the grate with its second little mound of ashes, the kettle and the smell of black dye, all as they had been for 15 years. Mr. Flintwinch presented the gentleman commended to the consideration of Clennam and Company. Mrs. Clennam, who had the letter lying before her, bent her head and requested him to sit. They looked very closely at one another. That was but natural curiosity. "I thank you, sir, for thinking of a disabled woman like me. Few who come here on business have any remembrance to bestow on one so removed from observation. It would be idle to expect that they should have. Out of sight, out of mind. While I am grateful for the exception, I don't complain of the rule." Mr. Blandois, in his most gentlemanly manner, was afraid he had disturbed her by unhappily presenting himself at such an unconscionable time, for which he had already offered his best apologies to Mr. He begged pardon, but by name had not the distinguished honour. "Mr. Flintwinch has been connected with the house many years." Mr. Blandois was Mr. Flintwinch's most obedient humble servant. He entreated Mr. Flintwinch to receive the assurance of his profoundest consideration. "My husband being dead," said Mrs. Clennam, "and my son preferring another pursuit, our old house has no other representative in these days than Mr. Flintwinch." "What do you call yourself?" was the surly demand of that gentleman. "You have the head of 2 men." "My sex disqualifies me," she proceeded with merely a slight turn of her eyes in Jeremiah's direction, "from taking a responsible part in the business, even if I had the ability, and therefore Mr. Flintwinch combines my interest with his own, and conducts it. It is not what it used to be, but some of our old friends, principally the writers of this letter, have the kindness not to forget us, and we retain the power of doing what they entrust to us as efficiently as we ever did. This, however, is not interesting to you. You are English, sir?"
"Faith, madam, no. I am neither born nor bred in England. In effect, I am of no country,"
said Mr. Blandois, stretching out his leg and smiting it.
"I descend from 6 countries."
"You have been much about the world?"
"It is true. By heaven, madam, I have been here and there and everywhere."
"You have no ties, probably. Are you not married?"
"Madam,"
said Mr. Blandois, with an ugly fall of his eyebrows, "I adore your sex, but I am not married. Never was." Mistress Affery, who stood at the table near him pouring out the tea, happened in her dreamy state to look at him as he said these words, and to fancy that she caught an expression in his eyes which attracted her own eyes so that she could not get them away. The effect of this fancy was to keep her staring at him with the teapot in her hand, not only to her own great uneasiness, but manifestly to his too, and, through them both, to Mrs. Clennam's and Mr. Flintwinch's. Thus a few ghostly moments supervened, when they were all confusedly staring without knowing why. "Affery," her mistress was the first to say, "what is the matter with you?" "I don't know," said Mistress Affery, with her disengaged left hand extended towards the visitor. "It ain't me, it's 'im."
"What does this good woman mean?"
cried Mr. Blandois, turning white, hot, and slowly rising with a look of such deadly wrath that it contrasted surprisingly with the slight force of his words. "How is it possible to understand this good creature?"
"It's not possible," said Mr. Flintwinch, screwing himself rapidly in that direction. "She don't know what she means. She's an idiot, a wanderer in her mind. She shall have a dose, she shall have such a dose. Get along with you, my woman," he added in her ear. "Get along with you while you know your Affery, and before you're shaken to yeast." Mistress Affery, sensible of the danger in which her identity stood, relinquished the teapot as her husband seized it, put her apron over her head, and in a twinkling vanished. The visitor gradually broke into a smile and sat down again. "You'll excuse her, Mr. Blandois," said Jeremiah, pouring out the tea himself. "She's failing and breaking up. That's what she's about. Do you take sugar, sir?" "Thank you. No tea for me. Pardon my observing it, but that's a very remarkable watch."
The tea-table was drawn up near the sofa, with a small interval between it and Mrs. Clennam's own particular table. Mr. Blandois, in his gallantry, had risen to hand that lady her tea. Her dish of toast was already there, and it was in placing the cup conveniently within her reach that the watch, lying before her as it always did, attracted his attention. Mrs. Clennam looked suddenly up at him. "May I be permitted?" "Thank you. A fine old-fashioned watch," he said, taking it in his hand. "Heavy for use, but massive and genuine. I have a partiality for everything genuine. Such as I am genuine myself. Ha! A gentleman's watch with 2 cases in the old fashion. May I remove it from the outer case? Thank you. An old silk watch-lining worked with beads. I have often seen these among old Dutch people and Belgians. Quaint things."
"They are old-fashioned too," said Mrs. Clennam. "Very, but this is not so old as the watch, I think."
"I think not. Extraordinary how they used to complicate these ciphers," remarked Mr. Blandois, glancing up with his own smile again. "Now, is this D.N.F.? It might be almost anything."
"Those are the letters."
Mr. Flintwinch, who had been observantly pausing all this time with a cup of tea in his hand, and his mouth open ready to swallow the contents, began to do so, always entirely filling his mouth before he emptied it at a gulp, and always deliberating again before he refilled it. D.N.F. was some tender, lovely, fascinating fair creature, I make no doubt, observed Mr. Blandois, as he snapped on the case again. I adore her memory on the assumption. Unfortunately for my peace of mind, I adore but too readily. It may be a vice, it may be a virtue, but adoration of female beauty and merit constitutes 3 parts of my character, madam. Mr. Flintwinch had by this time poured himself out another cup of tea, which he was swallowing in gulps as before, with his eyes directed to the invalid.
"You may be heart-free here, sir," she returned to Mr. Blandois.
"Those letters are not intended, I believe, for the initials of any name." "Of a motto, perhaps," said Mr. Blandois casually. "Of a sentence. They have always stood, as I believe, for 'Do not forget.' And naturally," said Mr. Blandois, replacing the watch and stepping backward to his former chair, "you do not forget." Mr. Flintwinch, finishing his tea, not only took a longer gulp than he had taken yet, but made his succeeding pause under new circumstances. That is to say, with his head thrown back and his cup held still at his lips, while his eyes were still directed at the invalid. She had that force of face, and that concentrated air of collecting her firmness or obstinacy, which represented in her case what would have been gesture and action in another, as she replied with her deliberate strength of speech.
"No, sir, I do not forget. To lead a life as monotonous as mine has been during many years is not the way to forget. To lead a life of self-correction is not the way to forget. To be sensible of having, as we all have, every one of us, all the children of Adam, offences to expiate and peace to make, does not justify the desire to forget. Therefore I have long dismissed it, and I neither forget nor wish to forget." Mr. Flintwinch, who had latterly been shaking the sediment at the bottom of his tea-cup round and round, here gulped it down, and putting the cup in the tea-tray, as done with, turned his eyes upon Mr. Blandois as if to ask him what he thought of that. "All expressed, madam," said Mr. Blandois, with his smoothest bow and his white hand on his breast, "by the word naturally, which I am proud to have had sufficient apprehension and appreciation, but without appreciation I could not be Blandois, to employ." "Pardon me, sir," she returned, "if I doubt the likelihood of a gentleman of pleasure and change and politeness, accustomed to court and to be courted."
"Oh, madam, by heaven!"
"If I doubt the likelihood of such a character quite comprehendingly what belongs to mine in my circumstances, not to obtrude doctrine upon you," she looked at the rigid pile of hard pale books before her, "for you go your own way,
and the consequences are on your own head. I will say this much, that I shape my course by pilots, strictly by proved and tried pilots, under whom I cannot be shipwrecked, cannot be, and that if I were unmindful of the admonition conveyed in those 3 letters, I should not be half as chastened as I am." It was curious how she seized the occasion to argue with some invisible opponent, perhaps with her own better sense, always turning upon herself and her own deception. "If I forgot my ignorances in my life of health and freedom, I might complain of the life to which I am now condemned. I never do. I never have done. If I forgot that this scene, the earth, is expressly meant to be a scene of gloom and hardship and dark trial for the creatures who are made out of its dust, I might have some tenderness for its vanities. But I have no such tenderness. If I did not know that we are, every one, the subject, most justly the subject, of a wrath that must be satisfied, and against which mere actions are nothing, I might repine at the difference between me, imprisoned here, and the people who pass that gateway yonder. But I take it as a grace and favour to be elected to make the satisfaction I am making here, to know what I know for certain here, and to work out what I have worked out here. My affliction might otherwise have had no meaning to me. Hence I would forget, and I do forget nothing. Hence I am contented, and say it is better with me than with millions." As she spoke these words, she put her hand upon the watch, and restored it to the precise spot on her little table which it always occupied. With her touch lingering upon it, she sat for some moments afterwards, looking at it steadily and half defiantly. Mr. Blandois, during this exposition, had been strictly attentive, keeping his eyes fastened on the lady, and thoughtfully stroking his moustache with his 2 hands. Mr. Flintwinch had been a little fidgety, and now struck in. "There, there," said he. "This is quite understood, Mrs. Clennam, and you have spoken piously and well. Mr. Blandois, I suspect, is not of a pious cast." "On the contrary, sir," that gentleman protested, snapping his fingers. "Your pardon. It's a part of my character. I am sensitive, ardent, conscientious, and imaginative. A sensitive, ardent, conscientious, and imaginative man, Mr. Flintwinch, must be that or nothing." There was an inkling of suspicion in Mr. Flintwinch's face, that he might be nothing. As he swaggered out of his chair, it was characteristic of this man, as it is of all men similarly marked, that whatever he did, he overdid, though it were sometimes by only a hair's breadth, and approached to take his leave of Mrs. Clennam. "With what will appear to you the egotism of a sick old woman, sir," she then said, "though really through your accidental allusion I have been led away into the subject of myself and my infirmities. Being so considerate as to visit me, I hope you will be likewise so considerate as to overlook that. Don't compliment me, if you please." For he was evidently going to do it. "Mr. Flintwinch will be happy to render you any service, and I hope your stay in this city may prove agreeable." Mr. Blandois thanked her, and kissed his hand several times. "This is an old room," he remarked, with a sudden sprightliness of manner, looking round when he got near the door. "I have been so interested that I have not observed it, but it's a genuine old room." "It is a genuine old house," said Mrs. Clennam with her frozen smile. "A place of no pretensions, but a piece of antiquity." "Faith," cried the visitor, "if Mr. Flintwinch would do me the favour to take me through the rooms on my way out, he could hardly oblige me more. An old house is a weakness with me. I have many weaknesses, but none greater. I love and study the picturesque in all its varieties. I have been called picturesque myself. It is no merit to be picturesque. I have greater merits, perhaps, but I may be by an accident. Sympathy, sympathy. I tell you beforehand, Mr. Blandois, that you'll find it very dingy and very bare," said Jeremiah, taking up the candle. "It's not worth your looking at." But Mr. Blandois, smiting him in a friendly manner on the back, only laughed. So the said Blandois kissed his hand again to Mrs. Clennam, and they went out of the room together.
"You don't care to go upstairs?"
said Jeremiah on the landing. "On the contrary, Mr. Flintwinch, if not tiresome to you, I shall be ravished." Mr. Flintwinch therefore wormed himself up the staircase, and Mr. Blandois followed close. They ascended to the great garret bedroom, which Arthur had occupied on the night of his return. "There, Mr. Blandois," said Jeremiah, showing it. "I hope you may think that worth coming so high to see. I confess I don't." Mr. Blandois being enraptured, they walked through other garrets and passages, and came down the staircase again. By this time Mr. Flintwinch had remarked that he never found the visitor looking at any room, after throwing one quick glance around, but always found the visitor looking at him, Mr. Flintwinch. With this discovery in his thoughts, he turned about on the staircase for another experiment. He met his eyes directly, and on the instant of their fixing one another, the visitor, with that ugly play of nose and moustache, laughed, as he had done at every similar moment since they left Mrs. Clennam's chamber, a diabolically silent laugh. As a much shorter man than the visitor, Mr. Flintwinch was at the physical disadvantage of being thus disagreeably leered at from a height, and as he went first down the staircase, and was usually a step or two lower than the other, this disadvantage was at the time increased. He postponed looking at Mr. Blandois again, until this accidental inequality was removed by their having entered the late Mr. Clennam's room. But, then twisting himself suddenly round upon him, he found his look unchanged. "A most admirable old house," smiled Mr. Blandois. "So mysterious. Do you never hear any haunted noises here?" "Noises?" returned Mr. Flintwinch. "No." "Nor see any devils?" "Not," said Mr. Flintwinch, grimly screwing himself at his questioner. "Not any that introduce themselves under that name and in that capacity. Ha, ha! A portrait here, I see," still looking at Mr. Flintwinch as if he were the portrait. "It's a portrait, sir, as you observe. May I ask the subject, Mr. Flintwinch?" "Mr. Clennam, deceased. Her husband. Former owner of the remarkable watch, perhaps," said the visitor. Mr. Flintwinch, who had cast his eyes towards the portrait, twisted himself about again, and again found himself the subject of the same look and smile. "Yes, Mr. Blandois," he replied tartly, "it was his, and his uncle's before him, and Lord knows who before him. And that's all I can tell you of its pedigree. That's a strongly marked character, Mr. Flintwinch, our friend upstairs." "Yes, sir," said Jeremiah, twisting himself at the visitor again, as he did during the whole of this dialogue, like some screw machine that fell short of its grip, for the other never changed, and he always felt obliged to retreat a little. "She is a remarkable woman. Great fortitude, great strength of mind." "They must have been very happy," said Blandois. "Who?" demanded Mr. Flintwinch, with another screw at him. Mr. Blandois shook his right forefinger towards the sick room, and his left forefinger towards the portrait, and then, putting his arm akimbo and striding his legs wide apart, stood smiling down at Mr. Flintwinch with the advancing nose and the retreating moustache. "As happy as most other married people, I suppose," returned Mr. Flintwinch. "I can't say. I don't know. There are secrets in all families." "Secrets!" cried Mr. Blandois quickly. "Say it again, my son." "I say," replied Mr. Flintwinch, upon whom he had swelled himself so suddenly that Mr. Flintwinch found his face almost brushed by the dilated chest. "I say there are secrets in all families." "So there are," cried the other, clapping him on both shoulders, and rolling him backwards and forwards. "Ha, ha! You are right. So there are. Secrets. Holy blue! There are the devil's own secrets in some families, Mr. Flintwinch." With that, after clapping Mr. Flintwinch on both shoulders several times, as if in a friendly and humorous way he were rallying him on a joke he had made, he threw up his arms, threw back his head, hooked his hands together behind it, and burst into a roar of laughter. It was in vain for Mr. Flintwinch to try another screw at him. He had his laugh out. "But favour me with the candle a moment," he said, when he had done. "Let us have a look at the husband of the remarkable lady. Ha!" holding up the light at arm's length. "A decided expression of face here too, though not of the same character. Looks as if he were saying, what is it? Do not forget. Does he not, Mr. Flintwinch?" "By heaven, sir, he does." As he returned the candle, he looked at him once more, and then, leisurely strolling out with him into the hall, declared it to be a charming old house indeed, and one which had so greatly pleased him, that he would not have missed inspecting it for £100. Throughout these singular freedoms on the part of Mr. Blandois, which involved a general alteration in his demeanour, making it much coarser and rougher, much more violent and audacious than before, Mr. Flintwinch, whose leathern face was not liable to many changes, preserved its immobility intact. Beyond now appearing, perhaps, to have been left hanging a trifle too long before that friendly operation of cutting down, he outwardly maintained an equable composure. They had brought their survey to a close in the little room at the side of the hall, and he stood there eyeing Mr. Blandois. "I am glad you are so well satisfied, sir," was his calm remark. "I didn't expect it. You seem to be quite in good spirits." "In admirable spirits," returned Blandois. "Word of honour, never more refreshed in spirits. Do you ever have presentiments, Mr. Flintwinch?" "I am not sure that I know what you mean by the term, sir," replied that gentleman. "Say, in this case, Mr. Flintwinch, undefined anticipations of pleasure to come." "I can't say I am sensible of such a sensation at present," returned Mr. Flintwinch with the utmost gravity. "If I should find it coming on, I'll mention it." "Now said Blandois, "I, my son, have a presentiment to-night that we shall be well acquainted. Do you find it coming on?" "No," returned Mr. Flintwinch, deliberately inquiring of himself. "I can't say I do." "I have a strong presentiment that we shall become intimately acquainted. You have no feeling of that sort yet?" "Not yet," said Mr. Flintwinch. Mr. Blandois, taking him by both shoulders again, rolled him about a little in his former merry way, then drew his arm through his own, and invited him to come off and drink a bottle of wine like a dear deep old dog as he was. Without a moment's indecision, Mr. Flintwinch accepted the invitation, and they went out to the quarters where the traveller was lodged, through a heavy rain which had rattled on the windows, roofs, and pavements, ever since nightfall. The thunder and lightning had long ago passed over, but the rain was furious. On their arrival at Mr. Blandois' room, a bottle of port wine was ordered by that gallant gentleman, who, crushing every pretty thing he could collect in the soft disposition of his dainty figure, coiled himself upon the window-seat, while Mr. Flintwinch took a chair opposite to him, with the table between them. Mr. Blandois proposed having the largest glasses in the house, to which Mr. Flintwinch assented. The bumpers filled. Mr. Blandois, with a roystering gaiety, clinked the top of his glass against the bottom of Mr. Flintwinch's, and the bottom of his glass against the top of Mr. Flintwinch's, and drank to the intimate acquaintance he foresaw. Mr. Flintwinch gravely pledged him, and drank all the wine he could get, and said nothing. As often as Mr. Blandois clinked glasses, which was at every replenishment, Mr. Flintwinch stolidly did his part of the clinking, and would have stolidly done his companion's part of the wine as well as his own, being, except in the article of palate, a mere cask. In short, Mr. Blandois found that to pour port wine into the reticent Flintwinch was, not to open him but to shut him up. Moreover, he had the appearance of a perfect ability to go on all night, or, if occasion were, all next day, and all next night, whereas Mr. Blandois soon grew indistinctly conscious of swaggering too fiercely and boastfully. He therefore terminated the entertainment at the end of the third bottle. "You will draw upon us to-morrow, sir?" said Mr. Flintwinch, with a business-like face at parting. "My cabbage," returned the other, taking him by the collar with both hands. "I'll draw upon you. Have no fear. Adieu, my Flintwinch. Receive at parting." Here he gave him a southern embrace, and kissed him soundly on both cheeks. "The word of a gentleman. By 1,000 thunders, you shall see me again." He did not present himself next day, though the letter of advice came duly to hand. Inquiring after him at night, Mr. Flintwinch found with surprise that he had paid his bill and gone back to the Continent by way of Calais. Nevertheless, Jeremiah scraped out of his cogitating face a lively conviction that Mr. Blandois would keep his word on this occasion, and would be seen again. End of chapter the 30th, Book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain.